Sorry, getting my mic together. Grand Rising, great day to all. Jumping on, it's like when I read your comment, I'm like, I hope I get an opportunity to follow up on this comment. So I'm glad you hit the link. Face plant, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I think I'm gonna take on those subjects on a Sunday, because the day after dealing with lives like that, I'm so uninspired the next day. It's like, how do I follow up? So I'm glad you all hit the link so that I could just relax a little bit. I really just want to hear others' thoughts and what this week, what we've learned, and what subject matters are on our minds, and really share thoughts and ideas.
I had that damn Elvis song in my head for about 2 hours. We can't come together.
I'm copyrighted in Russia, so that video is not able to play in Russia because of that Elvis song. So I don't know what kind of impact that will have on my channel, but yeah, that was pretty. Gen2 gone. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, McCoy. Thanks for having me up this morning. Yesterday, Sophia, it really took it hard. I think the subject matter, I think maybe the movie star thing, how they're all guys or they're in one form of transition or another, hit her pretty hard. And I think a lot of people were used to it, but others, when they actually break through that little barrier that they've always had up and they see it for what it is, it hurts them. And I really felt bad for her.
I'm looking at everyone on the street and wondering, is that a woman or a man?
Right. Last night I was just I was a little bored, and I thought, you know what? I've never watched The Matrix. I'll sit down and watch it. I watched it. I get it. I wasn't really that impressed with all of it. The female, she looks like a 13-year-old boy. And then I asked my husband, who's a real cinephile. He loves the movies and directors and stuff. And he said, did you know about the guys who made that, the Wachowski brothers? And I said, no, what about them? He's like, yeah, they're women now. So I was just like, well, chalk that one up, I did not know.
Wow. Wow.
So, yeah, I had no clue. But yeah, I am now not surprised, but for crying out loud, it's just one of those things you can't walk down the street without getting smacked in the face with it.
Wow. I see some family just came in the chat, so I'm going to do my morning piece to Annapurna. Everyone salute Annapurna. She's the one who really made that thing go. It's peace to and salute to Sparky Lee for his work. Thank you. And then obviously Canna Dummy Faceplant, who's here with us on the panel. Gen2 Gone, who's here on the panel. Royal and Loyal 33, thank you for being here. Phoenix Fire Paula, thank you for your support always. Indegruv, peace to you, man. Peace to you, Indegruv. Keith West, thank you, brother. Peace to you, Grand Rising. Bronze, Flat Power God, salute to you. Peace to you, brother. Bronze, Flat Power God, man. Peace to you. Yes, Anna, definitely. Anna is Gen2 gone now. Yes, that well, she thanked me. Sophia thanked me for bringing this, for presenting this. So I think that she definitely had an appreciation for it, and at the same time, yes, the movie. And I'm not laughing at the situation. It's I don't know what kind of I don't know how to describe it. but it's genuine and sincere. It's, let me turn the music down or off. It sets me in a vibe because I mean, after yesterday's live, I still haven't relaxed. I was supposed to break my fast an hour ago, and I still don't feel like eating. I just, it was a lot. It was a lot to take in, definitely. And uh, um, so Sophia, thank you for weather in the storm yesterday, and that's what I hope to bring. I hope to bring a different perspective. We're all so used to the same conversations. It's the same conversation. You travel on these YouTube streets. It's the same conversations being had. It's not much, that's being new, that's being talked about. And so I hope to be someone that brings a different perspective, a new idea, a new thought to the table. But Gentoo gone. What I would like to hear your feedback on what you on your perspective on all of this.
Well, at least I think that people need to take these things in small bites. Like Sophia, yesterday was one big bite, and that's enough for her for this weekend. Maybe go a little farther down the rabbit hole next week, because people have to sit back and they have to digest these things. Thankfully my kids are grown, or my daughter's grown. I don't have to worry too much because I brought her up right. But I do worry about people who are new to just realizing what their world is. And it makes you concerned for them, because they do have kids, they have families, they want to talk about these things. They know that if they open their mouths, they might end up in a insane asylum. Maybe their family grows concern for them. So it's really interesting, and it's rough to see people kind of to take that bite and digest it and say, oh my gosh, and it rocks their reality. And I worry about that, because I'm ready to go all the way down to, I know what happened back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I was part of it. I'm cool with it. But other people are not. They're not ready to hear it. And I walk that line of wondering whether or not we should tell them or let them find it out for themselves.
What you think, Faceplant? What you think, man? Did I what you think? Faceplant, let me let everyone know. Faceplant was this what I presented yesterday was not shocking to him at all. It's not new to that wasn't a new thought for him. And I had identified that on Charles Wass's channel. And it's not easy to accept that information. And so I recognize that Faceplant had that understanding. And so him and I can have certain conversations that we would have to convince others first before we can have the conversation. So it's always good to be able to find someone that you can go more in depth, as opposed to trying to convince someone or staying on the surface. But Faceplant, you said you were still singing that that Elvis song, man. That's hilarious, man. Yes, Elvis and Donald Trump. What's the most amazing to me is Donald Trump and Joe Biden being the same person. That is fascinating. It makes you want to go back and look at all the videos of the debates and really just see, how, the investigative aspect of it, because that's fascinating. And Sparky says it with such confidence. And he has his work that he uses as his resource to confirm it. So I got to go back and look back now at the Joe Bidens and the Donald Trumps for sure.
Twix left. Twix left and Twix right.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, there's an ad for a Twix candy bar where they had two separate factories. One makes the left side and one makes the right side, but they're the same thing.
Mm. Mm.
But I just wanted to just talk a minute to you, Realist McCoy, about my TV watching.
Okay.
I have TVs, but I don't pay for it. I just have the I get the signal for free with the antenna through the air. You don't have to pay for TV. You can just pick it up with an antenna. But I watch it critically. Like I'll watch the morning news on the 3 channels, the 3 local channels here with the sound off, because I want to see the text scrolling on the bottom, little blurb pieces of news, you know. Like sometimes you'll see things down there, you'll see it once, one day, and it's something shocking, but and then you don't see it again. But and I'll be screaming at the TV, like at the trannies doing the morning weather and that, like I'm screaming at it. But I watch it critically for the most part. Like some things I just won't watch. Like just to kind of have a glass to the wall of clown world, so to speak. And I also listen to AM radio from North Dakota for the same reason. Like sometimes they have some refreshing things that they're actually talking about, but they always go it's always like political. It's always something political under the surface. So I'm listening and watching critically.
I understand what you mean, Faceplant, because I love AM radio. And I don't know if you remember Coast to Coast AM, but I listen to that every night, all night.
I was listening to it this morning when I got up. Yeah, and that I used to really like that. I don't like it so much anymore because of what I realize now, and it's scripted too. Like last night it was about Lee Harvey Oswald, you know, another rabbit hole on that story, and I was listening to it critically just to hear what they were saying about it.
Sparky Lee's in the building, y'all. Peace to Sparky Lee. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. You know what would be a great presentation is someone in the gematria and numerology community in Sparky Lee, and how he just names and goes in depth on these characters, and then you have the gematria person break down the numbers, because if you combine those two together, it'll be undeniable that these are just characters and they are coded. Because it would be an easy way. I mean, you're playing so many characters, you have to have a system. Like even when you plant a garden, you have to have a system so that it gets overwhelming. So they have to like go by a code. Give this character a certain number. And then it's just because, I mean, for them to have to remember all these different characters, the different places, where to be, when to be there. Oh man, I'm telling you, you add the gematria and numerology and Sparky's work together, there's no way anyone would walk away and say these aren't fictional characters. No way.
It is code built into the narrative. That's why I don't really like gematria, because it's just confirming what I already know.
Exactly. But why not like it though? You don't like it because it confirms what you already know?
Because it's just a distraction. Like the Mandela effect is somebody described it as a man delay. It's to distract you, to stall,
yeah, that
stall
could
you
go,
from.
that could go for anything. That's why I keep it moving. I don't stay in the gematria community and just decode all day. I apply it to my life and those things that are around me. So I use it as a tool, you know, but I know what you're saying, where if you just stay there, then yes, it becomes it definitely, it definitely becomes a distraction where you're just so caught up.
Yeah.
Jan Renee, appreciate you being here. I really do. Thank you for your support. Not Know is in the building. McCray 1000. What's up to you, McCray 1000? Not Know. Peace to y'all. Wow. Sparky Lee says the Mandela effect is a Tavistock manipulation. I'm not really the Tavistock. I heard the terminology. I'm just not. Anna, when did Sparky say that he was floored? Was that something he said to you directly, or was that something he wrote in the chat? I think he did. I can't remember. Yes, we are all fired up, and it was unique and refreshing live. I just want everyone to speak on it. I already know how I feel. I really can't even put it in words. And Sparky Lee's presence, man. I'm telling you, you all, for me to interact with Sparky Lee, I'm telling you all, this is a major thing for me. Major thing. If I'm building a team, I'm telling you, I don't know if he or I would be the quarterback. You know, I've always been the quarterback, but or the point guard. But I don't know. We'll have to just decide on that one, or he'll be the coach or whatever. But he'll major for me. I'm telling you. So for him to come out and help us out yesterday, and his presence is here, I'm telling you, this is major for me. So because he's sincere. He's a sincere. You can hear it in his voice. He's sincere about this. And he's came upon something and he's sharing it with the rest of us. He could keep it to himself, but he shared it with us. He shared it with us, and I appreciate him for that. And let me just add this not last, but let me add this thing. Let me add this. And that's why I'm here also. I've learned from a lot of people like the Sparky Lees, the Dr. Sabies, how to eat, what food is food. The Dr. Phil Val, many people have helped me to gain the understanding that I have. So I've taken from others, and it's only fair that I share what I have with others. I can't be selfish, and that's how I feel. I just feel like I have to share because others helped me indirectly. They didn't know it. Sparky Lee didn't know until I commented on his video. He didn't know of me. But I've been watching his videos for a while, and then he took them down, and then he put them back up. And I know that what he does, these world elite, they don't want his work out there. You know, I'm sure they don't want his work out there. He's exposed them for what they are. So salute to everybody, man. Appreciate you. Jen, how you doing?
I would really like to know what Sparky's thoughts are on the calculator, because I mean I used to think that it was really interesting, and I used to think that you can do the apophenia and the pareidolia all day long, sitting there putting words into it. But when I realized I could edit it, then I was like, well, this is junk, and I threw it away, because I could put anything in there that I want, and everybody else can put in numbers, and they might come up with some junk that I threw in there. So I just kind of wonder, how beneficial is it?
Yeah, I don't know if Sparky Lee, if you're listening, are you familiar? You're talking about the Gematrinator calculator? Is that what calculator? Okay.
Yeah, when you put something in
Gematria,
there and it says it's
gematria,
not in the calculator, do you want to add it? And you're like, sure, go ahead and put it in there.
gematria in itself is, to me, it's undeniable that this is the code that they use in because I mean, if they were to communicate, whether it's through the newspaper, whether it's on the television, they have to have a certain way to communicate with each other without us knowing. There's no, they have to be able to communicate, and gematria is how they communicate. You know, the whole September 11 was enough for me. You spell the words out, it comes to 77. Flight 77 was in the air for 77 minutes, hit a 77-foot tall building on the 77th meridian. You can't, I mean, you know, lottery, I mean, you can't, I'm sorry, you just can't put all of that together. That
Oh
is,
yeah, I'm no fan of coincidence. I don't believe in it. But
listen, what you see, what
you know,
Sparky Lee, look what Sparky Lee says. And he did comment on this yesterday, in fact, that he said, in fact, my nephew is on it. He makes money predicting scores, goal times using the code. So yeah, I mean, anyone who, that's the thing though. When you know, your initial reaction is normally your real reaction. Your initial reaction was, wow, damn, what are the chances of that? Wow.
oh yeah,
But then
that was mine.
if you stay in it so long, you will convince yourself and say, nah, it's not that real. So that's why you keep it moving. This is their code. Okay, keep it moving. Okay, apply it to your life. Keep moving. Growth. But yes, if you stay in it long enough, you might, and then if you listen to others and are open to others' thoughts, they might convince you that, nah, maybe it's not really what it is. But it's undeniable. For me, you know.
No, I think it is what it is. I think it always comes down to that 80-20. You know, you can look at it and you can say, hey, you know what, this is probably what the score is going to be tomorrow. Just don't step into the pile of whatever Gentoo gone through in there because I throw stuff in there all the time. You know, it's just garbage. But
There's
yes, I
code,
absolutely believe there's something to it.
there's
But then
code
who's
in
to say? Oh,
sports
go ahead.
odds. Oh,
Hmm.
sorry to cut you off.
No, I
But
was going to say, who's to say that the fact that I threw something in there wasn't meant to be, and that's all part of the code too. So can't throw any of it away, I guess.
yeah, like Vegas sports game odds or wherever the odds are coming from, uh, that's some kind of witchcraft too. Um, the odds for any that they're giving for any region, like for people betting, the odds are determined by how people bet. Like in Canada, we have this Sports Select. It's part of the lotteries, and I bet you can bet multiple games in different sports. Um, and the odds would be different in the next province because people bet differently on a particular team. So yeah, so they're predicting how people will bet. That's what determines the odds that they give.
Canna Dummy, if you get a chance, Sparky Lee dropped a link to this illusion. I just subbed up to the channel. Thank you, Sparky Lee. You see, Sparky, I only go live on the weekends because I homeschool my children. My oldest is 11. So I only go live on Saturdays and Sundays. Might sneak one in on my other channel, but I just try to keep limited to the weekends. Um, but yes, I just checked out his channel, and on his channel it says, coincidence? I think not. Subscribe. So yeah, and anyone that Sparky Lee approves of, I approve of at this point. Also, I would say that Dallas Goldberg is someone that's been brought to my attention. I have Well Aware. I think his channel is We Are Well Aware. Something like that. But and Ed Sheerini, Sparky, if you don't mind saying a little something about each of those channels or individuals, what your opinion is or your perspective on them would be great. Yeah. Good stuff, y'all. Good stuff.
Another topic of discussion can be, like, for an example, like I watched a while ago, I watched Agatha Christie movie, and there's no way, I don't think there's any way a person can write those books without some kind of witchcraft behind it. Like, the storyline is just brilliant. I don't know how a human can figure that out. And the same goes for songwriting. Like, I think we realize about the Tavistock that most of these artists don't write their own songs, but there's something that goes into the writing of the song. They're pulling something out of another realm. So they're stealing some soul energy, or they kill people in the process to steal their dreams to put it into the song. That's how the emotion gets into the song and how it hooks you in.
That's a very interesting perspective, because I've always had the kind of perspective as like you can tell something that's human created versus something that's not human created. If you look at I don't know if y'all know of Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz and The World's End. Edgar Wright, the director, he obviously has help, because nobody is that funny. So I always have my philosophy is that the good aliens are the funniest ones. And nobody's that funny, nobody's that smart, nobody can put that many coincidences and things that you have to link one to the other. Nobody can do that organically. I think that comes from something else. It's either an AI or it's a non-human type intelligence.
And a lot of these artists they're traumatized as children, and that's part of like they're born to play the role, and part of the emotion that comes out in the songs is from them being traumatized as children, having their parents killed or something like that.
I think so. I think some of it is, but I also think some of it is planted, because I believe there's something going on under the surface that people can't quite see, and I've got a sense of it, and I pick out these clues. Like I said, I sit there and I take in so much information. I pick out all these little clues. But yeah, if you look at that one, at the things from this particular director, his first movie is about zombies. Second movie, it's about a cabal. And the third movie, aliens. And then there's a fourth one called Baby Driver. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that one, but it's all synchronicities. It had so many synchronicities that I couldn't watch it because it just overwhelmed my mind. So that type of thing is coming from somewhere else. It's not human. I don't think he did it. I think it's channeled or it's fed to them, just like Stephen King, just like a lot of these other folks that are so prolific. And you think, well, where did they get all these ideas? Even South Park or The Simpsons, that kind of thing. It's not coming from a human mind.
No.
I know that sounds a little out there, but I mean, it's true. Actually, to me, it is.
I think it's true. Something from beyond that knows how to manipulate our emotions.
Absolutely. And like I said, I think, if you sit there and you go back through those movies and you look at all the little, just the little details in the movie and the detail in the dialogue and the script, there is no way that anybody could keep all that stuff straight. So it makes me happy to know that there's that kind of influence. I know other people don't care for it, but it makes me kind of happy because I can identify good versus evil. Because I know if you're funny AF, you're probably not a bad person or a bad entity.
And I'm not a movie watcher myself, but I think those movies you mentioned, the first one you mentioned, the second one was like a prequel. The first one gives you the story, and the second one gives you the game behind the story. And you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I absolutely see what you're saying because, like I said, I've got a pretty good IQ on me, but I am not even close to being that smart. So, yeah, it's one of those things where you just kind of learn to discern the little bits in there that just, I don't know, even it could have even come from like a quantum intelligence of some sort, but I don't know. People put a lot of stock into what is this? Oh, what is it? The Q drops. They look at them and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this has to come from this person. This must be that person." And I'll look at it and I'm like, "No, that's a computer. Yeah, it didn't come from a person. That people don't think that way or write that way." So it's very interesting just to look at little words and details like that and sort out what came from a person and what didn't.
Now, okay, go ahead.
Just my thing when I first became aware of stuff, like really became aware of stuff, was only about 6 years ago, I'd say. And I had been listening obsessively to Steely Dan songs and trying to interpret the lyrics, the multiple meanings of the lyrics, and how it's mentioning things about what happened in false history and stuff like that. And it just blew my mind. And I haven't listened to it in months, really. But that was just one thing. And I developed a little theory that the swapped out Paul McCartney wasn't killed, that he actually became part of Steely Dan. And they wrote all those songs in a 4-year period behind the scenes before they released them, like between 1967 and 1970. When the Beatles swap out happened in 1966, and then Steely Dan came out with their stuff in 69 and 1970.
Mama Bear, how you doing there? Mama Bear said I had to go back and watch it from the beginning. She said this is a eye opener. I have to say, wow. Yes, Mama Bear, we all share that sentiment. It's just crazy that the lengths that these beings will go to deceive us, but it is reality. Because just think about it. Everything that they give us is garbage. So, I mean, that alone exposes them. It's not like they sneak in and give us one thing that's good. Everything that they've given us is trash. That exposed them. Now, Gen 2 Gone, you said earlier. Let me, there was some other people that came in. I wanted to definitely shout them out. Mindful Exposures had that live on fire last Sunday. Thank you, Mindful Exposures. Appreciate your thought process and your insight. And that's why I'm here. I want to bring great minds together. Let's put these puzzle pieces together. Let's not argue nor debate. Let's just exchange information. I think our sincerity and our desire for truth is what brings us together. Our desire for truth. It's what has brought us together and what is motivating me. Because I don't know. Sparky's work, I wouldn't, I'm not going to say never, but I doubt that I would have connected it like that. All I did was the Osama and the Bin Laden one. Yes, I did that one on my own, just through my intuition and observation and my analytical mind and my suspicious mind. See, they made me suspicious. They created this monster. They made me suspicious by telling me that 2 planes went into a building and then building 7 on the other side had to collapse also. Like that was like overdoing. You know, like someone tells a lie and then they just go a little extra, and it's that extra that gets them. If they would have just stayed within that 2, you know, they they might have got away with it. But throwing building 7 into the air, like, come on. There's some
That's
of us.
where all the records were kept in that building. But yesterday you asked, why did building 7 come down? And I put in the chat, Lucky Larry said, pull it.
Oh yeah, but it also has a connection to Pearl Harbor. You know, Pearl Harbor happened on 12/7. They have a fascination with the 1, 2, and the 7. So building 1 and 2 and 7, it's connected to Pearl Harbor also. That happened on 12/7. And there's other numerological connections with their rituals or their events. So
the Oklahoma City bombing, I think it was called the Murrah building. That's where they held records of genealogies and things like that. And I was just surprised how soon after that happened, the guy was executed.
Yam Renee said, people were fainting with the Beatles, Elvis Presley, and Michael Jackson. How do we reverse mass hypnosis? Ooh, I don't know. If we knew the answer to that one, I'm sure there'll at least be a few YouTube channels trying to reverse it. But we're trying to figure. We can't really even reverse it in our households, and even within ourselves. You know, sports and entertainment has a lot of us under that hypnosis. But I also want to ask Gentoo Gone, you mentioned earlier that about the 1940 and that you were there, or something you referred to. If you could expound on that, because I would like to.
Well, I don't know how far people have gone down that rabbit hole, but back in, I think we all understand that there is, about the time the time that we got this technology, they started using it, and they started using it in particular areas like where I was born, in California, and my parents worked for defense contractors. And yeah, there are so many projects like that. I mean, this is the origin of DARPA, and they started working with kindergarten kids, you know, especially in the area where I lived. So I think there's a reason that I look at things the way I do, and the way that my mind works, and other things that I won't go into. But it's just very interesting that there are certain people who still remember those projects and know that that's kind of their roots. I was talking to my husband this morning. I thought everybody who was my age had seen the psi cards in school. You know, the ones with the triangles, the waves, the squares, the circles. I don't know if anybody remembers those, but I do. I thought everybody saw them. They also used to take a whole section of my class into a certain room, and we would watch this particular movie and we called it the Trippy Witch Pancake movie. You can probably Google it and find out about the Trippy Witch Pancake movie. But yeah, they started working on kids way back in the 60s. I mean, it's not a conspiracy theory; it's a real thing. But I think that oh yeah, actually younger than kindergarten.
In kindergarten, I was put in the corner with a dunce cap, and I had to face the corner.
They did do that, man. They did do that. We get in so much trouble now if you put a dunce cap on a kid.
Yeah, and I had to face away from the class, just face the corner.
Yeah. But I think a lot of us are products of DARPA. And if you work for a defense contractor, I think your kids were automatically kind of recruited.
You said DARPA? Is that what term
Mm-hmm.
you use? Can
Right.
you expound on what DARPA is? Because I'm sure I've heard the terminology, but I'll take this opportunity to maybe go a little.
Well, DARPA is a Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. It's still around, actually. Facebook is a product of DARPA. It basically all that good old technology that President Eisenhower signed us up for from the other world folks pretty much went straight to DARPA, and DARPA had no qualms about using it on the general public.
And then there's smart technologies like smart meters and everything. It stands for, I forget what the S, but it's military and residential technology. Like this smart dust that's everywhere. It's programmable. It's programmable. Tiny particles that no filter can filter out, and it's in us. It's in the ground. It's in the water, in the soil, and it's programmable. And in our bodies, along with what that they want to put in us.
Yeah, and I think in a way, I think everybody's kind of worried about all those things, but they need to realize that I don't think they really need that. They can use frequencies to take care of that. I mean, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is from back in early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. And they had these frequencies to do these things like Havana Syndrome and whatnot back then. So you always have to realize that technology that they talk about now, we're probably at least 30 to 40 years ahead of that for real. We just don't get told about it. I see somebody down in the chat, Sparky Lee, talking about Aleister Crowley. And I don't know if people have paid much attention to Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and what they did out in the desert back in the 40s.
Man, it's just all kinds of messed up because Sparky just put even Queen Victoria and Blavatsky. That's something I didn't know. I'm not sure. I didn't see it on any of his videos. Maybe I missed it, but
look.
And then Albert Pike and all these names, they kind of run in the same circles.
Listen,
now, I have a question for Sparky Lee. If he knows of Alex and Allison Gray. If anybody knows about those characters, feel free to chime in and hello.
Hey, Annapurna, how you doing? You be coming through that door. You be coming through that door.
It's something supernatural. Well, I guess that supernatural be the wrong word, but I think Mother Nature. And I believe the soul is God. So I just felt like some supreme help yesterday because, I got there on time. The internet was good. I got breakfast, and then I didn't even need to eat. And then I just had a few fruits when I got home yesterday. And, a million things could have gone wrong. That's all I'm saying. And I got everything done. I got out of the city And I was still like on that. I'm still thinking about that presentation from yesterday, man. I'm still on it.
I'm
I'm still
still on.
fired up.
Mama Bear.
What's the deal with Alex and Allison Gray?
Do you know of them?
Yeah, that's the first person I was ever like, here, take my money. When I wanted to get something for my daughter, I bought a poster from him.
That's so funny, Jen, because oh man, like so when I let's say like when I quote unquote woke up, that's I was like attracted to their work. And I actually visited their mansion.
Very nice.
Out in New York. But I think they're a bunch of fakers, man, especially that Allison Gray.
He has two paintings that I like. One of them is called Wonder, and that's the one I bought for my daughter. And the other one is called Death. But the rest of it, something just kind of repels me. I don't like it.
Well, they're into spirit cooking. Well, at least a wife is Allison Gray. That one runs the show. That one runs the show. Like there's no question. That entity.
These are all nasty people. I mean, it's just, I'm glad I live in the country because these are all what is it you say, McCoy? These are
weirdos.
Weirdos, yes.
Cowards, punks, perverts. They all of that. You never think someone could personify all of that, but they are. Mama Bear said, to my understanding, Building 7 had a where this was an agenda. This was an agenda. We got played. Yes, and we continue to get played. We continue to get played. The whole George Floyd, the whole putting a mask on, where it's just we're getting played every day. And that's what I hope to bring is awareness. That's, a lot of these channels out here to deal with the Tartarias, the mud floods, the globe and flat. I'm starting to really think they're a distraction because there's a storm ahead and that's not a priority. There's a storm.
McCoy, if you look at the characters, I think the series on Sparky Lee's channel is called Revealing the Gatekeepers.
Yes.
And I think there's like 4 or 5.
Yes.
And you'll see all the big names in the Flat Earth, Mud Flood. I think even John Levi's in there at some point. So there's he exposes them, but it would dovetail into your point that they're here to distract us. And I just wanted to read, man, Sparky's on in the chat. He says, and of course,
slow down, Anna, slow down.
Okay, make sure you get, because he's putting in characters here.
Look, this is what Sparky's. I'm just glad that I'm able to.
Not John Levi, no.
To just let you all. This Sparky's work was one of the cards I just never played, but Anna is who gave me the confidence to share it with the world. My thoughts on it, or Sparky's work and other work like it. I kept this to myself. But I hadn't been around someone that would be open to it. You don't want to give these thoughts and ideas to just anyone. Because, it's like, let's say you decide, I want to start a company, and you go speak to someone and they say, well, I don't know, starting a company is pretty difficult. And next thing you know, you talked yourself out of it. And so you want to be protective of your thoughts and your ideas, because you can't share them with just every and anyone. So and Anna was able to allow me to express this with confidence and to let you all know of this superstar, this sun, this light that the world must see in Sparky Lee. His work is I'm telling you, I just sub up to his channel, run through his videos. It was a little secret weapon of mine, but I revealed it to the world. Now, and Sparky, people, and I know Sparky, he has discernment. he knows who he's for and who he's not for. So keep that because you have content creators out here that are only searching for content. I'm someone who's using this platform like someone who goes to a library. I use this platform as a tool to connect and to get information. And I so happen to be now I create content off of my intentions. So I just want to, and Kill Switch, salute to you. Kim B's in the building. Kill Switch says it's never gonna stop. We're never gonna stop getting played either. LOL. What they say never, Kill Switch. That's all I'll say to that. Never say never, brother. The O.J. Simpson trial was the worst. They want to televise or tell a lie to Vision with the Trump trial. So that if they have the platform, they are in the mix.
Annapurna, do you think some of the agents they don't realize they're agents, that they're just so MK Ultra that they think they're doing their thing, but they're actually doing agent work?
No, they know it. Let me just say, yeah, I know they know it. But go ahead, Anna.
I used to think that facepalm, but then, that's why I stuck with Santos. That's why I was like, every day we were getting sicker in that city we stayed in, but I stayed for a month because every day I would try to get him out. And I thought, I guess I fancied myself a hero saving the day. I don't know, but I have this, I don't know. I don't want to give up on people. I have that in me. I want to give people a chance, as I believe, we're all given a chance. So, but I don't believe that anymore. Facepalm. I don't believe that they don't know.
Kill Switch once again said, we can reveal and expose all we want. What are we going to do about it other than talk about what they did / doing? They currently stealing land in Maui and using a wildfire hoax right now. What you doing? Hey.
I'm going to say that land was already stolen by quiet title when the United States took over the Kingdom of Hawaii.
Yes, so, that's why I tell people that's why I threw the television away. I just, that's propaganda to me. I don't give it any energy. I just focus on my goal and do what I can do.
I agree. What are you going to do? Are you going to go over there and stand up and say, hey, y'all were stealing this land from the people who own it, you burnt down their houses? What good is that going to do? Are you going to get somebody's land back? Are you going to get their house back? I want to know, Kill Switch, what are you going to do? I mean, be realistic.
Hey, there is a comment from Spotman. Sparky, you gotta explain. Like, I'm a little bit like Tavistock. I'm just catching up. But he says action is what they want, as it creates a reaction and allows the Hegelian dialectical provision of laws and sanctions.
That's fact.
Now, what is a Hegelian dialectic?
Hegelian dialectic is causing the chaos and selling the solution. That's what that is. Go ahead, Faceplant. What you say?
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah,
they create the problem for your reaction, and the solution is to your reaction.
Yes. So that's, just like how they did 9/11, and then all of a sudden there's the Patriot Act, cameras are up everywhere, people are being labeled terrorists, new laws, new things, even though they're the ones that created the problem.
Thank you. I get it.
Hey guys,
What's up, boy?
Who
Grand
is that?
Rising.
I
Sparky?
just
Grand-
ran. I just ran up a cold, dude. So I'm a bit
Oh,
snotty,
hi.
if you excuse me. So yeah. So, but
He says,
everything's fine. It's a sunny day and a pretty cool conversation going on here. So I thought I'd join.
Kill Switch says, sounds like a religious belief to think never say never and not taking any action. How do you know we're not taking any action, though? That's so them to just make assumptions.
Right?
Yeah, I don't practice belief. So that's what you believe, that we're not taking any action. We deal with what we know.
Hey, but
Hold on, Anna.
Sparky's point stands. He says they want a reaction.
That's what they want. I speak on it all the
And
time.
they-
and
It's that
you remember Standing Rock? Everybody here remembers Standing Rock, how it
Yeah.
became a whole thing and the celebrities went out there and you know what I'm saying? Like it was like a Burning Man, basically.
it was like the natives that stood their ground, right?
Yeah, but apparently.
Yeah, that
But
was like played in the
the media caught on to it, and then like all of these celebrities started showing up at Standing Rock. And
gets go on.
I mean, we're still using oil, so and still building pipelines, and you know who knows what that was. You know, like I don't even. Do y'all believe in like fossil fuels, that dinosaur fossils from millions of years ago are petroleum that we're using today? Like what does that even mean?
No more.
Yeah, that means that we're being punked, right? That's what
Kill switch your energy level, man. You're killing the vibe, man. You're killing the vibe. Go somewhere else, bro. You're killing the vibe, man. It was funny at first, but you're becoming a distraction over here, to be honest. There's plenty of other content. There's plenty of other content. Hold on one moment, boy.
Sorry.
There's plenty of other content creators, plenty of other people that are live right now. This might not be the place for you. All right. This might not be the place for you, Kill Switch. Carry on. Carry on.
Because this is what we do online, and what matters in the real world, of course, being online is also part of the real world now. But what matters in the real world is what you do in the real world, right? Like you did, McCoy. You escaped the city and you came to the land, right, to the country. And I stayed in the city, but I brought some more flowers into the city, right? So we all do our thing. It's not like we don't do anything about a solution. We are actually making changes in the real world and talking about the solutions online, right?
Yeah,
Man,
this is
to
action.
insult Sparky Lee, like that's a man of caliber. Like I consider myself articulate, but he's just he has the economy of language down because he says a lot with little, and he don't. And yesterday,
You're breaking up, Anna.
Oh damn it! Check.
Now we only hear bad words. Damn it, shit.
Salute the DJs in the building. How you doing, DJ? Jen, well, Anna's getting her connection in order. Jen, is there certain topics or subject matter that you feel as though you would like to go in depth with, that you feel is not being talked about, that you would like to share? you know, because I
No,
mean, your mind isn't normal, and I know there's a wealth of information and perspective just from just seeing where you are and what you share when you do speak.
well, I appreciate that, McCoy. But no, I think y'all are covering things, and I think that what interests me most is to see how far you go or how far you get with each one of your live streams. Because yes, I don't like to reject information. I don't care what the package it comes in. A lot of them I don't like, I don't like the package it comes in, but that doesn't mean the information isn't good. So I listen to everything, and I really do appreciate the way you give everything a chance. I do feel like there's worth in the whole Tartaria, the mud flood, if people want to talk about their flat earth or their craters, I think there's value in it because I think there's truth in all of it. So I like to hear everything that everybody brings to the table. Me, mostly, I just like to get up here and interject once in a while because it's hard to find like-minded people to speak with, especially in your everyday life. You don't just walk outside and start talking about this stuff to people.
Right.
So it's really great to have this forum and have a little bit of an outlet. But no, I think you're doing a great job in covering things and letting people bring their individual interests to the table.
Great. That is great to hear, especially coming from you. Annapurna, you was trying to share something, but I'm not going to. Yeah, go ahead.
I check. Yeah, I just, my phone heats up really quickly with StreamYard.
I know it's same here. I keep mine on ice. I have this little ice thing. Seriously, I have this little ice thing that I put a little paper towel over and put my phone on it.
You keep your iPad on an ice pad, right?
Hey, I was trying to say that, Sparky Lee is a very articulate man. I mean, I consider myself articulate, but he's just, I'm even catching up, like, on what he's saying, and he uses very few words to express a lot. So that is a lot of respect I have for him, just in that much, and in our interaction yesterday.
Yeah, I do appreciate that quality too. It's like poetry, right?
Correct. Economy of language.
Yeah.
And and he's on to the law of attraction stuff too, and I'm on that train. So I was just, man, it makes me feel happy. Like, isn't that enough? That's all I'm trying to say. Like, how many of us in our day-to-day, like Jen said, have anywhere to talk about this, or any, like, so how much how much more productive is an individual when they're motivated and when they feel seen and heard and when they don't feel like they're going insane? Like, isn't that enough? Isn't that value enough? Because then you go and whatever action you take, it has more a chance of being the right action.
It has more depth to it. There's more depth to it, right? And to what you're saying, I mean, we have all considered and experienced the YouTube therapy, as we call it, right? These panels are YouTube therapy in many ways. Many of us have said this, like, wow, finally we can talk to people that inspire us, that talk the same language as we do, or maybe slightly different, but still interested in the same things, or not, slightly different things, and that might open your perspective too. So yeah, it works like therapy for, and also very inspiring. It's
What is that law of attraction?
yeah, it's like this soundboard that one needs, right? This soundboard.
And this is now in the Vedic and in an Indian belief system. Well, I wouldn't even say belief, it's the health system. This is how health and health issues are diagnosed and counterbalanced. But we look at the vital life force behind things. So behind the food, behind the air we breathe, behind the words that we say, there is a vital life force. And this is the life force that we live off of. We don't really live off of food or air or water. We live off of the life force inside, contained within that. So the point I'm trying to make is the vital life force was so high of that stream. Like I haven't needed, I'm probably about to eat lunch today, and that the last meal I had was breakfast yesterday, and it's not like I wasn't hungry. I was hungry and I made myself, starve. It was that I was satiated with the vital life force generated by that conversation, that presentation. And all I've had is a few fruits and some organic coffee. But it's just, that's a level I'm talking about.
I just
compliment if I ever heard one. Wow.
I just now forced myself to eat. I have no desire to eat. And my it's like I'm eating right now just to calm my nerves right now, because yes, I'm still that stream, that presentation, Sparky Lee's presence, all of that in just one, the feedback. It's just, I'm telling you, it's fueling me right now. I'm eating to calm me down. Not that I even have the desire to, how people reach for a cigarette or smoke or they have a shot. I don't smoke, I don't drink. So it's like right now, I'm reaching for these blackberries and these strawberries to calm me down right now. Yes, I'm on the same thing.
I feel like I've been missing out on something here.
Yeah, that stream yesterday that we did over here called Unmasking the Enemy. And also check out Sparky Lee's channel. He's I don't know. I'm really just Anna, when I went to start this stream up or just to look at the stream, and then I saw your comment was first saying let's go. It's like sometimes I want to talk myself out of not doing a stream. And you did this one other time also where I wasn't gonna live stream, but then you text me. And then I said, all right, well, I'll fire it up. Then here, I was going to talk myself out of going live. Like, look, yesterday's was enough. But also I felt the level of commitment in the sense of, yes, Saturday and Sundays are the only days that I go live. So, okay, I'm trying to talk myself into it. And then when I'm on StreamYard and I see your comments saying, let's go, I'm like, okay, all right then. Here I am then. So that's why you go to a gym. You have a workout partner that some days you don't feel like going, or you don't want to do that extra one, and your partner just pushes you and just helps you. So that's what we should be for each other, not the negative energy. There's a lot of negative energy.
You're that for me in the sense that every time I'm out in the city and I see something colorful, like a chocolate, I just remember the rat feces and I passed. So that I appreciate that from you, McCoy. You're my gym partner. I have never been to a gym but in that sense, you do that for me too. I appreciate you. And Indegruv said he only ate 2 bananas yesterday, so he's on that too.
Ooh, yes, boy, you missed out, boy. You missed out, man.
I think I surely did. So I'm gonna have to rewind that one.
We ain't playing over here, boy. We on some real, boy. I say this all the time. I have 5 babies, man. My oldest is 11. They color and they do all these things. There's plenty of entertainment for me. I didn't come here for entertainment.
Yeah.
And especially not in the truther community. It's like odd. You know, where these people are about seeking the truth and yet they have beef among each other. I'm like, damn, there's only so many of us trying to seek the truth and even y'all have beef. This is crazy. And they get the most attention, the beef channels within
Yeah.
even the truth community channels. Like right now, if I was to call someone's name out and start arguing and the two of us was on here, hey, there's probably be 50 people in the chat.
Oh, dude, I know all about it. I've been doing these panels for 4 or 5 years now, so I know all about it. I mean,
you're not
I think
Jerry Springer, right?
No, I think I even forgot most of it because it's also silly, right? It's so silly, you know. But when I think back and I start mesmerizing, or I say reminiscing, you know, so many situations come to mind. That's been just online drama, just about nothing, dude. Just about nothing. About nothing. And
I'm going to say I think it's helpful.
What'd you say, Jen? Jen,
I'm
what'd you
going to
say?
say I think some of the beef is helpful.
How?
I'm a big lurker. I lurk on a lot of people's channels. They don't never know I'm there, but I think it's a way of knowing where you're going to speak and where you're not going to speak. You know, you cast your pearls before swine, or you don't.
Yeah.
And I know that there are some people's channels that this is not the forum for me. This is not a place that I want to be. These are not people that I want to know.
Yeah,
so
totally
I think it's helpful. So
Yeah.
if I can see the beef and I say, oh, you know what, this is not a good person. Well, this is not somebody that, you know, is on the same wavelength as myself. I think it's all right. Okay, I'm gonna also say it's entertaining. I'm gonna watch McCoy or London's Holy Weirdo Experiment videos over and over. I just die laughing at those things. However, I know who I'm going to speak to and who I'm not going to speak to because of them.
I'm with you on that, because that's how I get to also get to know people, is by just listening. And if there's not that level of consistency and integrity, it lets you know where I can't say it enough. When I started out, I was hitting links. I was eager. I was energetic. And over time, I'm just like, I'm down to maybe 2 or 3 people's links that I would hit now. And, you know, I'll shout out to Seven Serpents. I'll hit his link, you know. You know, Paula doesn't really go live that often. It's at a bare minimum right now. It's possibly played a role in why I even started this channel, was I didn't really have a place to share my information and to have that level of consistency where
That's how it works, dude.
because I'm not taking a break from this. If it's not about truth or seeking the truth or getting information that can help us and apply to our lives right now, then I'm not hitting that go live stream. I'm not here I'm not here to entertain. There's plenty of entertainment out there.
This is how it works, right? If you're digging for gold, you know, you're digging for gold. You're gonna dig a lot of dirt before you hit the gold. And even if you hit the gold and the gold vein, still you're gonna have to do a lot of digging, you know, to get to the gold, you know, and that's where we are.
Wow.
We've been digging for so long. Yeah.
And also to add to what Jen and what you're saying, a lot of it though, yes, you come in thinking a lot of these channels and people are gold. And I think time is the fire, you know, and time exposes who's golden and who's not. So yes, I like that analogy. Yes, we got to dig. And I'm not here for the play. Shout out to indegruv. I'm not here for the play. I'm here to seek the truth. Some people are tired of talking about the truth. There's someone for everyone there's 12 million content creators. And it annoys me when you hear people disparage or speak against those who want to speak about the truth. I'm like, they have to tear someone else down in order to build themselves up. It's strange to me. Like, why can't you just leave people alone? If I think that everyone is a Boule figure, Mason, COINTELPRO, I have the right to think that way. But no, you'll see them constantly
Hey,
talking about it.
look at what Sparky said. Look at what Sparky said.
That's what it's all about, Sparky. That's
That's
all
how I know he's a real one, man.
yeah, Sparky, that's all I talk about, Sparky. You'll see. I talk about health and independence from these weirdos.
Yeah.
Because we give them the power that they have, and they know they will never respect us if we're still dependent on them for food. And the ability to just go out and plant a fruit tree that will last for generations, fruits up on fruits. Have you all ever seen a fruit tree? Is there anyone out there that has seen a fruit tree? They give up endless amounts of fruits. Hold on. All right, look, it's all right. Go ahead, talk. I'm gonna find a picture real quick.
It's a weird thing that, you know, the community, the city council doesn't plant fruit trees next to the road. I mean, right? Or just some yard in which there are some trees or some park, you know, that also grows apple trees and cherry trees. Why not?
They can't promote it.
Why not?
Because they signed a deal with Walmart.
Right. So how is it that that they never plant any apple tree? How is it that they never plant any mango tree? Why is that? You know,
I wonder sometimes
I know the reason, but
how realistic it is. I had 3 apple trees in my backyard. I cut them down because we got tired of walking in applesauce every fall. Nobody wanted them. Nobody would come get them. I would give them away. I'd put them in bags. I'd take them to work, and people would be like, "No, thanks." So I just kind of wonder how realistic it is with, you know, you plant them in parks and whatnot. Somebody ends up just having to clean it up.
No, I'm totally with you on that. I can totally see that situation too because of the composition of our society today. You know, 70
Maybe
years
it means we're not really hungry.
It does mean that. But 70 years ago, you know, you wouldn't be walking in applesauce.
But McCoy has a point when he says we have rejected what is good for us.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because if I was your neighbor, I would be receiving those apples and I would be drying them out to preserve for the time when there's no apples. You know, there's recipes like from the 1900s for people. They didn't even have apples. Like they suddenly had like some shortage of apples, like when they're not in season. And they would use things like tartaric acid and stuff to simulate the apple taste. It's like a poor man's, you know, apple pie.
Like the recipe on the back of the Ritz cracker box. What is it? That mock apple pie? I'm not eating that. I'm sorry. That's disgusting. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, but that's how starved we were, or I guess our ancestors. You know, like we're every little thing, like we're trying to collect, and that's gone. That's gone. That's a womanly. To me, that's a womanly work. You know, collecting, preserving. That I take pride and joy in that work, but that's kind of like you know, like okay, you got apples? No, if you give me an iPad, people be killing each other and stepping over you to get at that iPad.
Or boxes of donuts, because I'm telling you, my sister and her husband have a nursery, and she's got goats, chickens, quails, and they grew so much produce this year they cannot give it away. Watermelons are sitting in their yard. They're like, what do we do with them? Nobody wants them. You can't take them.
My God, are they in Florida?
No, we're in Indiana.
Wow, and you got watermelon growing. You know how much, like, you know how expensive food is right now in Mexico, even the homegrown. Like, it's because there's no water this year. And people would be dying to get their hands on. You know, like, it's just ridiculous, man. Like, I pay less for plastic products that go through so much processing, like a razor or something like that, than I do for mangoes right now.
Wow.
So it's
And
just
see, it's not that expensive here. I don't
this
understand.
is crazy. Like, why don't we do sharing? You know, it's just we're not hungry for lack of food. I'll just say that. And we're hungry because we have rejected what is good for us. Like
I think that's
McCoy
probably
says.
one of the most true things I've heard, because yeah, people do reject it in favor of something that's processed and gone through so many steps of packaging. And yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like it's a tragedy that even churches won't take the surplus, you know.
But also
Because they're
that,
evil.
and I was just gonna add that like I always reiterate, I don't play the blame game. I know why people have rejected the fruits, so I don't really blame them. I know it was by design over generations. We've been programmed to not have to value those things, because this system would not work if we ate what came from the earth. Their hospitals were shut down, their pharmacies were shut down, their grocery stores would shut down. So it's very important that we do not plant the food, but also not value it. So it's by design. So
I agree. And with that said, y'all, this has been a great little chat, and I really appreciate everybody's viewpoints. I've got so much to do. I'm going to head out for the day, but I'm going to listen in the background. But I really appreciate you being here, McCoy, and Facepalm Boy, Anna, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Too.
Big ups to,
Thank you, Jen. Bye.
thank you.
Good to
Big
talk.
ups, chat.
Have a great day, Jen.
Always
Thank
good
you.
to talk with Jen. Great.
Thanks.
There's so
Bye.
many Jennies on the internet. So there's too many Jennies. There's so many Jennifers.
Jan Renee says New York grocery stores are out of control with their prices.
Man, the chat, there's so much. Have you seen, like, indegruv is saying he's got 2 flats of mason jars. Sparky Lee says he can't eat fruit from the stores because of the chemicals. I mean, there's people talking about preserving food here.
Yeah.
Apple butter, stewed apples, dried apples, apple pie and cobbler, apple shampoo, apple conditioner, apple lotion, apple toothpaste.
What do you mean? What do you mean we walk in applesauce?
Yes.
Yeah.
Face plant.
Hey, what is it? What is a kuka apple? What is that? Does anybody know? CUC.
Kuka? What?
Sparky says he can't eat apples or fruits from the store because it gives him anaphylaxis due to the chems they use.
Yeah, the pesticide is mold, basically. I think what they use is pesticide.
Yeah. Well, it's a different game in my country and in the European Union altogether. But yeah, the things they get away with, describing it as food in the USA, it's like beyond me. It's beyond me. Like, what? I mean, it's getting worse here too in the EU, but we have some slightly better grounds to start from, considering the Food and Drugs Administration. But yeah, it's crazy.
Everything I find, so indegruv says he's interested in dehydrating. I've been dehydrating now for 7 months. Anything and everything I can find, I can gather. I do that. I just can't believe I haven't thought of it earlier. So, you can make like fruit roll-ups and that thing. There's no limit. And I got the most economic one. It was like $70 US dollars.
I bought a food hydrator, dehydrator.
Right on. I think we might have the same one then. That's what I have.
You can also use the oven,
Yeah, I
But
use the oven too.
mhm,
Somebody on YouTube gave me that tip on a panel. They said use your oven.
yeah,
So when I have so much, I just use the oven and my dehydrators.
awesome.
But that's how,
You're
that
a
I'm
real
trying,
busy
because I
bee, you.
don't know anything from the store is suspect. Anything from any
Yeah,
store.
yeah, yeah. So you're a real busy bee then, huh?
Yeah, I like to stay active.
Hmm.
I got stuff in the dehydrator right now. That was my reward for doing that was coming to McCoy's pen. If not, I don't allow myself, So I got to keep my limits.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I got to
understand.
motivate myself.
Mhm.
Anna's not no. Anna, how long now have you been in this YouTube streets and hitting panels? How long now?
Whoa, panels. Maybe like 5 months, but
Oh,
not.
that's it. Oh, okay.
But I don't even like. I hit a panel and then I got like burned a few times. So I was like, "Oh, what is this? This is crazy." So I kind of stopped, and I think there's like two or three now. Like yours is the main, you know, that I
Oh,
feel
wow.
comfortable.
Wow. Appreciate that because there's a lot out there, and there's a lot out there that would like your presence. Um, yeah. So yeah. I'm fairly new myself. 7 months now, possibly. Yeah, 7 months, 8, maybe to be technical. Um, and I came through the door just with so much enthusiasm, but they have burst my bubble to where now I said, you know what, I'm gonna build my own house. Tired of getting kicked out. And they didn't literally kick me out, but the arguing and debating, that ain't for me. There's no reason for us to be arguing and debating. We're adults, exchange information, prove each other wrong. No, they'd rather, yes, you are, no, you're not, yes, you are, no, you're not. To hear my children do that, I'm not with it. I tell them, no, okay, you feel differently, just prove them. Prove it a fact. Did you see them do it? Did you see him do it? No. Well, then it won't hold up. So you can't convict them off of what you believe. The truth will reveal itself. But for them as grown adults to just be debating all day, I want no parts of that. And what they debate about is just, hey, I don't have to tear them down to build me up. It just wasn't for me.
Right.
I want to deal with the truth 24/7. I don't want the next day we're talking about, hey, did y'all watch the football game? No, it's rigged. It's orchestrated.
Now, I wanted to ask Marco Power. I think you recommended that channel to me, and I just saw yesterday they posted a bunch of like jalapenos. I think they were like mano peppers in there, like a harvest. They posted that on that channel. I
Yes,
appreciate things like that.
yes,
And
he potted those up.
right on. And Jan is saying in the chat the sun is great for sun-dried tomatoes. The only thing right now here in Mexico is so hot, like they will cook if I put them out. So, last year we had a hurricane that took out everything, and then this year there's like almost no rain. So that's a little ridiculous, and I don't think that's a coincidence either. But yeah, if you monitor it right, you can just use the sun. I would be using the sun and not my dehydrator for
You see that comment right there, Anna?
yesterday was his first panel, and what an honor.
What an honor. What? Mm. Appreciate that, Sparky Lee. Appreciate you, man, because I know you were somewhat hesitant And I thank you for, I just thank you, man. Thank you for joining us. Um, for sure. So yes, I know Voice like, damn man, what is going on? They keep referring to this live yesterday.
I
Yeah,
was,
I'm
I
sorry.
was, I was, I did see part of the stream, but not. Yeah, I did see parts of it, but not the parts that you guys are so enthusiastic about. So yeah, I missed out.
It's just so many ways we
Hey,
can go with that.
what are these fruits he's talking about? I googled them, but I can't find anything. He's saying kuka, lemons, and melons, and then there's like a scylla cucumber. What what is this? Is this like a different species?
DJ ZP says, I am not here for debate either, brother. I consider it the based form of entertainment that steers a conversation nowhere in ecclesiastical fashion. Couldn't have said it any better, brother. Salute to you. Salute to you, man. I'm telling you all, I'm just so exhausted from yesterday, man. My mind, that's every time I calm down, my mind goes straight to like, damn. It's like that's all I want to do. You know how some people can just do presentations on a particular subject every day of the week? That's just how I feel. Like I want to just keep diving into exposing these characters near and far. I just want to expose them, and continue to expose them until it spreads all over the internet and they have nowhere to go. I want them to know that we know who they are and what they're about. And we're going to put a face to it, not with no just they all the time. We're just talking about they. We want to call out names. We want to put faces.
Yeah.
All day. That's just all I don't know. That's just where I'm at with it right now.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the level of insanity, that we have to live in, that we have to live amongst, has become unacceptable. And therefore you have this dedication. Therefore you feel this drive. I mean, I totally get it because I feel it too.
And this drive, it stems from the encouragement from Anna and the presence of Sparky Lee. It's that combination that has made me just feel even more confident. It's just though, it's just a great feeling, but at the same time, it's overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Anna, you got a garden out there in Mexico. Boy, you have a garden. You don't plant. Do you plant much?
I have a balcony.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And but I started 5 years ago. I started putting out plant boxes without any budget. I don't have much money, but there was so much concrete around me that I thought, well, something's got to change. And so that was 5 years ago, and people got used to the plant boxes, and they were saying like, "Come on, these plant boxes, they shouldn't be buckets." And they were not complaining to me, but amongst each other. And so they actually arranged a budget for some plant boxes, and now there are some professional, some good-looking plant boxes, and I take care of that. And I also take care of, well, of course, my balcony, and also of the pond. So it's not a garden because I live in the flat, but I do take care of the green around me. Yeah.
What's the weather like there in that? Oh well, I want to say, how's the new job going?
Well, they didn't want me, dude.
What? I didn't catch that live. I didn't get the update. You gave us an update on that because I saw the one. I was there when you were speaking on. You had your new job and you have to get, your
Yeah,
schedule.
I was very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
The work was all right. I was very able to do it. I didn't get tired. I didn't get pain. It was like, waking up real early and doing some carpeting work. And at the end of the week, they said, well, we don't want to continue with you because you can't work independently and you constantly need guidance. And I was like, what? I need guidance? I can't work independently? Oh, wow. And he said, well, it's
too
not
good.
really. Yeah.
They don't because you're too good.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that because I only worked there for a week, but, they lied. They lied to me to go short. They lied. And so he said, like, it's not really any use arguing about this. I was like, okay. I said, well, okay, that's all right with me. I mean, I had to put in 55 hours away from home and they paid me 42. So that's almost 2 extra days that I didn't get paid. And I'm like, nah, that's a bit much. So it doesn't hurt. But, yeah. Well, I just wasn't their carpenter. It's their company. They don't want me. That's okay. That can happen.
What's the weather like where you're at?
Blue skies, dude. Blue skies.
What season are you in?
Well, it's autumn, right? It's 12 hours light and 12 hours darkness. Right? That just passed. Now it's going to be more darkness than light.
I'm having some trouble with a squirrel here in the yard. I put some sunflower seeds out, and he's chasing all the birds away, and he's digging holes in my pots. Like he's digging like a 4-inch hole in my pots where I have my plants, and he's burying the sunflower seeds in there.
Are acorns falling where you are at Faceplant?
Canada.
You know what? All the oak trees around here are dead.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's weird. I don't know what killed them, but yeah, there are oak trees around here, and the acorns are falling where they're alive. But for some reason, over the last couple of years, the oak trees around here died. It's like they're dead from. There's an apartment block across the back lane, and from the second floor up, the oak trees are dead. I don't know if it's the frequencies or what.
That's weird.
I found a whole new bunch of oak tree growth. So I know I'm at the beach, but 3 hours away is like 9,000 feet elevation. And I seen a lot of oak seeds when I went to gather for mushrooms. So that's supposed to be a good sign. They say when there are a lot of new growth with the oak, it means that there will be a good corn harvest that year. And the soil and the rain are good.
Well, so, the acorns previous year, not this year, but the last year, the acorns were like a massive yield of acorns. I never seen that many acorns fall from any oak tree. It was like not double as much, but maybe triple or quadruple as much as they used to drop off. That was like really crazy. But that was last year.
Yesterday I had, or was it this morning? I had the thought of like one of the biggest hoaxes, right?
Cycles
is for us to have to buy land. Like, who owns the land where we have to buy the land? Now that's to me, that is crazy to me. Like, who is claiming ownership of this land where we have to buy it? It's just wild. just the conditions is crazy.
Well, I did hear a bell ring about the old conditions. You know,
Why do you keep?
who owns land? The one who owns the land is the one who takes care of the land. That's it. So you can never own too many. You can never own a country. You can't take care of a country. It doesn't work like that. You can take care of a region. You can take care of a field that you might overview, right? That's what you can take care of. You can only take care of what you can see, right? And you can't see, well, no, you can only take care of that much as you can see. And even if you take care of that much as you can see, you're going to need other people. But if you're the one steering everybody on, like you should do this, you should do that, then you might be called, what's it called, a duke or a king of that region. But yeah, those were the definitions as they used to be. Lord, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Lord. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
But this is like from the Papal Bull, right? In the 1200 AD. I think it was 1211.
I'm not sure, but that were the old definitions. You can only take care of that what you can see, right? That's why people had towers, so they could see more land, so they could rule more land. And I think that's a very good rule, actually.
I have a question for Sparky. Sparky Lee, I have a question for you that just came to my mind. With the number of characters that you have exposed, down to Donald Trump is also Joe Biden, and it's also this, who goes back to Grimaldi. How many actual people are there doing this? How many actual politicians, actors, and celebrities are there really then? That right there, because I was thinking, like, if we did as a matter of fact, I said that I was going to start a chart and start with the royal family and the number of characters under each and and it goes back. I really want to chart this. I want to chart this. I want to chart this information because, I mean, if you look at it, there's not many of them then. There's not many of them. So I'm sorry. That's where my mind keeps going, y'all. I apologize. My mind is straight at trying to solve this puzzle right now. And to have Sparky Lee on the team, I just know that it can't be a lot of them. It can't be. If Donald Trump is Joe Biden also, you know how wild that is? Donald Trump is running against himself. That's wild to me. We're voting for the same character.
I mean, Biden is kind of tall, right? Biden is tall.
No, that is crazy to me that the both candidates that are this is
there's your mutually.
He said very few in numbers.
But it ties into Obama is Osama, right? It just ties into that. Like this one beat the other. Well, the other was the same. Obama is Osama. I think he also mentioned that, right?
Yeah.
Look, he put a solution there.
Yeah.
The Taliban.
Sparky says, let's do the Telegram chat. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. You down for it, Anna?
The Taliban and the Bin Ladens were partners to the Bushes.
Well, they're all carriers. So Obama was cool with Donald Trump. Yes.
I,
And then,
I'm on board. I'm on board.
Sparky, I have another question, major question that I meant to ask you yesterday, but also didn't want to take away from the live. I didn't want to take it into a naming session. Yuval Harari, Sparky Lee, who is that? The advisor to Klaus Schwab, the World Economic Forum. Yuval, let me make sure I'm saying his name right. Yuval
Noah
Yuval
Harari.
Harari. Okay, say it, Anna. My bad. Go ahead.
Noah Yuval Harari.
Is he saying RFK Jr. is Greek royalty and also George Clooney? Yes, I would really. Okay, she said, okay, this is funny. Type Antifa.com into your search engine and see where it goes. Okay. Let me see. Go ahead, you all. I'm gonna do what Obama is Prince Albert II of Monaco. Yes, yes. Say it again, Anna. His name, Noah Yuval Harari. He's the advisor to Klaus Schwab. Many are labeling him the Antichrist.
It's so funny. I had a Jesuit college that made those the Sapien book and Homo Deus. He made those mandatory reading. And he was saying how this man is going to unite spirituality and science. And we didn't even know he was gay back then. So Noah, I think it's Noah Duval with a D. I got to look it up. Okay, McCoy, look what he said.
What did you want me to see, Anna?
He posted about Charles Schwab.
The young global shapers.
So this is the advisor, right, to the WEF.
Yes, that's his name is actually Yuval Noah. It's Noah Hold on.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, you put his name?
Yeah.
He's pretty much
Noah Harari. Yes, that's his name.
He's pretty much like the Antichrist.
That's what I'm hearing. That's
But then there will be a good cop to his bad cop too, You know what I'm saying? He's just part of the plan.
Yeah. He's just a
there's
guy.
people.
Yeah,
correct. But there's people posturing against him and the WEF, like Jordan Peterson. Yeah. There's a big channel called Awaken with JP Sears, I think, is a comedian channel. These guys are like good cop to Noah's bad cop, and
Yeah.
Charles Schwab's bad cop. And the comment I was saying, McCoy, is Sparky Lee says he has to look into this character, but Schwab, who is the leader of the World Economic Forum, is a king of Norway, and his daughter is Greta Thunberg.
And so, what does that even matter if they're just puppets? That, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but that actually doesn't matter. We should very much turn away from this kind of information.
Well, here's where it matters. Here's where it matters. Because we're constantly using the term they.
Yeah.
We're constantly, the powers that be, these elites, they. So now we are actually going to put a face and a name to them, and we're going to continue until we get to the root. This is a journey. Where else is there to turn, boy? You tell me. Where is it? Which way should we go? Tell me.
Well, not look at their faces, not look at their charades. Like you did. You escaped to the country.
But I still want to know who they are.
Yeah, well,
I'm tired of channeling.
Boy.
I'm tired of generalizing my thoughts and just saying they, like there's some boogeyman. You know how in your mind you have something pictured in your mind.
I'm totally with you on that one, but that's
then,
where they are created.
But then you realize that oh, you have this monster created in your mind, this big bad bully monster, and you know what? They're just some peons that need to be stepped on.
Yeah.
That's what this is doing for me. Yeah. It's getting rid of the doubts and the whole boogeyman idea and actually facing our fears.
Yeah.
I'm tired of saying they, man. They. You even talk to someone. Okay, go and see how far you get with a they. Get on the bus and talk to someone. Well, they have this and they have that. Or when you put a name and a face to it and see if you don't get two different results.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that I'm saying.
But to your point, Voy, like, oh, don't pay him any attention, get out there, go off grid. I think maybe if you can, it's a long live, but if you watch yesterday's live, my entire point is like one of these characters walked into my life when I was 75% off the grid. I didn't even have Wi-Fi in my business, and they just walked in, and you know what I'm saying? Like, and I got distracted. It doesn't mean I'm not right back on track, but I got distracted. I lost a lot of time, money, energy. I lost my business. So it's just because you're off in the middle of nowhere. It's a small world, man, and there's no guarantee that you're not going to be a target.
I totally hear your relay, but then again, just get his face off screen, please. I mean, can we just do that? Can we just get our avatars back on screen? Just not having to look at this creature, right? Thank you. Oh yeah, have me look at the Pope. Yeah, that's way better, McCoy.
Well, you said creature, and then I went straight to the Pope.
No, but
it's horrible, but it can't look away.
But I mean, the solution doesn't lie with exposing them or killing them, although, eliminating them or whatever. No, that's not. I wish. I mean, I want to be. I'm going to be the first candidate. To. I'm not going to express this image in my mind, but to do so, to be the executioner of these trolls of humanity, these agents against humanity, and that are willing to do so. I mean, there is evil in these people, but they're puppets. They're puppets. The ones that are steering these puppets, we don't know that.
They're victims too.
Yeah.
But
But
boy,
I think Sparky's point is that they're not victims, that they are the rulers in disguise.
how much do we? Don't you gain a lot knowing that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are the same person? You know how much time and energy now you're like, damn, we're being played.
Yeah, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
That's what had me get up out of California. I started making sound decisions once I knew what was going on. That's what this allows us to do. If we're caught up in the system and not knowing we're making decisions based off of a lie. And
Yeah,
once you realize that there's a lie, then you're like, oh, okay, I don't have to live by their standards anymore. Let me live my own life. So
yeah,
that's
you're gonna people will need an extreme clip like that. Like Biden is Trump, right? Obama is Osama. It's like so extreme. It's like, no, dude, they're the opposite. No, they're the same. You know, it's gonna take that much of, how to say, controversy. That's controversy, right? It's gonna take that that magnitude of controversy
and what
to
also
wake somebody up. Yeah.
what also helps, boy, is that this information is for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for you to go out preaching and think that you can teach. Apply it to your life, and people will see it within you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I get most of all out of all of this is I use it for myself. It is for me.
Yeah, dude. Totally with you on that one. Yeah.
Right. And we're primed to be victims. So this is a unpriming that pump, because it's not just that one thing, right? Oh, this guy is that guy. So what? But there's a huge motivation behind it. And the way Sparky describes this is that the farmers want to come in and check on their crop and influence the mindset of the crop, so. And also, like, oh well, they're victims of victims. Like I used to be on all of that. I'm telling you, I stayed with people until the bitter end. But it's a victim priming. We're primed to be victims here. So this is he says this info is a yardstick to discern narratives more than knowing who is who.
Exactly. Paula, grand rising to you, Paula. One person from Indiana dropped down and another one rose up. How you doing, Paula? Shout out to Gen 2 Gone. Appreciate Gen 2 Gone.
Hey, yeah, I know. I should have came in when she was still up here. But yeah, she could put those watermelons out the side of the road. I mark them free. She could take them to food pantries. I had a couple ideas I put in live chat. I don't think she saw. So I'm glad I said that just now, because she said she would still be listening.
What
So
she's
that's
also
good.
emphasizing, is that no one wants them. Also, you could put them over anywhere, but yet if no one wants them, it's the
yeah. But I do believe it was Sparky Lee that said in live chat, I haven't seen you highlight it and I haven't seen you put it on screen yet. You should share screen for this one. Share screen and then Google Antifa.com and show everyone where that will take you.
Oh, that was Gen 2 Gone who said that,
Was it Gen 2 Gone? Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? I got caught up in that Harari guy and didn't.
Yeah, you got caught up in that. Noah guy. Yeah.
I can share the screen if you want to do that.
Oh, we could do that. Let's go. I'm gonna have to put Anna on the payroll.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, share screen for Anna and then have her Google it right in front of everyone. Like, don't just show it. Yeah.
Does it lead you
that
to
way no one can doubt?
Of the White House?
I'm on it, Paula.
Antifa.
I'm on it, Paula. I'm on it, Paula.
Antifa.com. That's what I typed in my bar. And why
Yeah,
does
click
it pull up the
window
White
back so click the window back so they can see that you Googled Antifa.com to get the White House.
No, it doesn't do that to
For the
protect.
doubters.
I didn't Google it. I just typed Antifa.com in my bar. I don't think you can see the browser
You
tab.
can't see the browser. That's for protection. That's for
Yep.
protection. So,
But they can do it for themselves and see that this is where it will take you. I did this months ago, maybe even a year ago. Isn't that something?
It sure is.
Wow. Wow. Shout out to Gen 2 Gone. Gen 2 Gone. Hey, y'all. Hey. Prophet Levi in the building.
Indegruv says anyone can buy a similar site. Like you can buy the domain name Antifa.com and redirect it to the White House link, because it does redirect to whitehouse.gov. I saw the link. But
Okay.
Antifa.com is a real expensive domain name to buy. So who has that kind of money to shell out $8,000, $7,000 for a domain name just to redirect it to the White House?
Right.
You know what is that? That's a little
Exactly.
suspicious for sure.
Right.
Sparky sounds
Right.
like
My tablet's being really boggy and my mic is being a bitch. So I just came up here to make sure you guys did that Antifa thing. And so I think I'm going to bounce before I get kicked.
All right, Paula.
So I'm going to go ahead and go now. I love you guys.
Much love, Paula.
I make apple muffins. I got a recipe for that on my channel, gluten-free apple muffin. It does have egg though, so it's not vegan. But that's awesome. Man, Sparky Lee is full of surprises, huh? He's on it.
Who is Mike Pence? Since we're on the theme of Indiana today, who is Mike
Trump's
Pence?
vice president.
No, well, we know that. I'm saying what character, what royal character is playing his role? Because that guy, he'd be well kept, mild mannered. He just like him and Trump were like the polar opposites.
The vice president is the handler of the president.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
He's always standing there to the side and a little bit behind watching, just like Cheney was always watching Bush. Kamala is always standing there behind and off to the side watching Biden.
Watching Donald Trump. We're going to start calling them by their names. Mike Pence is also Prince Albert. Obama. Yo, I'm telling you. Okay, Sparky said we start a Telegram and really chart this. Yes, I told my son, my 11-year-old son, that I'm going to start charting these characters and really just have a visual, man. This is fascinating stuff, you know. They are brothers-in-law. Yeah, Faceplan and I, we'll be over on Charles Wazz's channel discussing this, and I was like, damn, okay, Faceplan is aware that the world is a stage and these are all actors. Not many people know that. And so here we are over here, and this is the reality of it all. Who's your what government system are you under over there in the Netherlands, boy?
I think they call it, dude. I think a democratic republic, something like that. No,
No.
no. We are under a king. We are a kingdom officially.
Okay.
So it's like, dude, I've been out of that system for so long. I mean, I threw away my television. I threw away my television 15 years ago.
Wow.
So, you know.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you. So you have a king. You don't have a president.
The flag.
Yeah. No, we do have a president, but the king is just more or less ceremonial, they say. Who's
your president?
Mark Rutte.
Mark Rutte.
Yeah.
And
he's been so for the last 15 years or so. Maybe that's why I threw away my television.
What were you gonna say, Faceplant?
The flags of the countries are some kind of code. Like some European countries have the 3 horizontal bars and some have the 3 vertical bars.
Yeah. Yeah.
And countries are red, white, and blue. It's code for it's something.
Yeah. And the
horizontal
countries that just have a cross in it instead
as opposed to the
bars.
vertical bars.
Yeah.
Boy, I see why now you're like just, and I after hearing that statement about you getting rid of the television, I wanted to, I see why you're like, look, dude, just don't give them no energy, man. Just turn away from them and just go live your life, which is a message or something that I try to reiterate. So now I really definitely understand. You're not just saying it. You're literally saying, just
I'm living it, and not like, oh, do like I do, but you know, if you ask me, I wish I knew. I wish I knew because you know I like to be informed. I like to be well informed. To be honest, you know, I don't really actually care anymore whether he's our real king or the prime minister is. You know, it's like, yeah, dude, you know, it's all one big scheme upon a scheme upon a scheme.
Appreciate you, Sparky Lee. Thank you. Any information is great right now. You're getting us closer. And so you have a good one, Sparky, and I look forward to talking to you again. I'll just say that, you know, it's just knowing the agendas that are being played out around us is my motivation as to uncovering it. Because it's not going away. It's not going away. You know, they're plotting on us night and day. And so I like to be ahead of the game. You know, like I think Paula said yesterday, prevention is better than cure.
Yeah.
It's easier to prevent something than it is to cure it. And so that's why that's my motivation, is to get out in front of this situation. And which is what I'm doing. Like when 2020 hit, I wasn't caught up because I was already mentally out of it. You see what I'm saying? I had already recognized that, oh, I have an enemy. They're trying to play me. They're liars. So boom, hence I was able to say, I'm getting out of California, man. I'm going to go somewhere I can grow my own food, go off grid, live my life. Yeah. So that's why I want to solve the issue, so I can be ahead of the game. That's all.
I want to say in that perspective, right, is of course we want to fight what's oppressing us, you know, and we should expose it and whatever. But we should take into account that, you know, that is going to happen. No matter, I don't know in what magnitude. I hope the smallest imaginable, right? But then again, it's going to happen in a larger magnitude than you and I would wish for, right? So it's going to happen. That's what we're going to have to take into account. We cannot destroy this. It's a monster. We're up against a monster that we cannot destroy. So we're going to have to take some other measures.
To me, it's like I'm not out to fight it. And I'm not out to my goal is not necessarily to destroy it, so to speak. I want to get away from it.
Exactly.
Now, if it reaches the point where I can't get away from it, then yes, it's war.
Yeah.
It's war. I mean, that's just what it is. And so I have to be prepared to war with this thing, because it's not letting up. It feels it has the right over my life. Like, you can draft my sons into your military. Like, what gives you the right to think that you can take my seed and use it to your leisure? That
We
makes
ain't going out
zero
like that. No, we ain't going out like that.
sense. So that's, it's just these are some weirdos, man. They overstepping their boundaries, man.
hmm
And let me add this,
It
because
is.
I also honor. Oh, go ahead, Faceplant.
It is a war. I heard the term World War Zero, and it's been a one war against land and people for 500 years. And the music business is a war on our minds. It's all a war. The medical is a war on our bodies. And they turning people against each other. Like, not country against country. It's just the controllers warring against the people and using them in that war.
What's up, indegruv?
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Chat.
Salute to you, man. Salute to
In
you,
the
man.
groove.
Hey. Yeah, I wanna speak on just the nature of everything we're talking about. All information. I think we all can pretty much agree that we're in a psychological war, psychological operation. We know that they're liars. We know they've lied about history. Science has lied to us, to our face, especially the last 3 years. It's obvious. And that's why I always go back to the base. I always go back to the origin of all this information. First of all, we know that real information gets scrubbed and hidden. I've been on the internet since '99. I've been pretty much an internet junkie. I've been all in it. I've looked at a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that doesn't exist anymore. And I would just say that we have to be mindful of the information presented. I always like to go back to, why are they giving us any information at all, really? So anything that we come across, we have to question it. And I'll give you a prime example, right? Our news, everything that we call the news, basically comes from two sources: the Associated Press and Reuters. Well, if you look it up, those are two entities owned by people. Associated Press, they kind of tell you it's like a loose conglomerate of this and that, and make it seem like, okay, well, it's a collection of journalists. No, it's not. It's privately owned. And Reuters actually gives you a name of who owns it. So you got to ask yourself, where does this information come from? And I think once we start looking at things at the root, the origin, we're going to find better answers to who the theys are. And another thing, my big thing for me was the Epstein story, right? They told us there's all kind of big prominent people, businessmen, all these celebrities involved in black books. They said they raided his island and found a trove of VHS tapes, right? And they've not once told us anybody that's been arrested. They've officially released hardly any names. They put some documents out recently, but I don't even know if I trust that. I don't trust anything. But why did they give us that information to begin with if they're not going to do something about it? You have to ask yourself that, because that's part of the psyop.
Yeah,
Mockery.
yeah. That's
It's to
revelation.
say you can't do anything. Look at, I can take your children and I can do what I want and I can kill them.
And
And,
You
and,
can't do
and they
anything.
can make then it can be admitted, but they will not admit it, and then they will have somebody else not say that they're sorry. That's how they play it.
Yeah. Yeah,
they're
it's all
fishing
pointing the
online.
fingers back at each other. Yeah. And they all want to blame. I think
Yeah.
that's why they're pushing this AI governance so hard, because at the end of the day, we could just blame AI and there's no person to blame for that, right?
Yeah, Yeah.
So I think once we get to the point where we realize everything is a lie, everything presented to us in this world is a lie, the only answer outside of getting to the root of who's telling us a lie and doing something about them is to just live in truth. And the only truth we have is our intuition, our life experience, our own opinions. Even though a lot of people have terrible opinions about things, and a lot of it's based on false and lies and information. At the end of the day, that's all we have. So that's why I've rejected everything. I mean, I got a degree, and to me, I'm disgusted when I look at it because I know it's lies.
Wow.
And
Congratulations on that
yeah,
emotion,
man.
dude.
Yeah,
Congratulations on that emotion. Wow. Yeah.
yeah, dude. So I don't know what to say, but we just gotta. Our own truth is really all that matters. They
I
tell
mean,
us a story about the Matrix and the Truman Show that it's just all about us and everything around us is a lie.
did
So
anybody ever here say, I have a degree and I get disgusted when I look at it? Did anybody actually hear anybody say that? You just,
well, I emailed my school too. After after the lockdowns, they were emailing me about some college fundraiser or something, and I emailed them back. I told them I was disgusted that they have not said nothing about what's going on because this is a nursing school that I went to. They're famous for nursing. So yeah, I totally reject all of it. It's worthless. It's all lies.
When did you come to the realization that it was all lies in the group?
Well, I figured out. I mean, it's been a slow process. Obviously, 9/11 was the spark. It started the turn. And then around 2007, 2008, I had the epiphany that we live in an upside down world, that good was now bad and truth, lies over truth, all that stuff. But it wasn't until midway through my master's degree program, and I had already taken classes on research papers. I was in my statistics portion, and when they taught me statistics, and I was doing it and writing the research papers and deciphering data on my own, they told me all the ins and outs of how they can throw out certain data and this and that and what statistics is based on. That's when I knew that all of science was a house of cards. It is basically just built on assumptions. And like the psychology degree field, or the curriculum, I should say, it's all based on old people. Freud, all the Edward Bernays, all these few groups of old ideas just repeated over and over in books. And when you go back and look at who these people are, Freud, Bernays, Darwin, you find out they all in cahoots. So that's when I knew statistics class was the final nail for me. Aside from just looking up truth or stuff, and as far as that goes, I was looking into flat Earth material, and I was being skeptical about it. But I watched a video. It's called Decoding Flat Earth, I think, or Flat Earth Decoded. But when they got to the portion about the cutting down of the ancient trees, that's when I reached my end, and it all clicked for me that, for lack of a better term, I just started. It's satanic. They hate nature. Everything they do hates nature.
it must be inhumane. The force running this must be inhumane. If you're human, you
Yeah, it's
and
bigger than any one lifetime for sure. Yes.
right, you wouldn't be able to, if you would be able to come up with this, you wouldn't be able to progenerate that kind of system. That's not humanly feasible. Not just not. It's got to be something else behind it. It's, and like you said, it must be like the evil force
It's
behind
something.
it, the devil, right? Let's just call it the devil. Let's just call it Satan, Lucifer, whatever. Yeah.
I want to say, Grand Rising, peace to Vitamin G, great for mental health gardening. Dean Kendall's in the building. I don't think I've missed anyone else that have came through. I also want to ask indegruv, what did you think of yesterday's presentation and Sparky Lee's work? I wanted to see what kind of feedback you had on that.
Oh, it was great. I actually came through that whole topic area a few years back when during the rabbit hole days when I was looking at everything. And I'll tell you, the one that did it for me, no doubt, no question in my mind, was, you remember there's a Supreme Court Justice, Brett Kavanaugh. He's one of the last couple that got put on the board. He had a hearing where he was being accused of by this woman from college that said that he had raped her, right? Catherine Blasey Ford or whatever. Well, if you look at pictures of Brett Kavanaugh and this Blasey Ford character, they are the exact person. You can see the mask on them. They had the same teeth, the same ears, and the same eyes.
Wait, hold on. Say that again. You're saying what? Say that again.
Yeah, they had big Senate hearings, right? Because they were, how they swear in these new judges. They have to go before Congress and they ask them a bunch of questions. Remember Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill from the 80s? The black Supreme Court justice, and she said that he made a comment about pubic hair in his Coke or some shit. Well, this was the same hearing for this Brett Kavanaugh character, but they were never in the same room together, but they both testified. But I shit you not, bro. You look at both of them together, you'll see it. They're the same person. I think it's Brett Kavanaugh with a mask on. And if you look at her, she came from Stanford. Her story, she came from Stanford. She's got CIA ties. So that did it for me on that whole thing. And yeah, that was a few years ago. So
yeah, I think I've seen that one, and I'm totally with you on that one.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that one's obvious, and Obama is obvious.
Yeah.
So Sparky's work to you doesn't seem far-fetched at all.
Yeah, I'm not all the way like the Trump is Biden.
Trump is Biden. I mean, what can be said for that? Trump is a long man, and Biden is a long man too. I don't know their heights exactly, but it's not like Alex Jones is Hicks, right?
Well, I'll tell you this. I've come around here recently. Probably the last thing that I picked up is I've started to put more, I guess, belief, for lack of a better word, that there's definitely something going on with this cloning. I definitely think they're doing some cloning, because I've seen some old, I'm talking like 1940s, 1950s interviews with people who've been talking about that they've been doing cloning since even way back then. Human cloning. So I think that ties into NPCs. I think it ties in with these like these celebrities, these musician stars.
For us in the back, NPCs, please.
That's the non-player character. It's basically
the normie.
Or people who don't seem to operate with an actual soul. They're just like empty vessel type people.
They just operate on football, ball sports, politics.
Very base level.
And the latest thing, and a salary and their job, and that's it.
They don't have an internal dialogue.
No, exactly. Yeah. Even if you would refer to the internal dialogue, they feel offended. It's like what are you trying to reach inside of me? They feel intimidated. What?
Yeah, they used to try to say that if you were hearing voices, they used to try to call that schizophrenia back in the day. So I think that's
can be
actual demon. It's actual entity.
I have questions.
Hold on
Yeah.
one moment. Kim B's going for a hike. I appreciate you listening in, Kim B. Thank you for your support. She says she's through gardening now. What a wonderful life to go from the garden to hiking. And I'm sure she got some grounding in barefooted. Good for you, Kim B. Have a great rest of your day. But
I
go ahead,
just ate some
boy. Sorry.
goji leaf.
What were you gonna say, boy? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to
I don't know. He just ate some kif from Morocco or what? Goji kif? I don't know what that is.
Goji leaf.
Goji
Goji.
leaf. Gobi. Hmm.
Goji. Goji.
Jen says she sees 4 Bidens and 2 Trumps.
And
Yeah.
like us on the gobi leaves. Go.
And they had already
Yeah, they
told us
grow.
that Hitler had a bunch of body doubles.
Jan Renee is in the building. Jan Renee is dropping the info. Mama Bear, salute to you, Mama Bear. You are appreciated. 7 serpents in the building. Vitamin G, great for mental health. He says Lee, Sparky Lee is amazing. Yes. Yes, the connections that he's made, it's beyond whatever I could have done. That's why we all have a role that we can play, and if we can just bring our information to the table. The Gematria community, come on over here with Sparky Lee. Then all these other communities, let's get together. Let's share our information instead of debating and downing each other's work. Globe Earth, flat Earth, let's go. Let's sit down at the table and figure this out. No, you want to stay where you are and point your fingers at everyone else. Let's work together, which is what they don't want.
I'll tell you another little clue that I left out of my story earlier with statistics. I'll tell you another point where I knew what I knew was accurate about it was there's a picture, and also Bill Gates is he had always been putting out like his list of recommended books to read. But there's a picture also of him posing, and he's got some books like on a table behind him. And one of the books is called How to Lie with Statistics. So when I seen that just double confirmed for me what I had already been feeling about science and statistics. And look, when I tell people this about science and statistics, because I've been saying it for the past 3 years, I've been on a couple other little panels where everybody's supposedly, awake and aware and truth. When I mention that shit, people get nervous. They don't want to talk about that. That's a hard one for people to accept, Everybody likes to look at these scientific papers, and Fauci is the head of the NIH, which runs all the outlet for all this research. So, I mean, when you look at the origin, who owns these things? That's
Dean
when you start
Kendall.
connecting real dots.
Salute to Dean Kendall. My bad, Dean. I don't know what. Can you just forgive me, Dean? Salute to Dean Kendall. Appreciate you, Dean. Always. I would add to that. Indegruv is the fact that a lot of these people, these young minds, are under a lot of pressure. Also, their parents send them off to school to be, and they're continuing a family legacy.
Thousands of dollars in debt. Yeah.
I'm just saying they're continuing a family legacy. They're under pressure to get their degrees, and so they're focused. And if it's like someone who's addicted to smoking cigarettes, and someone comes along and says you shouldn't smoke cigarettes, a part of you is like, man, what's this dude talking about, man? I wish he would mind his own business. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing. We're addicted to this information and this lifestyle. This is what we've been taught all our lives. That's why I say I don't focus on others. I stay focused on these weirdos. That's it. I know why people are the way they are. We were programmed over generations. And it's not hard to break. It's not hard. It's hard to break an addiction, man. It's tough. If I told you that cooked food is bad for you, you're gonna stop right now. If I tell you right now that the body sees cooked food as a poison, that's why you get bloated and you get no nutritional value from cooking your food, are you going to immediately say, oh, I'm not going to do it anymore? No.
No, but I think if people had an alternative, a lot would take it. I think that's definitely part of this game where they've taken away our alternatives. Or how long have we been hearing that organic food is too expensive, right? And that's all on purpose. How is it more expensive if it's all natural? If you don't have to add all these extra pesticides and extra labor in the fertilizer and right?
Because usually it's even more poisonous, and the people that pay like top dollar for their so-called bio-organic food, it's even more poison, because all these companies do is buy the label bio or buy the label organic. They just buy into the label organic and bio. That's it.
Well, now they've changed the definition so much where, yeah.
So it doesn't even mean anything, to your recognition of the word, to your connotation of the actual word, bio and organic.
Yes,
it's
because a nebulous term.
I mean, that's just the game. That's the game.
And it's like how they conflated genetically modified foods. They'll conflate that with crossbreeding. They'll try to say it's the same thing because of natural crossbreeding. Yeah. So everything is a trick. It's a lie.
It's horrible.
And that's once you get to that point, all information is suspect. That doesn't come from your own experience, and even then, you can get into a big discussion about the nature of perception.
Yeah, but then again, we are experienced men, though, right? Amongst each other.
That's all we got. Yeah, that's all we have.
Yeah.
Best asset.
I'm glad having this, I must say.
Yeah, I'm still, I don't know what got you so busy over there. I know she said her internet is not functioning properly. But Not know. Salute to Not Know. I didn't get to play Not Know's video yesterday. I apologize, Not Know. As soon as I hit end the live, I think I said, dang, I didn't get to play Not Know's video. It would have been fitting at the end. It would have been very fitting at the end. He has a video on his channel. Not Know has a video on the channel, and it would have been very fitting yesterday. But I'm just
well, we've done the hard work. We've got the hard part down.
Which is what
we understand that everything is a lie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you. Yes.
I mean, look how much further we're along than like you said, the people watching football games today and all that kind of stuff,
Yes.
So that's the hope. That's the hope I have, is that I've always been a believer in the power of awareness. So we have that. Yes. And that's the solution.
And that's the thing is, that's the thing, it's getting to that point is major. That's the first step.
Yep.
That's the first step, man.
And it's not, it's hard. It's like you said, people are invested in the lie, dude.
Yeah.
It's hard to break from that. I mean, I was there. I was trying to live that life, and the truth was more important to me. I wasn't going to live a lie. Once I realized it was all a lie, that's when my values changed. So
y'all check out Indegruv's channel, man. Music get you through your day. So you be jamming at night, huh?
Yeah, that's when everything gets quiet and the dogs get settled, and yeah, it's
and you get in the groove, huh?
That's it. Gotta do something, man. You gotta channel that energy, Yeah, being creative is it's important for me to do. Anytime I have periods where I give it all up because I feel like more other things are more important, it starts festering into anxieties and stuff, and it's important to express and be who you are. That's what God put us here to do, bro.
Yep, that's how I feel. I go out in the garden or just go ground myself barefoot and just stand outside and just,
And your
just,
kids, man, your
yeah,
kids, that's your creative
yeah, my
outlet.
children.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just browsing, picking stuff in the garden right now.
Dino,
Definitely my children
Good morning.
my children is everything right now to me. What's up, Dean?
Grand rising to you all.
Eddie.
Yes, we talk about these subjects every day, and I was watching a live yesterday, and I got called out for some comment I made. Totally misconstrued my comment, and
Hold on one moment, Dean. I apologize. Gentoo Gone, if you're still in the chat, if you, I want to ask Gentoo Gone a question while I think about it, because if you read the bottom of the screen, it says wanting to meet new people, open to new ideas, wanting to meet new people. So I wanted to know some of the channels that Gentoo Gone would recommend, and you all also that would recommend channels that you all would recommend that have panels where we can have discussions also, because I really would like to travel outside of what I'm used to. But I go ahead, Dean. And you reminded me of that just by with this story that you're about to tell. So
it's all good, bro. It's all good. I don't mind, you know. People get worried about people breaking in on conversations. I mean, if you're going to talk about anything, you come up here to talk about anything. If you can't keep it in your head, you're not really on the subject as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, so yeah, I was in a live yesterday, and just in the chat, and I got called out for saying something which was they misunderstood what I was saying, but it's just so easy for us to jump on people's opinions or words in the chat, and it's bloody hard when you're in the chat trying to make a comment that and get everything you want to say out in that bloody one thing. I mean, I find I run out of bloody digits, and I have to follow it up with another one straight afterwards. I mean, you might get 10 people reply in that time, and your bloody comment that you followed it up with is 20 bloody replies down the line. So, if anybody's reading it, they're probably saying, what the fuck was he talking about? And they didn't even get the whole story because you didn't have enough digits to write the whole bloody story. So you have to follow it up with a little bit more. But as I say, there was something like 2,000 people in the chat. By the time you got back to following it up, there was 20 more bloody replies in the chat gone past. And so whatever you followed it up with doesn't get read or doesn't make sense. It just don't make sense. And I understood it. And I understood it didn't make sense. Hang on, I just finished it. And I understood it didn't make sense. And I understood that's probably why he accosted me and said, oh, if you're going to carry on with stuff like that, Dean Kendall, I'll block you. And I was thinking, holy shit, I'm getting blocked. And I didn't even finish what I wanted to say, and I'm still trying to finish it. And it's just, I felt like, oh, crap,
Well,
Are we ever going to get anywhere here?
Dean,
what are we up against? What are we up against?
Well, let me make a suggestion to you based on years of me participating in message board communities and things of that nature, right? Talking with talking on the internet with people you don't know who's on the other side, right? I used to struggle with that same thing, right? Thinking that you have to convince certain people that you're conversing back and forth with. So at a certain point, I changed my approach to be, I'm going to try to make a comment, and I'm going to try to make one comment that stands on its own. And I'm not replying to one person. If I reply to one person, I'm not really replying to them. I'm replying to that third set of eyes, so that person that might be just lurking, that's not saying nothing.
That's what I'm trying to be. Yes.
Yeah. And if you get into a practice, this is what I do, like on YouTube. If somebody says something ridiculous on YouTube, I might make a comment, but I don't even read their replies, because I'm going to put my comment to whatever they said, able to stand on its own, to where, yeah, I might not convince this person who may or may not even be a true, real, truth person to begin with. They might be an agent, but I'm going to disable the point of their comment with mine, and I'm going to just let it sit there. And anybody who comes along and can read that for themselves, I just got to trust that the people who are supposed to resonate, the people who are supposed to see what's there, are going to see it, and you have to move on, bro. That's the best we can do with this thing.
I understand that, and I do often. I mean, I often am faced with that. But you know, I mean, that I don't know. Might be my age, you know. Just not as what I call. I mean, I think I'm fairly quick. I can keep up with most
Yeah, it's frustrating.
online conversations. So yeah, it is. It's just frustrating. And I mean, I didn't really want to get blocked. I don't want to get blocked by that person, right? Because I don't want to not be able to go there, right?
That's
So I
how
just
they
dropped
always
the
get you.
conversation like a hot brick and just thought, fuck, I'll just let it go, you know?
Dean, isn't that
Um,
always how they get you? They give you something, and then they take it away from you, and then you feel, oh, now I'm, now they, why did they do that? And now, but before that, you were doing fine. Before they actually gave that to you, and they took it away, this is always the
yeah,
game. This is always the game.
Yeah, and
I
I'll
feel
tell
you're
you,
right there, boy. I feel you're right, boy. I mean, to me, I just, I don't know. It's like,
Yeah,
we just, it's some kind of upper hand thing going on, you know?
it's a trick.
It's a
And
trick.
I'll tell you one thing I learned in freshman undergraduate English class. We were writing debate essays, where we had to write an essay posed as a debate where we presented both sides. And the big thing about it, one of the best things I learned in school was we had to avoid the use of logical fallacies. Now, if you look up, Wikipedia has a good page on a list of logical fallacies, and that's all the straw man argument, false dichotomy, appeal to authority. Those
Yeah,
are all fallacies, which are errors in logic.
yeah.
But if you look at what's going on in online debates, what's going on in our politics, it's all fallacies and it's all tricks. Anybody who is educated, college level, knows that. So all these educated scientists, politicians, they know this, yet they still do it.
Yeah.
So that tells you where the agenda is, and it's a psychological.
And that tells you how evil things are. Right?
Yeah.
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 Peace to
Thank you
Maybach.
so much, guys, for coming at the conversation. Thank you very much.
Peace to Maybach. Appreciate you being here. They do that with the wrenches too, Dean. They give you the wrenches and then they punish you and take. Oh, okay, damn. Look at DJ.
Yeah, they do that on the YouTube
Yeah,
too.
DJ just said it. Yes, DJ just said it too. Also, yeah, they do that with the wrenches on channels. DJ's right there with me all morning. He's been there.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
with the
Oh,
wrenches.
thank you so much, guys. It's good to be with family, I tell
Yeah,
you.
they do that with the wrenches, man. I just got my wrench took from a channel holder.
Oh, who took your wrench? Who took your wrench?
Someone took my wrench. It's crazy, but it's nothing. You know, it's no big deal. Look, it helps me. That's what Jen Tugon was speaking on earlier, where she says she just sometimes she just sits back and listen, so
Yep.
that she can see, just observe. And that's what that does. It helps us because we don't have enough time to really get to know all of these people. So we have to be good listeners, and that and sometimes taking yourself out of the picture and just listening. It
That's
really
one.
helps. They make the decision for you. You know.
That's
Yep.
one of the qualities, right, of these YouTube panels. I mean, we most of us are like interested in the psychological development of a character or person, or you know, a man or a woman, and so therefore it's an excellent opportunity to study personalities, you know, and interaction. YouTube is.
Yo, some of these personalities,
Very
man.
good, very well put, boy.
Yes,
Excuse
yes,
me.
yes,
Yeah.
boy. I'm with you. Salute to the Heart Underground. Good to see you again. Appreciate you always. But yes, some of these characters, man, there are some characters, bro. There are some
Yeah.
characters.
Cult of
I'm
personality.
like, wow, are these people really like this in real life? Or I mean, it's comical. Some of it it's if you were to really be true to it and not be being biased or favoritism or being a fan, and really observe some of these people, their characters, man. They're stuck on in being a certain product. They don't have much else they can't go outside of their talking points. It's amazing to me.
And then there's the opposite, right? People that actually are the character that they are online as much as they are in real life. And then there's everything,
Yes.
and then there's everything in between and beyond. You know, it's like, wow, I didn't imagine this or that. You know, it's like it's still, you know, it never ceases to amaze me. To
Yo,
be honest.
while we're on the subject, I would like to ask you that question and ask each of you all that question. Why are you here on YouTube?
Well, for
Why
that
are you
reason,
here? Well, hold on,
right?
hold on,
For
hold on,
because
hold
because
on,
I
hold
like
on,
to
boy,
analyze people and
boy, hold on, boy.
okay.
It's a two-part question, and for those in the chat, but those in the chat, the second part won't really apply. But why are you on YouTube, and why do you get on panels? All right, that's all I was asking.
Okay, so I'm going to be the first one just to answer it, just because I'm a first one, and because I enjoyed this. You know, I like to interact with people, and I like to be able to analyze them and just tell them like, oh, I think you're this, I think you're that, or you know, I think you're funny, or I think you're beautiful, whatever. It's not just, oh, I think you're I don't know, psychotic or whatever. No, it's just I like to interact with humans and just see who everybody is, right? What they have to give, and what they take in. And so this is very interesting for me. And you might call it like a psychoanalytical. Yeah, I think it's a great feature. You know, the whole YouTube platform for psychoanalytics. Yeah, and not like that's a fetish of me, but yeah, that is how you get to know a person, right? How you get to know a man.
Mm.
So that's why I joined the panels. Yeah. It's a great philosophical platform in that manner.
Who's next?
It doesn't matter. Someone else can go.
Where you go? Where you go? What's your name? What's your name?
Talking to me? Yep. This is indegruv.
Yeah. In the groove. I knew, but okay, in the groove. We'll just go
Yeah.
with it. I mean, I get a bit personal when I have people's names. Sorry.
Well,
You go, Nick, please, in the groove,
okay.
because yeah.
Okay, well, first of all, the name indegruv was selected when I started DJing because, you know, DJs have to have a moniker, a DJ name. So I picked that for various reasons I won't go into, but so I've used that since the beginning. That's what got me into the internet initially, was music. And the only platform that I've ever joined is YouTube. And I did join well, I was on MySpace. And I joined Facebook only, it was still university only. And I was working at a university at the time. And so afterwards, they opened it up to the general public. But initially, it was just because it was university only. But YouTube, I joined in 2006 before Google bought it. But for me, it was all about just having a place to upload my music and to promote the DJing thing, and then what turned into making my own songs and all that afterwards. I didn't start getting into truther stuff until it kind of started with Katrina, but not really. 2011, well, the BP oil spill in 2010 and Fukushima 2011, and then down here in Louisiana, we had another event called the Bayou Corn Sinkhole, which was a big cover-up. Those three things are what got me to start talking on camera, you know, to give my opinion, to talk truth, to try to wake other people up. This was never natural to me. It was always just about music, because when you're talking about these kind of things, it hurts your career. It hurts your friendship, right? So it's very counterintuitive. But now the only reason I joined panels, I didn't join any StreamYard until like June of 2020. And it was because I started watching a couple channels talking about what was really going on with this virus thing. And I knew very early on that this virus thing was a complete psyop lie, because I paid attention in the early days, and my experience with statistics in college, all that I talked about earlier, all clicked in. So I joined a couple panels, well, really one big panel from a person here in the United States, but she had people from all over the world on her panels. And we were all talking about the virus thing. We started getting into the Freemasonry, all the occult stuff, and we just went deep. And it was a great little community forming. A lot of great minds, a lot of different characters. This group that we're doing now reminds me a lot of that, which makes me sometimes a little suspicious, but also not, because I do feel like that these communities were started up. There were a lot of honest, like minds involved.
Genuine people, yes.
Yes. And what happened is the infiltrators came in and started causing drama and division, and everybody split up and went their separate ways. And I got totally away from panels, except for every now and then I would go on Max's panel, or Smoking in G Sharp, very small channels. I stayed away from the big groups because I saw a lot. I saw a lot of fuckery.
Was that like 10 years ago or what?
No. The first panel was the middle of 2020.
Okay.
After the lockdown started. That's the only reason I got on, was to talk about what I was seeing and connecting with other people who were talking about it. But and McCoy came along, and I had taken a long break from anything. I swore off StreamYard. I was skeptical of it. But McCoy came along, and his way of talking about it, and I was connecting with Freedom Grower, and I saw the same thing happen over there. Everything kind of split and went in different ways, and
yeah,
and Yeah, and I just steered away from all that. But McCoy came along. He's saying things that resonate. He's on point. He's all about the enemy, and that's where my head's been at. I've been focused on the enemy and solutions,
I
and
like
that's
that.
the only reason I'm here, dude.
I like that motto too. He's got his focus on the enemy, right? I like
Yeah,
that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
because a lot of people have gotten off on side shit,
Mhm.
and I think that's part of the what do they call that? Well, it's part of groupthink, right? You rope everybody into a group, and then once everybody's invested in the group, then you steer them wherever you want to steer them. And anybody who says anything outside of the group narrative gets ousted, gets kicked out of the tribe. And so that's what I saw happen, because I was friends with a guy who had beef with the StreamYard host, and then everybody started turning on me because I didn't want to slag off, the guy who initially brought me to the thing. And so that's
Cool.
one thing I wanted to tell you, McCoy.
That's why you are here, right?
Yeah, you got a great thing here. I'm loving it. And you're experiencing a lot with some of the other channels that you've been a part of, and people are kind of rejecting you for your ideas. But I'm gonna just tell you, dude, you do a great job as a host and keeping everybody focused. I like, you're not about the drama and debate. And I think you're well aware of the infiltrator game. And I just want to let you know, dude, stay on point with that. And you're building something great here, dude. For real. This is something here. I don't want to say you could turn it into a show and make money, but you're not here for entertainment. I get that. I'm not either. But this is outstanding content that's being provided here. And yeah, that's why I'm here, and that's why I support you, dude.
Wow. Oh,
So,
in the groove, man. That's man. That's
and I'll land there.
that's and is my mic
That's
good?
not a lot. That's not a love bomb. That's like true. That's
No,
Is,
dude.
is my mic good?
Yeah, you good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
you're good.
I just want to say, because I'm glad that you also preface that with your history. So that's what brings so much, man. Because I mean, you've seen how this thing has grown from the beginning to where
Yeah.
it is now, and so for you to recognize that in me is just like, I appreciate that, man. I'm not gonna hog the mic. I know Dean Kendall. Why
Dude,
you?
don't hug the mic, dude. Don't hug the mic.
Why are you here, Dean? Why are you hit the panels? Why are you on?
Wow.
And why do you hit the
I
panels?
mean, why did I come to YouTube? I mean, Phil, from amongst us are predators. Most of us have heard of him and know him, talked with him, and yeah. So him and I have been friends on Facebook for over 5 years now, 4 to 5 years, and in that time, we wanted to find some people who were thinking, who were just thinking,
Yep.
We were on Facebook, and you've got the clicky Facebook people. It's like the clicky online people. They all want to be noticed, and they all want to be somebody's got somebody. They got something to say, and we all have. Everybody has something to say. I don't dare I say it. I'm not denouncing any of that, but there is a certain clicky group in some of these platforms, and you just can't get past them. To me, you're just beating a dead horse by trying to tell them the same stuff, because they're not interested in what you got to say. They're only interested in whether you look good, or whether you fit with the crowd. Yeah. So I said to Phil, or Phil said to me, we got to find we got to find a different audience. And, you know, where do we go from here? And so I said, well, let's try YouTube. Because, you know, there's thousands and thousands of people who go to YouTube every day to listen to content. And so that's one of the reasons why I came here, because of being involved with Phil. But basically, I have watched the world go crazy in front of my eyes. And when that bloody jibbity jabbity bloody thing came through, I was aghast.
I'm going to start using
I was
that.
aghast.
The jippity jabbity.
I was aghast with the bloody thing because of how people's personalities actually changed. I mean, I've got friends that have known all my bloody life, and hell, I'm nearly bloody 70, and these people, their attitudes have changed, and I was flabbergasted. I mean, I had a couple of videos on my channel, you know, just little shorts, and they were just talking like, I know I sounded bloody horrible because I was moaning. You could tell I was moaning about it, and I hate that sound of people moaning. So I took them down, even myself. Yeah. But you know, I was aghast. My friends that I'd known all my life were willing to throw their principles on the ground and walk over them as if they didn't have any. I was blown away by it, and I just thought, man, I've just got to find some people I can talk to who understand the difference. What's going on here?
Amen to that, man.
You know what? If I could just interrupt, you know, I'm sitting here saying, man, I would like to hear Jen Tugon's answer to this question. Oh my God, Jen Tugon, you're amazing. And also Annapurna.
Yes, those.
But I know
those
she's
two
having
beautiful ladies.
that's just amazing. But DJ ZPE, man, salute to you, man. Appreciate you. Forever Love 774, appreciate you. Not no. Appreciate you always. Phoenix Fire's back with us. But yeah, if you could, okay. So you said why you? So yeah, you just want to find some people.
Yep. So basically, I just needed to find an audience so that we could talk.
Gotcha.
Right. And so basically, I've been going around YouTube looking through the streets, and I found a few. I found a few people that I feel that I have good platforms, and you, sir, you are one of them. I count Charles Wallace as some of these others amongst us are predators. The fulcrum, Phoenix Fire. There are real people here, real people who are showing, who are giving us a platform so that we can lead the way, and that's what I'm really grateful about. And thank you very much for allowing me up here, the realist. I got to be careful not to say your name. Say your name, sir, because I know it and I want to say it sometimes, but I hold back.
Hey, Dean,
I hold back.
Dean, What about the second part of the question? Why did you join panels? What made you decide? It's one thing to take audience and to listen in, but but hitting a
But I
panel.
joined this. I joined your panels and the panels like yours. That's what I'm saying. I joined panels because I feel that there are people willing to listen to my voice. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. I appreciate that. DJ ZPE said he got up early today just to be here. Man, you know how much that means to me. Appreciate you. I see Dark Hill Million is in the building. He's on his other channel, and him and I know why. So yes, salute to you, Dark Hill Million. So yes, Gentoo Gone.
Yes.
What brought you to YouTube? Oh, well, Gentoo Gone, you might have had some other reason or something else you wanted to add.
Grand Rising, Gentoo Gone.
But,
Hi, Dean. The reason I came back was that I was fascinated by what Dean had to say about how all of a sudden he was like, oh my God, the world is going to shit. And I kind of had that same thing happen to me too. And thank you for saying it. You know, all of a sudden everything was good.
Yeah, Dean definitely has a way of saying things.
Yeah, but basically I heard people talking about, I came to different panels. I heard people talking about things that are outside of the norm. And just like anybody else, I'm looking for somebody like myself. You know, I want to know, is there anybody out there who's got an unreasonable fear of radar installations? Does anybody else understand? If this happens, do you know what that means? And you want to find somebody else who kind of understands that the world is not right. And things have happened to us. Things have been done to us. And some of us worse than others. And you don't talk about it with your family. And you don't talk about it with your friends because, you know, you have well, honestly, we don't even have any friends anymore because everybody went crazy. Like Dean said, they took a side. They said, you do this or we don't speak with you anymore. And yeah, everybody just disappeared. It was like the freaking rapture. So here we are by ourselves. And I think maybe that's why a lot of people gravitated towards like-minded people.
Yeah, gravitate towards thinking minds like ourselves, like you, Jen.
And Jen, what made you though hit a panel though, like get on here and actually interact? Because that's a major step for a lot of people. That's a big step for a lot of people. They'll listen in, but some are either nervous or they feel they don't have anything to add. Or what made you decide to?
You know, that's funny. I still don't know why I get up here and open my mouth, because I have this feeling that, you know, there are things that you just don't say, and things that, and there are a lot of things that I won't say, on things that just aren't to be talked about. But at least these are things that I know. And when you hear that someone else knows, you want to be like, hey, one of us, you know, I know that too. Yeah. I'm so glad somebody else does.
We need to talk about these things that you don't want to talk about.
No, they're a little too far down the rabbit hole for most folks. But I keep some playlists of videos that have some things in them on my channel.
Are your playlists, is this playlist public?
Yeah, they're public.
Okay, gotta check them out.
But these are my one playlist is The Way It Is. And it's the things that I know, things that I've lived, and it's the things that people don't want to know. So I like to hear, how far has this person figured things out? How far has that person figured things out? What does this person think? Are they stuck here? And why are they stuck here? I always wonder why people are stuck with their flat earth. You know, there's more. Keep going. You know, I love it that they're thinking, but I want them to keep going. You know, and keep thinking more. Indegruv, dude, I watched that a video, the Bayou thing.
Bayou corn.
My gosh.
Yep.
So, and that's one of those
I was going to bring that up
check
too,
off my list. Just another check off my list. Did they ever say what caused it?
Well, they say, well, what happened was we have salt mines down here in the South,
Mm-hmm.
especially here in Louisiana. Well, what they do is they mine salt out of these big underground caverns, and it creates an open cavity. So they backfill these cavities, and they also say they drill for oil. But what they do is they backfill these cavities with oil drilling wastewater and other industrial waste. So what they said
Yeah.
happened was that they were drilling down next to a salt dome, and they accidentally hit the salt dome, and it allowed water to rush in and erode away some of the salt layer, and that's what caused the ground above it to collapse. But I got some bigger
Okay.
theories and ideas about all that. But yeah,
I'd love to
Yeah,
hear them too in the
I'm
groove.
just saying. Like a couple years ago, there was an explosion in my North Woods, and I was like pretty taken aback. I mean, to where it actually shook our house, the windows in our house. And I actually called the police, and I was like, "Hey, this just happened. It was huge." And they're like, "Yeah, somebody already sent us a video. They said it was they were just having what was it? Oh, a gender party, a gender reveal party, and they shot some
Oh,
tannerite." And
the excuse. Oh, the
I was like,
excuse.
first of all, I live out in the middle of nowhere. There's nobody around here having a baby. And oh, well, the things that happened that night were pretty amazing too. We had like an instant tornado. That was one of the most amazing things I'd ever seen. But other things happened too. If you've ever seen Close Encounters, when the mothership comes up, that's pretty much what it was like. And we took video. I mean, we knew this was going to happen. But there are things underground all over the place. And when I saw that corn video or the bayou sinkhole, oh yeah, that was amazing. Same things happening all over the country. If people are noticing. Indegruv, you sound like you might
Wow,
have been
that's
noticing.
an amazing subject, Gene, to go on and in the groove. I've been wanting to learn more about this actually. So thanks very much for bringing that subject up.
Well,
Yeah.
it's all fun and games until something in your backyard blows up.
yeah.
Well,
What's
yeah,
crazy about that?
I have a connection with that, with the Christchurch earthquake too. I feel that's the same thing,
Right?
because there was fracking. There was fracking going on along our eastern coast, even though they won't admit it here. The government won't admit it. I've been writing letters and that about it. But anyway, this fracking occurred before 2016, right? It's been going along our coast, I believe, and they fracked the coast along Christchurch side. They actually used sewage water from the sewage plants in the fracking operation.
Yep.
And how I know this is that when the earthquake in 2016 in Christchurch happened, there was sewage water coming up all along the seafront. And I'd like to know how that sewage water got from the sewage ponds to the front of the sea coast. I can only explain it by the fracking. And
That's extremely
yeah.
interesting. Did you happen to see recently, well, I think it was June 12th, Dr. Stephen Greer had his UFO disclosure party, and he had several whistleblowers who were all military and all under oath come up and talk about things that they had seen. And the one gentleman's name, I think it was Eric Hecker, came out and said that this is part of the technology that they have in Antarctica, and they have this, I don't know what it was, some kind of an EMF beam that creates ultra low frequencies. And he said when they turned it on at the South Pole Station the first time, he said it caused the Christchurch earthquake. So I don't know. Maybe it was fracking. Maybe it was something else. I kind of.
I think there's a lot more to it.
Else.
I didn't say the fracking caused the Christchurch earthquake. What I said was that the operation, they used the sewage water in the fracking operation, and through that earthquake, that sewage water came back to the surface again. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say how I'm not sure how the earthquake came about. Right, I'm pretty sure that was frequency generated as well, but I think the two coincided, and the evidence was brought about because that earthquake happened, right? And I believe that's why we see the sewage water now, like the whole seafront right along the front of Christchurch, it has been blocked off, cordoned off, and they're trying to make a park out of it with boardwalks that people don't actually walking on the ground; they're walking in the boardwalks, right?
Oh wow!
And they're just trying to make a park out of it to pretend it's not even there, right?
That's their big solution to all these industrial products. This is all reminding me of also another topic that I covered. I think it was 2015, 2016. It's called the Florida Mosaic. I think they called it, it was a sinkhole. And it was basically a phosphate fertilizer mining pool that ate through the bottom of the holding pools and went into the groundwater. And when you watch the company's promotional videos about their operation of mining for phosphate, once they tear up the land and do the mining, that's what they do. They cover it all back up. And when nature grows back, they turn them into parks. They call it a natural wildlife preserve. That's how they sell it.
In the groove. Thank you very much. In the groove, because I wanted to take correlation brought together. Yes. Yes.
I was in Hot Springs, Arkansas last summer, and I made a point of checking that every single thing in Hot Springs is owned by the government. It's all property of the parks, the United States parks. I'm sure there's a reason.
The next best, the next thing that's going to be hip, it's going to be green, is just cut some trees, and bury them in the ground, because that's green. Use chainsaws and use digging machines to cut down trees and bury them in the ground, and it's going to be subsidized and it's going to be paid. Just help nature.
There's no that
already
is
happening. It's already happening as we speak, being subsidized.
It's very anti-science. It's very satanic agenda. It ties into everything that they want to do to put us all on an unnatural system. A live tree is eating carbon. So why would you cut a tree down and put it in the ground when all that's doing is sequestering the carbon in the ground? It's going to break down and release anyway. There's no scientific argument to be made for that, but they're pushing it.
But the attack on nature is obvious now, isn't it? Yep. I mean, it's really bloody obvious.
I mean, they're actually cutting down trees and burying them in the ground, unused, unburned, just burying them in the ground, cutting them down, and then digging machines dig a hole, excavators dig a hole, and then other excavators put these trees in the ground, and they call it green, and it gets subsidized, and everybody gets paid. It's total insanity.
Where are you getting this information from?
Dude, that's happening all over the world already, dude.
Wow.
They're burning down the Amazon.
Wow.
Folks, my brother just got here, so I'm going to have to drop off. I appreciate talking to you, though. Dean, much love, buddy. And chat, big hugs to y'all.
Much love. Big hugs, Gene. Much love.
Thank you. Thank you, really. I really appreciate it.
All right, Jen. Have a good one. Smoking in G Sharp is in the building.
Hello.
Hey, Hey,
How
G.
you doing,
Hi,
Snowman?
Indy, Anna,
Wow. Wow. So,
Voynich, got it.
Say hello.
Gene!
I
hey,
mentioned her name. I mentioned her name
Ooh,
earlier. I don't know if you heard it or
I got
not, or maybe
something
you
to
just.
see.
I must have heard it psychically.
That's
You
it.
guys were running on such a great topic that I, like to talk about. And I'm
Can I
sorry I
say
just missed Jen. I just was going to come in and say hello.
No.
she's listening? She'll hear. She'll hear you.
Oh, good.
She's listening.
Yeah, you were talking. I lived a long time in Portland, Oregon, and flew out, doing various things on airplanes. And as I flew over the state, you can clearly see these circular pockets. They do them in circles now, not squares, because I don't know, for whatever reason, of missing trees. And someone in Portland explained to me that back in the late 90s, early aughts, the United States owed China for something, and the trade was our trees. And you can see that. And I just want to throw one more thing in. Now I'm in Arizona, and in my county, which covers a part of the Grand Canyon, we have found out that the U.S. tyranny has come in and declared a certain portion of the Grand Canyon a monument, and no one can go in there. And our state representative came up here. We go to meetings. I'm a mover and shaker, everybody. I get up,
Good
I
on
got
you.
yeah. And our representative explained to us that as far as he understands, the government wants the lithium out of there. So they're rolling pretty hard on our national treasure here. I'm off platform.
That is so. That is it's so on point, and thank you very much. Yeah.
Yep, and those natural resources, that's the people's wealth. That's all our wealth. Just like
Yes.
they're charging us for electricity, that's,
It's ours. Yeah.
yes.
Not only that it's ours. It's there for a reason. It's there for a reason. There's a reason it's there. It serves a purpose.
Yeah.
It's like getting rid of all the worms in the world. I mean, in a certain area that could possibly mess up the ecosystem. So they're crazy. They're-
Yeah, I got a thought to piggyback on that. With all this oil drilling, they extract oil, right? They replace these empty caverns with wastewater. Now we know oil and water doesn't mix, but we also know the properties of oil and water are almost completely opposite, meaning that oil, which they use in like hydraulics, it's able to withstand high amounts of pressure, and it also dissipates heat. Well, what does water do when it comes in contact with heat? It steams out, and water under pressure doesn't absorb pressure the way oil does. So, to me, it's a ticking time bomb of what they're doing with all this oil drilling and wastewater injections, which is what also I think leads to the conversation back to that Bayou Corn sinkhole as just a small microcosm.
Dude, before we had this conversation, I've had this fracking. Fracking was in my mind
Yep.
for no particular reason, and so I think that this conversation has something to do with it. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all the little pieces, and that's how they come at us, one little razor blade slice at a time so that it's not noticed.
Yeah.
What's going on? And then they throw all this circus in front of us. It has just been wild, hasn't it, people? Oh my God.
Bloody crazy, I tell you.
So
The blitzkrieg of bullshit, yeah.
Oh, in the group, the reason I had muted it because there was some echo.
Am I echoing? Hold on.
Yeah, it's you. Yeah. But only recently, only just recently, before it was good.
Hello, Paula.
Oh, is it Paula?
Hey.
Yeah, nice.
And now we bounced. Indegruv was causing others to echo, so I don't know if that was because he was crashing or what. But he made realist echo and I don't remember who the other one was.
Smoking in G sharp. Smoking
Yeah,
in G
he made
sharp.
Smokey. He made her smoke. Okay. Well, I was kind of coming in probably when that happened, but I think there was someone else I think maybe it was you. I don't know.
Well,
But I
mic
wanna
check,
make
mic
sure.
check. Just
Yeah.
testing.
Well, I mean, even if mic check, it can still go bad later. I think it's a StreamYard glitch. There's nothing we can do about it. But while I got you here, Smoking G, I do believe that Max Vision took my advice yesterday when it came to StreamYard. So I'm going to share this with everybody here now. StreamYard will work better for you if you are using Google Chrome.
Yes,
I don't usually have that issue, and I use Google Chrome. So,
well, my issue isn't so much a glitch as sometimes I've caught people coming in on my system and listening in, and then they make mistakes and I catch them. So I've put up some firewalls, and I have figured out my last thing I was not paying attention to, and that is the headphones I'm using here. It has a microphone on it.
yeah.
So that's, I think, okay, I'm not being paranoid. I just have had some really weird things happen. And so
Yeah.
I with light humor, I just take care of it. It's like a whatever, but it's,
Yeah, because I don't think anyone's going to like that other app that Max and you tried last night.
Restream is hard. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Restream sucks balls.
Smoking in G sharp. You see that comment on the screen?
Oh, thank you, Forever Love. Thank you.
Do you get that often?
Yeah, I do. I have that. I have that PBS voice.
Also, you were I don't know if you were aware, but I had posed a question and I'm glad Paula also can also dive into this. Why did you all come to YouTube, and what made you decide to hit a panel? So that's just the question that I was posing.
Okay. I came here originally for the growing channels. Getting tips, learning the trade of growing my own. And then I started stumbling upon what, I don't know what you call them, truther or just, open panels, open-minded panels. And I really resonate with what Dean said. You get trapped in your own little box, and your family, friends, and neighbors don't quite align. And that's okay. That's just the frequency they've reached so far. We're all on different channels. And it's nice to touch base with those that resonate with me. I'm really enjoying it. I can't name all of the channels right now, but many of them are. And yeah. And I walk away feeling like I usually learn something and better in the rest of my day, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For me, I knew I had to reach out to find out if there were other people in the world that their brains thought like mine, and it wasn't just full of crap in there. And so I came out here into the YouTube community, the Facebook community. I even tried Twitter, just any social media I could get my hands on, to try to find other like-minded people that would understand me when I speak, because it seems like the people that are around me here in my life don't understand me when I speak, and I keep it simple and I speak plain English, and I can't understand why they couldn't understand me. So I went looking for other ones that could understand me to make sure I wasn't wackadoo, because I was being called crazy by all these people around me, and I knew better. I'm quite sane. I may be too sane. So,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, fully, Paula, fully. I mean, I barely understand exactly what you mean when you say, you know, the people, whether you think that, whether they think you're sane or insane. I mean, I used to think that. Well, most of my friends probably call me crazy anyway. You know.
Yeah. We need to solve problems before they become problems, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
I'll tell you a quote I like by a guy named Jiddu Krishnamurti. He says it is no measure of good health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. And I think that's all of us. We're not well adjusted to this profoundly sick society.
What
Yeah.
made you what made you hit a panel, Paula?
And what made me hit a panel was for the same reason, to talk with other people to see if they can understand me when I'm talking, and to share what I knew. I started out sharing Bible information, not all the it's okay to have slaves and women should be seen and not heard chauvinistic pig shit, but the good stuff from the Word, from the Bible. And then as I grew, you know, learning new things out here, I also wanted to learn new things. I have one of those minds where if I'm awake, I want to learn something. I can't stop. It's the only time I feel alive, because I'm surrounded by death over here. So I've also learned a lot from all of you as well, and you are greatly appreciated, because I'm here to not just share, but also learn.
Yes. Me, I've been learning more than I can share. That's why I don't come up.
I know, right?
Because I'm sitting there listening and going, oh my gosh, you know, and I just want to put out to Anna, I've been listening to you for a while. A brilliant woman. I mean,
yeah.
I know this is probably cliche, but for your age, you are very advanced. And yeah, I enjoy your input a lot.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, Anna, I think is experiencing internet
Oh, okay, gotcha.
right now, but
no problem. Or stepped away.
Yeah,
it's quite allowed.
Smoking and G Sharp, I did catch you during this week. I don't know if you were on Benton's panel or Bex's panel. I can't remember whose link you hit this week.
Yes, I did. I went on to Bex or Benton's. You're right, and you know, she kind of ushered me off, because somebody made a comment in chat, and I was just generally responding to that, because if you're going to poke the bear, you're going to get an opinion. So
yeah,
respect to G for that.
And then she chased you away because you were being attacked in chat.
Yes, I was there. And I'll just say that Smoking and G Sharp was mistreated. All right.
Oh, hell to the fucking no.
She was mistreated. All right.
I'm
disrespected.
I can take it.
Total
Yeah, no.
total disrespect.
Well, I look at it differently. Yeah, it was odd and uncomfortable, but no big deal. I've dealt with a lot worse at McDonald's.
And I'm not I'm not
You know,
What you get for doing at McDonald's?
I'm
oh
not
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about,
city girl here. Those city McDonald's are rough territory. I'm telling
and
you.
I'm not talking about the people in the chat. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
I was
talking
getting to
about.
I look, people get wrapped up in things that they think are helping themselves, and I get that. I'm an older gal, and I've seen quite a bit, and I've been in the military. If you want to talk about mind control, narcissism, psychopaths, oh, they're all
Yes.
there. They're all
I
there.
did a video on that. Where were you? I needed you to join me. I'm going to make a part 2.
So
You're going to need to join me.
She's just in her own little river floating down, and that's okay. I have good faith she'll come back. You just have to get a dose of those types, I think, and I've repeated that, with people. Have you? Where you seem to have to keep learning the same lesson over and over, and then finally one day you go, duh.
Some learn, but some don't. And the vibe I'm getting is this might be a won't, a don't on that channel. I mean, I've tried, and for months. She's
there's
chewed me
familiar
for no reason.
characters floating around and all of that. And I mentioned G earlier, and G knows about the channel that I mentioned, the first StreamYard and the community we had. G, you remember when I first started coming on your panel, certain people were coming over. That was from that other channel. So G's well versed in how these things work. So
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So that's quite all right. But I do get entertained watching them all bickering with each other.
I can't handle that, so I just stay away.
Sometimes but I have to laugh at some of the characters that are over there. So anyway,
I'm with you there, Paula. I can't. It's too much for me. I can't handle it. I just move away. Yeah.
And she's letting in like new people from other channels that are complete and total disruption to knock you off your game, to keep you sidetracked. And then on top of that, you get attacked and called haughty because you have a powerful voice. And that's what happened to me.
Well, it's also one of those, that saying, I'm sorry, I can't remember. But the same people you see on the way up will be the same people you see on the way down. And we can't forget where we came from, Smoking in G Sharp opened up her home, gave us a voice to express our thoughts, respected us, no matter if she disagreed with us or not. And so now she goes into someone else's home, and that same treatment isn't, it's not the same. So it's just like that's the only way you're gonna get to know a person is through experiences. But hopefully you learn, and you just when I saw it, I was disgusted. I was like, "You're gonna do that to who? Because you met some new friends now? Are you that phony? Are you that phony?"
Yeah, I think there's more going on there with Bex than, and I won't go into it because it's just my personal speculation. But it's a lot deeper with her. Not that she should treat people like that, but I thought it was like she just felt uncomfortable hosting a counterpart, which is funny because they have so many of them on those channels. Maybe I scare people. Let's look at it that way. I scared them.
I got, I posed a question last week and got into a lot of trouble because I questioned these people's leader.
Oh,
and that's what I'm seeing is going on. There's certain people you can't question them. And when you do,
Oh, they'll
People,
turn on you.
yeah,
They'll
they'll
turn
turn
on
on
you like a
and
battered wife. They
and
really
Yep.
will.
yeah, and I didn't really,
Ooh.
I didn't know that everyone was like that, but a lot of people are.
Yeah, the Jim Jones case down in Uganda, just always kind of look at something like that. There's always going to be people who will follow the crazies, the we have many names for them, but yeah, and it's unfortunate they're lost. Because I think that's our society at whole sometimes, because we're all invested on who our leaders are, who the queens are, who the movie stars are. Everybody just gives all their power away to these, like you said earlier, the clown show. They're all actors.
Well, I see
And
someone in need and I come running and I try to help and then I get shot down. So
oh yeah, the old no good intention goes unpunished. Yeah.
exactly. But yeah, no
Mhm.
good intention goes unpunished, right?
But yeah, over a whole with our society though, right now, everybody just hands they're not look. It's true. You got to look within. You've got to be what's happening in your life instead of always handing it all out to others, because there's a lot of corruption. It used to be mostly at the top, but the fish has been rotting down to the body now,
Yes.
and
Yes.
yes, and it's just getting, like you were saying earlier, which just really caught my attention, living amongst so much diverse craziness. I mean, it comes from all directions, some intentional to keep us off our guard, and some of it's just voluntary, just the real deal, crazy. And yeah, so, but I think if I were to throw anything in, we just really just got to, focus on ourselves and our families, pull within right now. Now's the time to go within.
Big
Yes.
hug.
And
Smoking
those
and
who
cheese
don't
up.
go,
Big
yes,
hugs.
those who don't go within are the ones losing their minds, because they're looking at everything outside of them, and everything outside of us is crazy town. You have to go within in order to find that stillness, that peace, that sanity. And so I'm going to revise what I used to ask people all the time, because I say it to myself still, but I'm going to start saying it to people like you, G Sharp. What did you learn when that happened to you? Did you learn not to go there anymore? Or will you go back for possibly more abuse later?
Oh no, my learning curve is very quick.
Good. Okay, I'm grateful for
No,
that.
so,
Thank
I always, you have to give people a little skosh of benefit in society to get to know them. That's, and yeah, I've got 10,000 channels that I probably would love that I haven't discovered yet on YouTube. So there's no need to hold on to something that's not,
Not of value.
beneficial. Yeah, not a,
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
she'll find her clique, her group, and we'll find
It's
ours,
okay.
and we have. And
But it
yes,
will be fun. Like the realist McCoy said, what goes up comes down, and it will just be a lot of fun. Another daytime reality show.
My thing is that, at our ages, we should have already have our identity. And
No.
it's scary that, we come to YouTube in search of our identity still has no foundation. No, it's crazy. Because the way you were treated, I'm not trying to, that's why I'm not saying any names. Smoking G Sharp know exactly what I'm referring to. And
That's fine.
to know that they were going to kick you off of the panel because this person that you posed a question about was someone that is a newfound friend of a friend. That was crazy.
Yeah, and yeah, I
That's
was just
wild to me.
simply
That's
simply
wild.
speaking my truth. I have been around a few blocks, be a musician for a while. And yeah, you know, you can see that person walking down the road now once you've been around a few of them. And that's okay. And all I was saying was, look, it's going to be a long, hard road to nowhere. But that's okay. That's the road, you know, you probably have to do right now, because we've all had to take really stupid decisions and roll with them for a while until we wake up and go, oh, I hope I really don't do that when I can. But I have to say something. Okay. I'm going to be critical here on just one thing. That person we're talking about, I watched on a show recently, kind of got into a conflict with another person. So, you know, it all comes around. But these personality types, you know, some of these people are I'm going, are you real? Are you real? Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
it's like this person cries at the drop of a hat, and you feel really sorry for her and heartbroken, but then she turns around and she'll devour you.
Yeah.
And she
That
don't
will.
care if she makes you cry. So yeah, I stay away from that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm totally fine. Just an acquaintance here on YouTube, and that's fine, because I actually went on there to talk about the lack of moon landings, you know, and all this stuff now they're throwing out at us recently is just another big joke. It's just beyond what they think the general public's intelligence is these days. Do you not
I
agree?
know. I do agree. It's just amazing. I mean, to me, that the moon landings and the people who run with that stuff, uh, now, I mean, even young children who have no real knowledge of it, you know, it's to them, it's just. You know, that's how the world goes round, you know. I mean, the world goes round. When, you know, that saying alone is just so out there. I mean, but these moon landings and you know, just the space program and the kids today totally have not you know, there's not even a question coming into their heads, you know, whether there's nothing questionable about it. It's just that's how it happens, you know. They don't even have questions for it, and that's what I mean. The world today, it's hard to, you know, we're trying to find solutions and stuff like that. It's hard to break into minds that are completely encapsulated by the world and what it does. Yeah, it, just completely encapsulated by mental mind fuckery. Really, none of it's true, and yet they're all completely encapsulated by it. I mean, I've got nieces that we talk to, and you know, if the world bloody for them is if the world you know, like a meteor hits the world and destroys it, they're not worried because there's plenty of other worlds out in space that we can go to and start a new life. It's that simple.
I think that's what they're afraid of. We're just all going to get up and walk away one day. Hey, you want this part of the world? Have it. We're going somewhere else. They're afraid of us leaving. I really think so. If we knew how to get out of here.
Peace to Kimba. Kimba came through the door just blazing. How you doing, Kimba? Um, yeah, I just, I'm not. I just wanted to take the opportunity to let Smoking and G Sharp acknowledge what I witnessed, and so whatever
Yeah.
thoughts you had,
No,
I was a witness, and
sure, and I appreciate that.
yeah.
But yeah, it's like I said, she's an acquaintance on YouTube.
I just
I
know
thought it
that I'm
was
sorry to interrupt, but I just know that when you opened up your home and you let these people go on and on and on and on and on
yes,
and on, and whether you agreed or disagreed, you allowed them to be themselves. Why
yeah,
weren't you
I do.
why weren't you
I do
given
that.
that same treatment is all that I'm
Oh,
saying, you know?
it was because she became very uncomfortable. Let's just get down to it. She just
Well,
became
we know
very
the answer to that.
uncomfortable.
We know the answer
Of
to the
course.
question. It's
Yeah, yeah.
just, damn,
And
we didn't know that person possessed that. So
oh, and then so she didn't know. People don't know what to do when they're uncomfortable, but none other to knee jerk and make somebody else uncomfortable with their uncomfortableness. You know what I'm saying? That's what it all comes down to. And so I just said, okay, I guess I'm going to go now. I mean, it rolled right off of me,
Just knowing you're not a troublemaker.
No, but
So that's what makes
I
it
can
like,
get snarky, and I'm really holding myself back. I really
I
am,
understand that, but at the same time, I
and really
think
not with her. Like I said, with some of the other characters on that show. Okay, I'm going to say it. I'm probably going to get in big trouble. This is big trouble, but
You're a gracious woman, G Sharp.
hold on. Before you say it, Smoking and G Sharp, all I'm saying is I know that you're a sincere, genuine person. The way you portray yourself here on YouTube, I'm not saying that I know
yeah,
you, but
this is
what
me.
I know of you, you're sincere. Even if whatever you have to say may not be for everyone, I know that it comes from a sincere place, and people have to appreciate that. That's all that so go ahead, throw the names out there.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I can't now. I can't. I can't. I'll get in so much trouble because I can get on a roll, and
are you going to get, can you get it?
It's kind of like Epstein's list. We need the names.
Wait, hold on. Can you get anyone else in trouble?
Just myself.
Oh,
Just myself.
It's up to you. I'm here for
no,
you.
I'm gonna hold.
You're gonna pass.
Because I don't want to attack personalities.
Let Grace be the decider. Yes.
Expressing yourself is because, like, when you pose that question, I don't think that you attacked. You just acknowledge your perspective. This person is just
a dead end road.
Talks
Good
all
luck.
day and just rambles on, talks over people, loud, you're just stating what you observed.
Yeah.
And can anyone disagree with it? Why don't they just disagree with it? No, they just wanted you to go away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. No.
So I see Annapurna.
People speaking the truth in church.
I see Annapurna's tapped back in, and she's in the chat.
Hello, Anna.
Anna, Smoking and G Sharp had some real kind words for you. Annapurna.
I didn't hear. I dropped off there for a bit.
Yeah.
But I didn't seem to have left the panel. I'm still here.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Yeah. Smoking and G Sharp. Here's Annapurna.
Hi, I know of her, but I don't think we've ever talked directly. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, we briefly, like for 2 minutes one day on some panel, but yeah, I have been listening to you, and I like a lot of what you have to say. Yeah, very, very intuitive person. I just wanted to put that out
Thank you, G. I mean G sharp. Hey,
It
that's
doesn't
my
matter.
singing pitch bias. When we train our voices, we all have to find our pitch, and mine is G sharp.
Oh, that's interesting.
How interesting!
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, people
Oh my
ask me.
God.
Paula
That
is so, when Paula gets like a little thought, it is so funny.
oh. I love that. That's beautiful.
I can't hear anybody. I don't even know if anyone said anything. But
I just said, oh my God, that's beautiful.
oh, thank you, and
Yeah.
thank you to G sharp as well. I appreciate you and
Yeah,
your
Smoking G.
presence.
She has a great channel.
And I can tell that you're quite gentle. Your nature is quite gentle. So it does take courage to be up and even if you're under attack. So
Oh,
I
Yeah,
yeah.
your
appreciate
girl.
that about you, T Sharp.
Honor your lady friend. Was well, we'll chat, but I just didn't like the way that treatment was, and that told me a lot about that person. And you know, when people show you who they are, believe them. You know, believe them.
Absolutely.
And if they'll treat another person that way, what makes you think they won't treat you that way? So that's why
Yeah.
we learn from others. You know, be very observant.
That's a very good way of saying it. I always tell people, wait, because they'll hand you their card. You know, and when they do,
Yeah.
maybe that's old school because we used to have business cards. People don't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, wait.
Got you.
You know,
Kimba, grand rising to you, Kimba. But go ahead. Sorry, Paula.
yeah, just because I have a problem with somebody, I just want to make this perfectly clear. This is exactly why I have this saying that I created so long ago, that just because I say I love you doesn't mean I like you, because I am here to love even the worst of worsts
So therefore,
on
I'm
this
very glad that you
planet.
said that you like me. You know,
But
you like
I don't
you really
like
like me.
these certain people. So, yeah, you really like me. That's why he said that shit. That's right. If I'm on your channel or I'm talking to you in a kind way on someone else's channel, I like you. Or I would not come up because you were already here, or I would leave the second you came. You know, so this is why. And this is how we're finding out where our groups are. So just for future reference, no more gatherings for trying to, you know, fix situations like this. Just let it be what it is for future reference, because this is how we're going to find who our true group is and
Hallelujah.
who
Amen to
isn't.
that. You know, just let
Yes.
it be
Yep,
what it
amen
is.
to that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Dean. I
Yep.
mean, let it be for what it is, and see how
Yeah.
long it takes for one side or the other to get over it. You know, it might take months, it might take days, might
Yeah.
take hours, might
It
take
might
years.
take years,
Yeah,
you know.
you know.
Yeah,
Well, really, the picture went away, bro.
Yeah.
my only requirement is just be sincere. As long as you're sincere, we can work. We can talk. You know, we can. If you're genuine and you're insincere, and you're sincere. But if you have ill will intentions and you have other outside, then no, this is. I'm sorry. It's just not the place. But Kimba was lighting up the chat. What's going on with you, Kimba? Peace.
Oh,
Kimba.
hey. When I came in, I heard Smoking G talking, and I just got up
Hey,
from a nap,
Kimber.
so I figured I'd come up to share. Hey, everybody. Good to see everybody. I don't even know what happened with you, Smoking G, but I will say one thing. I'll share a little tidbit.
I will put it
I'm
out
sorry.
there. All right. I'll
Okay.
put it out
Okay.
there. All right. Smoking G Sharp was on. I don't know whose link, because that's when Benton and Bex was double streaming. So I'm sure it was Smoking and G Sharp's intention was to speak with. I don't know. I can't speak for Smoking and G Sharp, but she hit the link up there and she was talking because they were speaking on like the moon and something that Smoking. The reason I'm speaking on it because I observe and I know Smoking and G Sharp and I know Bex. So and I'm observing this, and Smoking and G Sharp happened to speak on Paul on Slave or something like she said. Who that guy that's really I don't want to put the exact words because I don't want to say the wrong words, but she didn't say something really. I don't know. I mean, these people are so sensitive out here smoking G. You can't
I know.
you can't even speak the truth. There's still a twist that, but
No,
it wasn't.
see,
It didn't resonate. It didn't
we're
resonate
here
with
to
the
speak the
audience.
truth.
The audience was somewhat biased because Benton's channel is partly Paul on Slave. They like and admire him. So Smoking G Sharp just happened to pose a question like, who that guy who's somewhat, loud and goes on and my goodness, Bex wasn't feeling that to the point where Bex felt as though she should have booted. But I guess Smoking and G Sharp left before Bex booted her from the channel because
That's right. A lady knows when to leave.
Yeah, because she said it herself. Bex said it herself. She's like, I should just boot you for you talking about people that are here that follows this certain gentleman. I'm not lying against Bex. She can't say I'm lying. And so I found that odd because knowing Smoking and G Sharp, she she's opened her home to Bex often and allowed
I
her
was
to
there once.
have her way, and she knows Smoking G Sharp as a lady. At the end of the day,
The gracious lady.
yes.
Yes.
And so for her to feel that way was like one of those, your mouth wide open, like eyes bulging, like what?
What?
And so yeah, it was shocking to me because Bex has found a new friendships, and that's fine. We're gonna grow, but at the same time, you have to remain yourself. You have to remain yourself and be true to. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it was just odd.
There are many alpha male, and alpha female types out there. Where alpha females are concerned, in case no one has noticed, I am one. However, I do not want to be the center of attention. I do not want to control anybody around me. I want people to come to me and feel at home and relaxed. Just because I'm an alpha female doesn't mean I need to be a bitch about it.
And I will say that I admire Bex, for what she has to offer. She's helped encourage me along this way when early on, hitting the panel over there at London McLovin or who else? Max, amongst us. She encouraged me to express myself, so I'll never take that away from her. I just saw something that didn't make sense to me. And I get in trouble for expressing these thoughts. Last week, I gave people a lot of content for expressing a thought and asking a question. And I just wanted to make, just to express the Smoking G Sharp that I saw it. It was crazy. It was strange, but it's our reality. And that's why we can't get caught up in the moment saying, oh, we're friends. We don't know each other to label friends. There's people in our lives who have earned that title of friends. So we got to also just know that, we're just getting to know each other. So let's not make it more than it really is. We're just linking with like-minded individuals, exchanging information, and just hoping for the best for each of us, and that's all it is, So Kim, I don't know, or Smoking G Sharp, if you want to add anything to that.
You speak well. You speak well. Lorella, you do.
Appreciate you,
You're
D.
very concise. Yes.
Yes. Smoking and G, do you want the mic or can I get the mic? Let me
Oh,
know.
you take it, Kimba. Go for
Also,
it.
Anna, are you
Yeah.
there? Anna, are you there, Anna?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, Anna, were you aware of this injustice that occurred?
No, sir.
Oh,
This
okay.
is the first time hearing of it.
Oh, okay. All right. Kimba, it's
I'm
all
here.
yours. It's all
Okay.
yours, Kimba.
Okay. I'm going to share my experience because, you know, because like what Dean was saying before when I was listening before I came up, the whole confusion, the whole mind fuckery, as he said, on everyone, you know, from whatever, up, down, below, sideways, you know, that's been done to us. We as people are still battling feelings and going through stuff, you know. Like you said, we're finding different people, realists. There's people we can learn from. I don't like to say friends anymore. Honestly, I'm saying lessons. That's my new word. Lessons. They're lessons. Because if you believe, like I believe, everyone can bring something to today the table, even if it's somebody who isn't living a great life. I'm not gonna lie. If it's someone who isn't doing good in life, it could be a homeless man you run into, right? And you could talk to him and have a conversation with him, and he'd shed some light on something for you. That's why I believe everyone brings something to the table. So instead of saying like friends, because like you said, realist people move on, you learn from people and you move on. You might learn lesson from this one or that one, or you may not, and you move on in life, or you could fall back. Either way, what makes, you know, another person responsible, you know, to someone else? There isn't. And then you got to stop and think, not only that, now listen to this. On your panel, realist, this is the main thing I want to ask. On your panel here, and it's all going to tie in together, don't worry. In your panel here, are you looking for us to discuss the behavior and what other people, our fellow people here on YouTube, are trying to go through and figure out? Because again, from my experience, when I talked about like what Smoking G went through, when I've been on panels with other females or even males, you know, either way, whatever gender, race, religion, color, whatever, I've had interactions like that. But if I bring it on another panel and start talking about it and bring up that specific person's name, like you said, Bex, think of the traffic flow you get. Think of the people now coming in the chat. They might come and be like, wait a minute. Now you've got heads turned. Everyone's looking at everyone else. Wait a minute. Who's that? Who's that? Who did who? Is
You know,
that what you're looking for is all I want to know.
you know
Because
what?
remember, the mind screw on everyone, you
You,
know?
you, you know what? You know what's crazy, and I thank
Yeah.
Forever Love 774.
Mhm.
I really appreciate Forever Love 774. Because the other day when I had a live on my other channel, um, Forever Love said, you know, I'm not gonna unsub, but this is not why I'm here, in so many words. And I really have an appreciation for that. And it's partly why I took the video down. Because the people that are here, they don't want that, actually. If we get into some beef right now, we're talking back and forth, the actual listeners are going to leave.
Right. There you go. Yep.
So
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah,
That's what I was trying to bring up, man.
exactly. So it's yeah. To answer your question, no, I am not. They know me as no. I am not on that. That's not what I have to offer at all. And
Oh,
so,
okay.
and so when Forever wrote that, I was like so thankful. It just gave me confirmation. Like, no, that's not what I'm here for. Matter of fact, it drained me. But I am thankful for that live, because without that live, Anna, you know, yesterday will not have happened yesterday, at least. So I am thankful that the seeds were planted from that live that grew to yesterday's live with Sparky Lee. But at the same time, Forever Love, when he wrote that comment, I was like, yes, that's it. I just felt that immediately. I felt that I had let someone down by even entertaining the negativity. So yes, I want to create a space where we're productive, exchange information, and walk away saying, yes, I'm contemplating thoughts. You know, it's just like I'm forcing myself to eat because my fasting period is upon me in an hour. And I really don't feel like eating, but it's like I know I have to, 16, 17 hours from now, I can't, you know, I have to, next time I can eat. But after yesterday's live, it's like I'm just.
You're gonna celebrate with food.
but at the same time, you know, smoking G Sharp, she hasn't went live. And so I didn't get an opportunity to express that to her. And so that's why I was taking this moment to express that I did see that
Thanks for bringing that up.
someone was mistreating this lady. I'm telling, just through her voice, it's just crazy. Just over a new friend that she found, and it's a friend of a friend. That was crazy to me. So anyway, all right, Kimba, I don't know if that answered your question, but that's the best that I can do.
I can add to it a bit.
Can I say something there?
Mine's real short. If I could please go first.
I interrupted G
It's okay,
Sharp.
honey. It's okay.
No, go
I'll
ahead,
be done in
G
a
Sharp.
second.
I'll hold my thought.
No, I'll be right. I'll be done in a minute. The way I see it is, if they don't want people talking about them, they shouldn't show their ass, and they should have a little more couth and respect for another fellow human being. My opinion.
Go ahead, Anna.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me just jump in there real quick. I'm so sorry, Anna. But Paula, let me just say this real quick. This was the point I was trying to make. If we pull out people here on the YouTube streets, as I like to say, realists' panel, that's why I asked realists, it would turn into a big soap opera.
Oh, yeah, we don't want that, no.
Yeah, because you know what I mean? I'm going to show my face. I'm sorry. I'm in my...
You're beautiful no matter what. You're good.
You know what I mean? People are going to come in. They're going to be like, who's that? Wait. And like Reela said, do we want to, solutions, or we want to be, wait a minute, who did who wrong? What? And now you got one like chicken heads, like, like, wait a minute, who's that? And now everyone's like, wait, in the chat. And then us that really want to get somewhere are like, we're trying to weed through that. We're trying to like, get out of the way. Get out the way. We need the real information. So that's all I'm saying. If we bring up our fellow people right here, because remember what Dean said, the mind, we're people here on the internet. A lot of people are on the internet a lot. They're not on here. They can get on here in a bad mood sometimes and want to learn something. They may not be in a bad mood. They may not get enough sleep. Think of all the scenarios up, down, and in between. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, do we turn this do we talk about the outside, what we fix, or our fellow people coming in here to get lessons from each other? We're all trying to,
This is a lesson as well. The way I'm seeing it is, we are here to learn, but when someone is being attacked, especially an innocent, I think that I'm here. It's in my birth chart. I can't not be who I am. This is who I've always been. I can't not defend the innocent. I have to defend the innocent. And the only true way to do that is to call out the person that attacked the innocent. We're not out in the wild where it's okay to just go tear down a baby and eat it and kill it and all that. No, we're human beings. And so when I see an innocent in somebody's mouth that doesn't belong there, I'm going to go after, I'm a Leo, I'm going to go after the one with the innocent in their mouth. And so that's all I'm saying.
Anna, so you don't see the innocence you don't see the innocent child in people, Paula? I just want to know, do you see the innocence in a child in somebody? Because what's your definition of innocence?
Probably been through stuff. Yes, I get that. But at the same time, we're supposedly grown adults here. And we should act accordingly. Like when she chewed me out on another channel, I didn't even attack her back because I was, at that moment, I could have devoured her. Okay, I'm a Leo. I could have ended her, and broke her even more. I'm fully capable. I grew up in a dysfunctional family. I know how to do that, but I chose not to.
Okay, you answer my question. You answer my question. Thank you, Paul. That's all I want to know. Okay. I didn't know you had other situations. Okay.
Yes, I've had my own situations, and that wasn't the only time that she came at me. I've given her several chances, and she will not stop. So
hold on a moment. Anna, did you want? I don't want us to go miss this opportunity. Anna, did you have something you want to add?
Yeah. So McCoy, yesterday, this is related, but yesterday, what we were doing was calling out essentially a YouTuber, right? You agree with that, Paula and McCoy?
yes, calling out a YouTuber. Yes.
Right. And so that, I mean, like, we're already doing that here. That much, you know. So that's, I guess that's not off the table. But it wasn't a soap opera format. It was more like, these are the red flags. Please be aware. And
Yes.
what I want to say is, there was a person in the chat that immediately started saying something like, "Oh, you're a liar," da 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 da, to me. I didn't even really read it, because I knew at that point, like, if I permit myself to read this comment, I'm gonna lose track. And I had a lot to say, because I was sharing my personal story. So it's a vulnerable point, you know, and it's a personal story that's linked with a masked up character. So, you know, and at that point I was being called a liar and a da 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 da. But I had some kind of maturity to say, like, there are bigger things here. You know, am I gonna waste time answering, like, you know, somebody, like, going back and forth in chat when I have bigger fish to fry, essentially? And I had to get out that story. I mean, it's just a surreal ass story. And if I got held up in the minutia, that story would not have come out of me. You know, I just, when I almost read that comment, I was like ready to even hop off. You know, I was like, my fire was almost like I was putting water on it. So I guess pick your battles, because we're already discussing YouTubers on here.
Right.
But you know, it's just like, we gotta wait.
Yeah. This is a repeat offender, and if I would have been there when you were being called a liar, I'd have probably came at him. So you don't have to. If I'm here or I catch wind of it, I got your back.
You were there, but we were going back and forth, like with Sparky and me and McCoy. You were there, but
so
I don't think you caught it
live as well. But if I was in live chat, whoa.
Right on.
Yeah, but it's like it's about keeping your focus, right? Because that's what you were explaining, right, Annapurna? It's like,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Choose your battles, keep your focus.
And not that's not to invalidate anything. I'm just saying, like, you know, we already are discussing YouTubers on here. That's not off limit. Mm-hmm. But we must weigh, you know, you got to weigh things out and see what you want to talk about on here.
I will say, you know, I don't classify Bex.
I agree to that as well.
I don't classify Bex as just a YouTuber. It's someone that I've communicated with over time, and that's why she kind of stands out. If it was someone else that I barely communicate with, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. But it was just because we all are connected to her, and for me to see that was kind of strange to me. That's all it was. But no, I'm not into calling out no YouTubers, but I do have interactions.
Thank you for giving that context.
And interactions with her. So that's what makes it somewhat different, where it has where I even have a reaction. That's all it was. Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause-
because
It's just it's in me to defend innocent people. I can't not do it. So that's just who I am. So hi everybody. This is Paula. This is who I am. And I'm
So,
not
okay,
gonna
well,
hide who I am anymore.
so what that actually tells me, Paula, is that you need to stop doing that, right? I mean, there's gonna come a time where you need to stop defending the innocent people, because there's only so much of you that you can spend on them.
Well, I'm not spending as much time on YouTube as I did making my own videos or being in other certain channels. I've cut my time way down so that it won't happen as often, but I've been biting my tongue ever since I did
Yeah,
start going live again.
because
And
people are gonna
I'm
pick
just
up on that.
saying
People are
I'm
gonna
fully back now, and I'm
And the thing, if I could say with Anna, the person like today, I've had to block 3 people now from this channel. So just identify negative energy. We'll get them out of here
right, but
ASAP. That's it. If they're coming here
if
with
you
any
want to
negative,
defend, so I just wanted to say to Paul, like, if you want to defend innocent people, they're gonna pick up on that, and they're gonna play innocent in front of you, and so just
I have a built-in lie detector. I'll know
right.
who's really innocent
So,
and
but
who isn't.
that's gonna
Yes.
happen to you, right? And that's probably what's been happening to you lately. So I just wanted to put that out there.
I haven't been really defending to my fullest extent innocent people, but I am announcing it here today that I am back in full force. I will defend the innocent. If I see an innocent in a motherfucker's mouth that don't belong there, I'm gonna come at him. Period. Point blank.
But I mean, are
So-
you? I mean, I don't want to be like that. But do you think people are going to abuse that factor of you? It's going to
so,
be abused.
so Anna, you're saying someone was coming at you negative yesterday? Is that what hold on. I see.
Yeah. Not no defended me. Not no is a sweetie. I don't know him, but he always stands up, like, he always, I don't know, he's a gentleman.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Let me see what's
Yeah, it was right as I started telling my personal story about the Bonacci character yesterday in chat.
Yeah.
Yesterday I
So
was
then I understood already, like, it's like, oh, well, I can't speak against this person. I get it. So,
yes. Well, you could speak
then
against
I
over here.
because we already knew that it was a character, and then somebody in chat was like coming against me as I was sharing details and saying that I myself was not credible, but as usual didn't bring any proof about how I wasn't credible. So he or she who makes the claim must bear the burden of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And with no evidence, the claim doesn't stand. So there was no evidence provided. But I've had this experience before with that character, a person, whoever in chat. So I just kind of like, I understood. I was like, oh, well, this is something bigger is going on here, because I questioned a bigger character, and it's like, okay, well, throw the baby out with the bathwater. She's associated, so she's guilty by association. Throw her out.
You will not be judged by your how do you say this, by your you will be judged by your character, not by your assumption, not by your theory, not by your model. No, on your character, because your model or the theory that you disproven, that they cannot fight that. So they will just do ad hominems. That's what they do. It's
And even if the ad hominem is like, okay, well, you're a pedophile, so your word doesn't stand. I get that. I don't think that's an ad hominem. But ad hominem for me is like when there is no claim, like when the claim isn't followed up by the evidence. Okay, you're a liar. Well, what'd you lie about? Well, I said it already. I'm not repeating myself, So it's like, well, you didn't say shit.
Yeah.
Anna, wait, Anna, let me.
Always the
Anna,
same, huh?
I want to ask. Wait, Boyna, can I ask Anna? What's that word you said? Say it again. Anhominid. I can't say it.
Ad
What's that word?
hominem.
What does that mean? What does it mean? I don't know what
it means. Like that. It's sorry. It's like to the person. So you're not addressing the topic, but the person.
Oh, okay. Okay. I never heard that. Okay. I like that word. Okay. Anhominid. I want to make sure I'm on topic.
You're not.
Okay.
You're playing football, but you're not playing the ball. But you try to tackle the person, right?
Oh, yeah, character. Okay. Okay. Got it.
Like, oh, you smoked weed one day,
yeah.
So you can't be president. I think that was a famous one they were bringing against Obama back in the day.
Hmm.
I'm not an Obama supporter by any means, but that's the kind of thing, like, oh, you smoked weed when you were in college, so
Yeah.
35 years later, you're not fit to be a parent.
Right. Okay.
Yep. Mistake. Any mistake, and you're done.
Right. Long ago.
Aye. It's lovely to hear all you ladies up here today. Yeah. Very gracious to be a part of the panel with lots of ladies on the panel. It's good.
That says something about the men on the panel too, that the ladies are comfortable being here.
No doubt. High five to you guys. It's very pleasant.
Thank you, Dean.
Well, I mean,
yeah. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm a friend of Bex's, and I understand a little bit. I don't understand a little bit about what's going on between Bex and G Sharp. I'm not sure what happened because I wasn't.
There's nothing going on.
Either.
It was just there's nothing going on. It was just an experience.
That's what I said.
Yeah, we're gonna. Come on. There's friends that you had in high school.
I just wanted to say.
Yeah, there's nothing going on.
Sometimes I think that Bex can get to spend too much time on YouTube. I'm just going to tell you, Bex, that you can spend too much time on YouTube.
No, she does not spend. She doesn't. Dean, she does not.
And then you might get a bit tired when you get on these long streams.
Dean, she does not spend too much time on YouTube.
Okay. I'm not just being maybe not time as in too long a stretch. I mean, if I was to spend a 14-hour stretch on a live, I'd probably start to.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have to. There's a thin line where you're telling someone else that they can't do something.
Oh yes, I know. I realize that.
Yeah, you can't. People spend their time however they want to spend their time. I'm just more focused on the fact that, there has to be some integrity.
Well, that's okay, and that's what I was meaning. That maybe the integrity got dropped because of tiredness.
Yeah, we.
I'm just trying to say that.
You're crazy.
That's funny, Gene. That's
Yeah,
funny how you recovered from that.
yeah, man. The way he recovered that, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, that's why some of us we're the phony term is used. We have to remain ourselves no matter what environment we're in, and we can't forget those who treated us with respect, and then now in turn compromise that for our new friends. That's the only thing that I question.
I
Yeah,
agree with that.
and he's been a victim of her attacks as well. I
But
was
at
there
the
for
same
one of
time,
them,
I'm not
and
going to
he
tell
was
someone.
crying.
I'm not going to tell someone how to spend their time. These are grown adults. I'm not going to say, "Oh, you eat too much pizza. You eat too much donuts." You have the right to live your life, whatever makes you happy. If you want to spend 27 hours straight on it, whatever makes you happy. I am not here to question anyone.
We're not here to change anybody. We're not supposed to
Exactly.
change anyone either. They've
So,
got to change themselves.
so
You
I
know?
just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
One thing that I always find with panels, even in the beef sector, is when you sit on the panel with someone and someone says something and then you don't say anything, then it's as if they convict you all. So I just want to make sure I express that, especially being the channel holder. I don't want to get no
Yeah.
trouble with Bex now, because Bex, she can go with the best of them now. So
You got to be on the good side of Bex now, right?
so not just that. No, not just that. I think Bex is not harmful. Okay,
No,
at the core,
no.
she's not harmful. I just find that sometimes a person can get caught up in the moment, and she's being protective. She's just, some people don't know how to protect everyone, and that's all it is. So she chose who to protect, and that's all it was. But Bex is harmless.
Well,
She,
I just want to
You
say
got some
one thing.
insight there, McCoy. Wow.
Yeah. I just wanted to say one thing though. In communism, you can't talk about those who are, running the show.
damn. Oh,
This is what I'm saying. Mic drop.
oh
So,
my gosh, smoking in
so I
deep
just always
dark.
say, watch.
Y'all
Like
see
I
why?
said,
Hold
don't
on.
go
Bex
down.
smoking. Oh my
Repeat
god.
that. Sorry, I didn't catch it.
Wow. Say that. I'm sorry, smoking
Say
in
it
deep dark.
again, beautiful lady.
Wow. Oh my
Well,
gosh.
it's true. You just got to study, socioeconomic politics, and but yes, like I said, watch out for the Jim Jones, because they can convince a lot of people to do really bad things. And it's classic Marxist. You couldn't talk about those big leaders over there in Germany during World War II, or you would be perceived as heretic, a political dissident, and you might end up in one of the camps. Those camps were filled
Okay.
full of a lot of political prisoners, as well as the religious and all the rest. You can imagine. But yeah, that's all. That's all I was just kind of putting out there that day. Is
Can
just
you?
be careful of who you might be following, because I think that is a big problem in our world culture right now. Everybody wants to follow, and they don't want to find themselves. I always try to put out the two main things that Socrates pushed so hard for, and one is know thyself, and the other is keep everything in moderation.
Oh, the way you start. I think Anna missed your opening line that had us all like in awe.
Yeah, I just want that one
Yeah,
line.
the
What did she
opening
say?
line.
The opening you
Well,
said.
it's true. When you can't talk about your leaders
No,
anymore.
you started. Hold on, one moment, Spo. Let me refresh you. Let me remind you. You started off by saying in communism.
Yes, yes. In communism, you couldn't over there. You couldn't talk about Stalin. You'd end up in a gulag. It's just standard. You can't talk about the emperors not wearing any clothes, or you'll get in big trouble.
And that happened to me last week, where I questioned Bro Sanchez.
Mm-hmm.
and I
Have
got
to
some
be able to
backlash.
call each other out.
What'd you say, Paula?
We're talking to Bro Sanchez.
No, I questioned some of his audience members. I asked a question about Bro Sanchez on whether he was being hypocritical in a situation, and I got backlash. It kept going, probably still going. A lot of people got content out for that.
Yeah,
So yes, I definitely witnessed that here on the YouTube streets, that these leaders, so-called leaders, you can't question them. These 100,000 subscribers, they got eyes and ears everywhere. So be careful.
My straight thought is this: you have to be able to call them out. If not, then it's communism. Mic drop. If somebody's saying, oh my God, you can't badmouth me, that's not allowed. I can treat you any shitty way I want, but how dare you attack me back? That's communism. That's classic narcissistic behavior. I'm going to be my full self from henceforth. If I see an innocent in a motherfucker's mouth, I'm going to eat them.
Paula ain't playing. So
I'm not playing.
So I just, I'm ready to. I just wanted to just address that. I didn't mean for it to but it's a lesson learned for everyone on both sides.
Yeah.
This
actually has been great, Realist McCoy.
Thank you.
Studies in humanities. We're learning about ourselves here, and so I have to get off. The dogs are at the door for me, but I really appreciate this time with all of you. And I do watch you. Sometimes I type. I have a very bad eye, though, so I have a hard time seeing to type or sometimes read your messages. So if you think I'm ignoring you, everyone, I am not.
You're good. Smoking in G-sharp. Smoking in G-sharp. You are good peoples.
All of you.
You are good peoples. My book.
Thank you for gracing us with your person.
Oh,
that's why
I love you all.
That's
I'm
why
gonna jump off and listen.
You.
All right. Take care.
Cheers and stay frosty.
You too.
Big hug. Big hug, G-sharp.
Who would bounce someone like that off the panel for the sake of speaking against Paul Unslaved? Come on.
Not me, hell.
It's not like she spoke against him. She just posed a question like, someone said, oh, she doesn't know something about Paul Unslaved. And she's like, oh, that guy who talks real loud and such and such. That's all she said. It wasn't, and they were like, oh, they were ready to boot her.
She was just trying to find out which Paul, because there's Paul from Newcastle out here, and there's a couple of other Pauls. So she was just trying to figure out which one. And then she gets booted dang near. Oh man, come on. What the hell? What's wrong with people?
Technically, she did not get booted. So I'm not going to say that word. We deal with
she almost did.
Yeah, that.
The only reason she didn't because she left.
Yeah, and even not knowing I was blocked by Benton. Me and not know, man.
You and not know we're blocked by Benton? What the fuck?
He had us blocked. He had us blocked. God. So not know, we kindreds, man. We
yeah, I love him.
Because I was crazy. I was like, dang, not knowing I were blocked. Benton said it. Benton was like, wow, I didn't know that I had the Realist McCoy blocked and not know. And he unblocked us. So I was like, I'm all right if me and not know is in the same jail cell.
All right. You're good company. You're with good company there. He's with good company with you, and you're with good company with him, and we're good company with him, and he's in good company with us, and that's what we're looking for. Good company. Fuck bad company. Bad company can go have their own fucking space out there and stay away from our fucking channels, because if you don't, I'll eat you.
Oh, here you go. So yeah, I just, I just wanted to take that moment, because I didn't get a chance to
There's a
communicate
lioness in the building.
with, because she's a like Dean said, she's always remained a lady on these panels, and I just wanted an opportunity to let her know that I saw. I witnessed that, and I just thought it was kind of unfair, and
That's what brought the mama lioness out in me, was you telling me that. It's just, and I saw the one where she attacked Dean and he left crying. And I'm not doing it anymore from now on. You come at Dean, you come at Realist, you come at any motherfucking buddy that I consider either a very good acquaintance or a friend, I'm gonna eat you, period. I'm done.
no, I think you're good. I'm
Thank you
good.
so much,
We're
lioness.
good. We're good, Paula.
You're
So
welcome.
I always say, don't burn any bridges. Let others burn the bridge, because they have to build it back, and it takes a lot of pride to overcome rebuilding a bridge. So don't burn the bridge.
I'm not the bridge
Dean and I,
burner.
we can handle ourselves, but at the same time, it's the lesson for you to learn. That's all that comes down to, is for you to say, oh, that's what's in those people. Got you. All right. Because if they did it to that person, they'll do it to me also. That's the lesson learned. And I think Dean and I would say that that's what we hope you get from it. You don't need to fight our battles, but we appreciate your allegiance. But definitely, just learn from it. That's all we can do, is learn from these experiences, because this thing is bigger than us. We're all trying to figure it out. We're frustrated. We're
I am sick of the communists, and they're in the YouTube communities as well. And the same goes for if anybody attacked Kimba in my presence, I'll eat them too. I'm not playing no more. I'm
No,
so
I don't
fed up
think
with the
anybody messes with
communists
him,
that
but no,
I ain't got no views right now.
yeah, I don't. I don't foresee anyone messing with Kimba. Kimba, they know Kimba don't play.
Kimba don't play, but I mean, if I'm there, shit,
Kingston's house.
she's my girl. I love her.
Yeah. So yeah,
It is Sunday, it's Sunday, McCoy. That's why Paula's on fire. Sunday is ruled by the sun.
Oh, that's right.
Rules
Thank you
Leo.
for pointing that out. Yes. And I have Leo in my birth sign, or not Leo. I have Jupiter in my birth sign as well. And I have Saturn in Aries. So, enough said if you're an astrologer. Get out of my way, treat my people with respect, or be devoured. Period.
So yeah, I'm still recovering from that experience from yesterday. I know boys like, here we go again. McCoy keeps talking about yesterday, but I'm telling you, man,
I've been missing out. I know.
that
You're gonna make me feel. You're gonna make me
because another thing is that I haven't really had presentations. It's really usually interactions, and we share our thoughts and express our thoughts. But to actually have visuals and actual presentation where we just went down a road, it just felt great, and I want more of it. I want more of it.
That's what I'm about, McCoy. That's what fills me up.
I want more. I want more of it.
That presentation format
Yes.
is something I really love.
But the thing is, you have to I'm on my phone. I don't foresee myself setting up and microphoning up, and I gotta while I'm on my phone, I'm preparing meals. You hear them. It's not like they're just.
I'm happy to help.
So
that's all I'm saying.
It's just I don't know how I can present it. But I was going to post that today. That's why you see Week in Review, open panel for all great minds, great week. Okay, open to new ideas. wanting to meet new people, channel growth, meaning that I wanted to say, yeah, I would like people, if they have any ideas on presentations that they would like to present to the but I just have one. I just have one requirement. I don't want to deal with beliefs. I don't want to spend my time trying to convince someone or share beliefs. I like to deal with concrete information, things that we know. And so that's the only requirement that I ask, is that, just no beliefs. I move slow. Beliefs make me hesitate and question myself and others. Knowing makes me move. And so that's my only requirement. But what were you going to say? Someone was going to say something, and Face Plan also hit the link. Salute to you, Face Plan.
Mic check.
Mic check. I'm over here devouring these cherry tomatoes. Ooh. Oh, man. Your mic is good.
Real McCoy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I just ate some raw squash for the first time.
Which kind of squash?
Just some of my crossbreeds.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I just ate some raw for the first time.
How was that?
You were saying that earlier about it was good.
Really? Raw squash? Dang.
I just wanted to, you're talking about, you're saying cooked food is rubbish and raw food is good, which is possibly, I understand from a vegan point of view, and a person such as yourself, a realist who has had a vegan diet all your life, since you've probably been in control of it anyway. I'm not sure about when your parents were, whether they were vegans or not.
Yes, the moment I was in control of it. You're absolutely right.
Yes. Yeah. And so I just wanted to say that I feel like I've had 69 years of training to eat cooked food. I've had 69 years of eating probably even poisoned food. There are possibly things that are, I don't doubt that. There are things happening in my mind that are related to the things that I eat and the way that I consume certain foods. And so I just wanted to let it be known that at 69 years, there's a lot of training gone into the way I've eaten my food, and to shift my eating habits, say, to a totally non-cooked type of arrangement, I think my body would probably cry out in agony. Right?
Can I add something? Can I say something to think about? Anna posted yesterday, hope all were listening when we were speaking on aging. What do you think is playing roles in our aging at the rate that we're aging? But this is a lie for, I'm not going to go too in depth in that aspect, but I just was just saying that there are many things that play a role in us aging at the rate that we're aging. And so cooked food could possibly be one of those. But like Forever says, everyone/body is different. Diet is personal. It was just a question that I posed, meaning that it was just posed into, I think it was indegruv, meaning like, I might have a thought does that mean you're going to change immediately? And so our expectations sometimes exceeds our intentions, you know. So that's all I was saying in regards to that.
Okay. So, I mean, for me, you know, like I kind of feel like I've had 69 years of eating cooked food, and it's pretty hard to shift my mind state to think that I could live on a raw diet in total.
Well, you're
I only went vegan 5 years ago, and like some days I could live off bacon. You know, I'd eat a pound of bacon in one sitting, and in 2018 I quit everything. I quit dairy, meat, corn, wheat. I just quit everything. Cheese. I quit everything. Boom. I quit drinking alcohol, and I'm 63. So I'll be 63 in a bit, month and a half.
Good for you.
Do you feel? Do you feel that that the food that you're now eating, uncooked food? Are you cooking Are you living on a totally uncooked vegan diet now?
He's not. He's not. He was just responding to something that I said earlier. But no, he cooks food.
I just went and picked a squash, and I was cutting it up and ready to cook, and well, I'm going to try this raw because of what McCoy said earlier in the stream, and I sliced some slices. I put some spices and oil and vinegar on it, and it was great.
Okay. But I mean, you know, like, how do you feel in yourself from giving up dairy?
Dean, can I answer that real quick, Dean? It's so awesome. I'm telling you, it is just. You just feel
it's awesome.
You just feel the weight, the filth leaving your body. Just your energy level increases.
I'm lighter on my feet. My inflammation is gone. I don't make mucus hardly at all.
That's the biggest thing: inflammation and mucus.
Yeah, and that's gone. Like, I was bad. My back was bad. My knees are bad. My hips are bad. My feet were bad. My hands are bad. Well, yes. I've been a bricklayer for 40 years, but all that inflammation and pain is gone, and I hardly have to eat. I hardly have to eat anything now, to tell you the truth.
Good for you. Good for you. Nice one.
Your audio is messing. Your audio is messing, bro.
But Dean grew up on a farm, right? Dean, you were saying on my weaving video how you used to shear the wool, and Maureen used to weave it.
Actually, that was in my previous relationship. I wanted to actually tell you that, actually, Anna. But this was actually Maureen and I are recent, and not my first marriage. I was in my 20s. I was shearing sheep, working on a farm, and I decided, but my partner and I were looking at, well, you know, why are we buying bloody clothes when we could be making them ourselves? And so because I was shearing sheep, we decided to get hold of a sheep and raise it ourselves. There was a pet lamb. It was had black and white fleece in the wool.
Right.
It was a mixed coloring, and so I got this little lamb and we raised it. And when it came time, I shore it by hand, you know, with a pair of hand clippers, not even a machine one. and you know, just trying to get that length of wool where you've got no second clip, you've got no cuts or breaks in your wool. You know, just the experience of actually growing wool on a sheep's back, where you're trying to give that sheep everything so that there is no breaks in the wool even, you know, because that's important.
Yes, sir.
And so, you know, there's lots of things we can learn. That's what all I was doing it for, was just learning how that I could make my own clothes and make them with durability. You know, I mean, if you've got a sheep's fleece and it's got breaks in the wool, then that's going to come out in the yarn, and the yarn is going to therefore let you down, and you're going to have clothing that will say wear out in one particular place because of that, because of the wool and how it's growing, you know. So there's a lot in it, right? Yeah, but yeah,
And the thing
that's where I
about
was.
wool is it's one of the best things you can wear in the cold weather. Like if you're wearing cotton socks and it's cold and your feet wet, you're screwed, because the wool wicks the moisture away from your skin.
Exactly.
There you go.
Correct. And cotton is the last thing you want to wear in a place that's cold and dry.
Exactly.
I did have a question for Anna.
And wool socks. You can hardly find wool socks now. They're all mixed fibers. Yeah, Realist McCoy, if you open that store, man, I think you'll do well, because
it's been a while where it's just really even difficult to find 100% cotton socks. Actually, I can't even really find it. It's strange. I just saw it. They slowly just work
you know
this
what?
polyester.
I wear t-shirts a lot, and a lot of t-shirts have some polyester in them. And if I wear a polyester shirt, I stink, man. It's horrible.
Yeah.
He said, "I stink, man." Yes, it's just an unnatural fabric. It's not for our skin at least. But Anna, I did have a question for you.
It's shocking.
Yes, McCoy.
You're breaking up. What'd you say, Faceplant, Ken?
Like how bad I stink, it's shocking. Like it's like immediate.
Yeah, all those things. It's terrible, and that's how they're able to sell us deodorants, and then put deodorants in our put chemicals in the deodorants, and then our body absorb those chemicals, and those chemicals.
Reliferants. Yeah.
It's
God,
just,
they're filthy bastards, aren't they, McCoy? They're filthy bastards, aren't they? Yeah.
I don't know if you look any since newer. He was saying that now they're putting tracking chips into the fibers, right into the clothes. Like the cheap clothes you buy at Walmart have tracking chips in them.
Don't we have don't we have glands? We have glands right there by our armpits, don't we? There's a gland
right
there.
where they put the labels. That's where where the labels.
What'd you say, Anna?
There are lymph nodes in the underarm.
Yes, and we put directly those chemicals right there. These are mad scientists. They know more about you than you'll ever know. But my question for you, though, Anna Perna, was, Paula, you had something to say? Go ahead. You got me.
They know more about you than you'll ever know. That's why I try to teach people to search out their astrology so that they can at least know themselves better than they know themselves now. Because These psychopaths, these mad scientists, they know exactly who you are, and that's why they want you dead.
Can you do my birthday real quick?
No, astrology cannot be done real quick, but
Okay.
contact me on my channel, pretty please. Comment underneath any old video, preferably astrology video, and
Can you
we'll
put your
exchange information, and I will show you how you can hunt out some of your own information for free. It won't even cost you anything.
Can you leave your email in the back chat, please,
Yes, in
Paul?
fact,
So
I'll just put my, that's a good idea. Thank you, Dean. And then you guys email me, and we'll get together, and we'll get you guys started on this, because you need to know who you are,
I know
because they
nothing
do.
about my birth chart. I know
So
nothing
we're
about
gonna
that
get that
chart.
fixed. We're gonna fix that.
Anna, my question to you, if you're ready. Anna, are you ready for my question, Anna Perna? She's not available right now. But Forever Love says, honestly, don't need astrology for knowing that. But we'll see. Forever Love 774. Have you looked into astrology? Have you looked into it at all? I'm not familiar with it at all.
All I know about astrology is that I'm a Pisces, and some people say that you are probably one of the truest Pisces I've ever met. That like my my body language, the way I talk, everything is you're a bloody Pisces, man. There's no doubt about it, And I go, well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's why you're easily made to cry when someone attacks you for no damn reason, because they're the most sensitive sign. And it's like Anna pointed out earlier, the reason I'm on fire today is because the sun is my ruling planet. And it was at home at my birth, in my birth sign, Leo. And so if anybody want to know, well, damn, what's Paula's problem? Sun in Leo, bitch. Okay, and you're very empathetic, and so you not only feel everything you feel everything everyone else feels, and then if you get attacked on top of it, you're easily broken down into tears, and anyone that would attack you is a monster in my eyes.
Right.
So
well, anyway, I'd really like, if you've got your email in the back chat, I'd really like to get in touch with you on the email. Yeah.
Yes, let's get busy with this. And I just looked at my astrology yesterday with another friend of mine, and everything that she told me, giving me a psychic reading, was in my astrology. So nobody can tell me that shit don't mean nothing, because it does. And I had people tell me my whole life that I wasn't who I said I was. And I was being called crazy. And I looked it up in my astrology over the past 7 years. And I found out I was exactly who I always knew I was. And I needed that proof for my own sanity. Because is it me or is it them? You need to know. It's important. They have your birth information.
I'm a Scorpio, so what should I not do?
You're the good side of Scorpio, because I absolutely fucking love you. And my mother was the dark side of Scorpio, and she was the devil. So I'm sure your astrology reading is going to be amazing, just like I know Dean's is going to be. And Anna, she probably already knows hers, or she wouldn't have brought up that it was Sunday for me earlier, so that everyone would know why I was blazing. But we'll get you guys all squared away. Just contact me and email. We'll get to it.
Forever Love 774. Is there a subject matter at all that area that you resonate with that you would ever consider getting on a panel to express? I'm just curious. I know the answer to not know is he's been around and nothing has triggered him to hit that StreamYard link. So
I know.
so I'm just getting to know Forever Love 774. So I was just wondering if there
What
was
they
an
say,
area. What's
what they
that?
say about, what they say about astrology is as above, so below. Also, I say as within, so without. This, we are part of this universe. This universe is part of us. This is where we are born, and your birth chart is your roadmap. It tells you why you're here, what your mission is, so you don't no longer think, well, I don't have a purpose to be here, so I'll just go kill myself. You know, and I have been there several times throughout my life before I learned my birth chart information. I was like, why am I here? I need to know why I'm here. I need a reason to continue on. And I needed to know if I was who I knew I was, or if I was who other people were saying I was. And to save my own life and sanity, I started slowly learning who I was and that I was right the whole damn time and they were the crazy liars. Astrology can save your sanity and your life. It can. It is a tool that we need to use. Now, if you don't think that you need to, maybe you're a little more psychic than us. I don't know. But I wouldn't discourage others from looking into it. Let them decide.
So I'm actually hit your email and Paula, and I'm actually composing an email to you just to find out if it's working, and
Yeah.
you can let me know if it's come through. Okay.
Well, head up. Sometimes it takes a couple hours to get to me.
Okay, Paula. Okay, Paula. But I'm just letting you know that I'm actually sending you one right now. Okay.
Well, alrighty then. I'll keep my peepers opened.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I live to help people. It's why I'm here. I'm not here for my own self. I'm here to help others. That's in my astrology. So I love helping. So if you want to know more about astrology and yourself, yes, contact me. If you don't have my email because you're in live chat, just go to my channel and contact me underneath one of my videos and we'll get you started. And you can do this yourself. It's easy. All you have to do is know how to read. Words,
I don't.
not astrology.
What I don't never got about it, well, I never looked into it because I have a lazy mind, kind of. But what's the basis of it? Like about the stars and planets and stuff.
Well, we came from there. We are made of stardust. That's where we came from. We're made of not just earth, but we're made of the stardust. Everything that is here is what made everything that is here. So that is us. We are it. And that's our roadmap. It's like, okay, reincarnation. You have to know reincarnation is real. And you made mistakes and you did good things in your last life. And now this life is for, see, my whole thing is to teach people how to escape the cycle of reincarnation so we can be truly free indeed. Because this is a school, a hell, a Sheol, a place of learning. But once you graduate, you don't have to be here anymore. If you don't like it here, contact me. I'm going to show you the way out little by little. Hopefully before I die, and I'm 55, so tick tock, tick tock. And I keep having heart attacks or
Listen,
almost heart attacks. But anyway, say your
listened
question
to
again. Go ahead. Oh no.
I listened
Are you
to
gonna,
some Hindu stuff. The guy said hell is like a place of indulgence you go to.
oh no, hell is where you have to deal with dumb fucks. Who want to rule and reign over you instead of allowing you to be a self-sovereign, self-governing human being. And it is to teach us how to become a self-governing human being, but the powers that ought not be don't want us to know who we are, so that we can become a self-governing human being that doesn't need them to government our minds, because we know how to do it ourselves. You know, it's like the end of The Wizard of Oz, where Dorothy clicks her heels together. She was told by the good witch that she had the power to get back home all along. And we have the power to get back home, but not if we don't know ourselves and what we're supposed to do to correct the karma. You have to know, if you learn astrology real good, you can find out what you did last time to screw up that caused you to be back here this time. But even if you don't know what you did last time, you can still find out why you're here now and make sure that you know what you need to work on so that you don't have to come back here again next time. We're like climbing a ladder here, and we're not supposed to be shoving each other back down the ladder. I'm up here up above you, so I'm reaching my hand down to you, and I'm pulling you with all of my strength up past me. And then when you get up there, you reach down, you grab me, and you bring me up past you. And that's how it works. And eventually we overcome the cycle of reincarnation.
The Cubs can help each other get out of the bucket instead of pulling each other back down into it.
Yes. Yes. This is the whole purpose of my existence. Yes. So I don't want to just bring you up here where I'm at. I want to toss you above me so that you can be there to bring me up and toss me above you and so on. And I don't know about anybody else, but I'm covered in goosebumps head to toe right now.
That's beautiful.
I like that. I like the expression. I like the expression pull the ladder. Like I like the expression pull the ladder up. Like if I get out of this zombie prison, I'm pulling the ladder up. So
no, you don't want to pull the ladder up so no one else can get out. We're pulling each other up the ladder. We're not gonna, you know, they might wake up someday, but today ain't that day. But right now I was born awake, and I'm here to help others awaken and learn how to find out who they are for sure. For free. You can't beat that.
That's powerful. That's powerful, Paula.
Yes, this information should, you know, I used to diss astrologers for charging, but then once I started to try to be a full-blown astrologer, I realized how stressful it is and how busy you always are working for someone else and you're not getting paid for it. So anyone else who's had that same thought, please just pick someone who's got a good price that you can afford. Don't just diss on anybody. But my advice is to go to Mama Maja Astrology. She's who I went to. Mama Maja Astrology. But I think she only calls herself Maja Astrology now. So just M-A-J-A Astrology. And she will give you the proper reading that you will get the perfect reading with no bullshit. She's not going to tell you nothing that's not true. She's not going to be there to just tickle your ears. She's going to tell you where you're fucking up, where you're not fucking up, so that you know where to put your attention at and work on before you die. And they're trying to take us out before it's even our time to be taken out. So we have to know now. What do you have to do to be the best you can be now? You can't know that without your astrology.
Well, that big question just popped into my head when you said that.
What?
Yeah, we need to know this now. There's a channel on YouTube. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's basically speaking about murder by numbers and how even he's basically like what I got. He implies that we all have a death date, if that's possible. I don't know. And this murder by numbers, is that really what's going on?
Yes, I'm sure of it. I'm absolutely, positively sure of it. Murder by numbers. Have you ever seen the song, Mike? What's the name of the song? Where their numbers are clicking away above their heads and they're ticking down. Saving Me. Saving Me. By who? Nickelback. Go watch the song on YouTube. The official YouTube video. No other. The official Saving Me Nickelback song. And you will see what I am here to do now. Because I'll cut straight to the chase on it. There's a guy, someone saves his life at the beginning of the song. He starts to see everybody's numbers over their heads. And they're ticking down. And he knew immediately that his mission was to find the next one that was running out of time to be saved. And he's looking everywhere frantically, trying to find the one that he's there to save. And by the end of the song, he finally saves her. And then she starts to see the numbers. And she goes on her mission to find the one that's running out of time to save them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's powerful.
Yeah, I've been interested in this subject for a while now, and I've seen in my early adventure coming to YouTube, I seen that channel, and it kind of upset me in a lot of ways, and I felt like when you look at the way this realm is run by numbers, it's kind of a little bit not say scary, but kind of wakes you up in a little bit, sort of a way.
Yes, I think that's why I have a big voice, because it's a trumpet in itself. Wake the fuck up, y'all, and I'm trying to be quiet, not yell anybody's ears off. But yeah.
What's that, Elvis? Real McCoy?
What?
That Elvis song that was playing yesterday, it was playing in my head 2 hours after the stream.
Which one was it? There were two. There was one Christian song or religious song, and then what was the other one?
We're caught in
Caught in a trap instead of Devil in Disguise. It should have been Devil in Disguise, but yeah. So that one was stuck in your head. Yes, that is exactly right, because that one still fits me. I'm caught in this trap, and I can't walk out because I love all of you too much to try to leave this place before I've helped you. Because I love you too much, baby.
How great thou art.
How great thou art.
Yes,
Yes.
that's the Elvis song, and that's the one that got me a copyright strike. Um, but
Damn
no,
straight it did. I know it would. It totally did.
not much affected. It's just the video won't play in Russia. That's all it
Yeah.
is.
But
That's
I
all
knew
it
you were
is.
going to get some kind of
My,
slap
But
on
the
it.
rest of the hold on one moment. Hold on one moment.
I'm done. I'm waiting.
What I'm saying is the reason why I knew that I wouldn't get a strike or have any is because it's on Sparky's channel. So there's no way that it would be on his channel,
Oh,
and then I'm playing it, and now it's a problem.
no.
So I already had known. So,
I
but
just know I'm not allowed to have any music on my channel. They'll
yeah,
hit me with copyright just
I'm not monetized, so it's like,
I'm not either.
no, what I'm saying is when your channel is monetized is when it really becomes an issue, because now you're making money off of playing their.
So fooled me. I've never been able to put music on anything ever.
Oh yeah. Oh, Anna,
Yeah.
are you there, Anna? I know you're typing away in the chat, but I now have
I'm here.
okay. I wanted to you never had a chance to answer my
Yeah,
question
I wanted to come back. Yeah.
in regards to what brought you to YouTube and what made you decide to
With the links.
start hitting panels and getting up here.
Well, I came to YouTube in 2017 and 2018 beginning. So yeah, 5 years ago, and my channel has always been intended to be a living library of indigenous knowledge and skill-based learning. And the panel thing started only maybe 5 or 6 months ago. And I guess the way I got exposed to it is when I first gave my testimony on another channel that, you know, I didn't know anything about anything. So I just went in kind of, you know, innocent, and I got called a porn star. I didn't even know. I was like, what are they saying? Who are they calling me? Is it a celebrity? I mean, I just got, like, you know, hazed. It's like going into a fraternity. And I didn't know I was at a frat party. What's that?
I said, that's such a shame, Anna. Because when I feel, excuse me, when we come into these places innocent and we don't have an agenda as such, we just want to speak our minds, and then we get accused. And well, you know, I mean, especially for a person who's, to me, I feel innocent, coming in, not aware of how these streets are run. You can definitely, you know, I mean, I would say, I mean, I am a sensitive person myself, but I'm also, I've had a few years of life, and so I maybe my sensitivity, I can drop my sensitive nature a little bit and get, you know, get in a fight, so to speak, because I'm not so shy of it anymore. You know, I mean, you know, like falling apart and breaking down, it has definitely been a big part of my life. I know that, and I'm not going to divert away from that. I am a sensitive person. I'm not going to divert away against that either. But if I'm like put into a position where I have no choice, it's either bloody fight or flight. Yeah, I find myself I can stand up and fight too. And
That's good. We need to know how to defend ourselves. When you know who you are, you'll know how to defend yourself before you have to fight.
Sometimes you know you can fight until you're in it, right?
exactly. There you go. That's what I wanted to get to. Sometimes we don't realize we got these powers to overcome because we don't know it until we get in the fight. How much we are, how good we are at it, or bad or whatever, Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask Perna a question? I heard that Hinduism is not a religion.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
true? Can you explain
Yes.
that? Why Hinduism is not a religion? It has to do
Well,
with
it's
something
not.
with no
It's a way of
dogma. Or something.
life. It's a way of life.
Correct. So it's called Sanatan Dharma. It's not called Hinduism. And Sanatan means universal, all-pervading. And Dharma means truth, but also means duty in the sense of truthful duty. So
And
that
is
it
there,
relates to universal duty.
is there a loving creator of all in that?
Yes. Yes, there is. But it also gives room for the demiurge. Oh snap. I shouldn't have said that with Paula here. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, honey, it's okay. I'm going to be making a video tomorrow on it. It's okay. But I also want to add, then you know about Hanuman, right, Anna?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you know about Hanuman? Do you know that he is the destroyer of demons?
Yes.
Do you know that
Yes,
he
I do.
rips the guts out of the demons as he's destroying them? Do you know that the original or one of the depictions of him is a lion in front of a monkey? Or a monkey in front of a lion, excuse me. So they're both?
I haven't seen that one, the lion and the monkey, but
Okay, so that's the one that I was using yesterday. I know it's going to be a small picture, but here's one of the depictions.
oh, I know what I've seen it. I know what you're talking about. Yes, this is actually there in one of the temples, this image.
Yes,
So
and
now
so
I understand.
in Chinese astrology, I'm the monkey in front. But in Western astrology, I'm the lion in the back. And what did they tell us to do in the Lion King movie? Or what? Well, they did told him, but they told us too. They said, remember who you are so that you can stand in your power. And what was his job? To go back home and kick all the demons, motherfuckers' asses and save his fucking tribe from being slaughtered. Hanuman is here to help. I am at your service. This is what I'm saying. I look into Hindu astrology as well. That's how I know what I just said is true.
And what's it called again? Not Hinduism, but what was that again? It's called?
Yeah, you called it something else.
Sanatan Dharma. Sanatan meaning all-pervading, universal, all-inclusive. And Dharma meaning truth, but also duty, as in how should we conduct our lives? How should we live?
Right.
So it's not just for Earth, it's a universe. The universe is included.
So basically, you're saying that Hinduism is not But you're answering Kanadami's question and saying that Hinduism is not a religion, but is actually a way of living. Yes.
Correct, but the original name is Sanatan Dharma. I think Hinduism is what the British started calling us. So that it's just the first time I had to tick a box for religion. I think I was on the plane to the United States or something. I was like, oh my God, what? I have to write race and religion on here.
Well, you can write none.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't think that was an option at that time, Paula, but because if you're an immigrant, it's like, well, if you don't get these shots and you don't tick these boxes, they'll just kind of reject you. But the point being, I'm sure that's come into India now. There's a big religious war going on that was obviously engineered. I mean, you make everything that is indigenous to us, you demonize it for 200-300 years, and now there's going to be pushback. So now I think they want to kill all the Muslims and Christians in there.
The West wants to turn everything into a brand.
Well, into a religion, because politics is religion. Pali means religion. And so it is a religion, and you're either on the left or the right. And they don't really care about the ones in the middle. That's just a gray area to confuse you even more. But the way of living that she's speaking of is like I stated earlier. You will know what your weaknesses are and what your strengths are, what you should be working on and what you shouldn't. Like people have told me, you got to get your temper under control. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be screaming to the point that I'm frothing at the mouth. Okay, I get it, but I'm being raised by crazy people here. But I have learned to just say it in a powerful way rather than getting all red in the face and, stroking out on it. But I wouldn't know that I needed to work on that if I hadn't found it out in my birth chart information, because I would have just continued on and I'd probably already be dead from a heart attack or a stroke. And so now I can be a powerful lion instead of just an angry lion.
Yeah, so you're taking your power back.
Yes, this is how you take your power back. Thank you for saying that, because I wanted to bring it back around to that as well. This is how you take your power back. Know thyself, and then you will be known. And then they'll know not to fuck with you, or you might eat them. Okay, point made.
With lots of seasoning. With lots of seasoning, Maureen said.
Oh, I want to do her chart too. It's not just going to be yours. We're gonna work on hers too.
On the subject of,
hey, one second. So I just wanted, before I lose my train of thought, but I wanted to answer Faceplant and McCoy, but McCoy was first. So I hit that panel. It was chalk body outline. Okay, I had to share. I was trying to share my testimony with the whole Santos thing, and they did let me share it amidst all the hazing and all that, But that's when I got introduced to this open panel format, and I got hazed on the first one. So I was like, okay, well, let me keep trying. And I don't really panel much at all. But McCoy is somebody that's impacted me, and London McLevin's panel I still hit up. So, that's where, that's where I hang out. So, and again, something valuable, I don't come in. So I'm just trying to come in to add value. Rather than, it's like the yes and, I don't want to be a yes person, but it's like in improv, you have to help build up rather than bring down. Because then if you build up, then there's something more to build off of for everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a great way to network the panel. So that's why I'm here. And to answer faceplant, what was it that you were asking after I said that about Hinduism? Oh, benevolent creator. That was your point. Now, the ultimate creator is the soul. Is the soul in faceplant? So it's actually you for us, you know. And that's a whole topic by itself to explore, but God is the soul.
I have goosebumps everywhere again. Because I was
I'd
going to
love
say
to be in
it,
that
but
conversation, Anna.
I didn't say it on purpose. And girl, I knew you were going to. Thank you.
That was it. That was it, Paula. You can go ahead.
No, that's a mic drop right there. It's you. You are
Yes.
creating yourself in your image and your likeness, and you should have no other gods before you. Why? Because
There
if you
you go.
do, that shit show out there is going to happen to you, and you're going to be underneath somebody else's rule. But if you can become a self-ruling, self-sovereign, self-governing individual, you will be free indeed.
And on physical Earth, there are natural laws, right? You can't.
Right.
Yeah, you can't make a right triangle that breaks the 3 or 5 law. Yeah, but that's got my. Since I was small, I never believed in a God, but I was very religious. I just look, it's too organized to happen by mistake, and that's where I got my idea of a loving creator. Just by looking at nature.
Yes. Well, we came from it. It is us. We are it. We are one. Everyone says, oh, we're all one.
And
they think, oh, just
add,
huh?
I just wanted to add that faceplant is probably familiar with Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. Those are the three figures, three gods that are presented. Now, and they also have wives. They have female counterparts. So they represent consciousness, and the female counterparts represent matter.
Yes.
So, even though there are three, so this is how it goes, is that Shiva was the only one that was a column of light, no beginning and no end. And when it was time for the universe to be set in motion, he creates Brahma and Vishnu, one to create the universe and the other to govern it, until it's time for the universe to dissolve. And now it is said that Shiva is asleep, and we are simply in his dream. And when we awaken, he awakens, or when he awakens, we awaken. Sometimes there are things like Shiva starts dancing.
Continue.
Shiva starts dancing, and some of the gods that he actually created, they start to interrupt him because they don't want the universe to end. Because it said that the traditional Indian dance that we get trained in, it descends directly from him, as in we say that it is a human observation of this divine trance, and we just try to imitate it. And it just so happens that it's beneficial for your body, and it keeps you young and flexible and all of that. But the point of that dance is that dance can unravel the universe. That dance can open the pineal, and opening the pineal is the same as becoming one with Shiva, the creator. But now even Shiva, we say, even Shiva is like, now we're giving it a form and a name and this and that. even he really, it is just the soul. It is really your soul outside of the cycle of reincarnation. And when we awaken to our true potential of the soul. So we awaken to being God. So we are God asleep.
Yes, we're God asleep. And did you hear her, realist McCoy? She said third eye open with that dance.
Oh, you know, I heard as soon as I heard pineal gland, I stopped, you know. But, you know, there's obviously things that we don't know about ourselves, and it's continuously being suppressed. So I'm open. I know we have a power within us. We know we have it also because in certain situations that we thought that we could never make it out of, we make it out of it. And that power, it exists. We just don't know, have the ability to tap into it completely. You know,
24/7.
Since
Yeah.
I did
I
have
always
another
felt
question
there
for you.
was.
Go ahead, Faceplant. You were breaking up.
Since I was small, I always had these, like, it was kind of like a little episode where I would just kind of stop and feel that I was in another world. It was almost like a texture and color feeling, and I could never explain it, but I knew it was real. That I was in another place at the same time, and where everything's proper it should be. It's kind of hard to.
Peace to Forever Love 774. I was busy putting away some groceries. I didn't see that Forever Love 74 had to set his bedtime. So peace to you, Forever Love 774.
Well,
I thank Forever Love 774 for not tolerating the negative energy. That message that they said to me is what made me delete that low vibrational. The people that I attract were about this information. And that's it. We're not with no beefing negativity. I want no parts in it. Yeah, it literally said, I'm not going to unsub from you, the realist McCoy, but this isn't why I'm here. So I was like, thank you for that. When I rewatched the playback, and I was like, wow. And so, yes, I'm not here for that at all. I'm here to exchange information and to get closer to my goal. Yeah, but I did have another question for Annapurna. For if you are, you know, finish. If y'all, you know,
I know you won't forget your question, so may I please add one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
More thing to who I am, so that people know for sure.
Salute to Seven Serpents. Peace
Seven Serpents.
Mama Chula, poking her eyes in. Salute to yeah, peace to everyone.
Big shout out to the chat. Big shout out to the chat. Much love. Big heart.
The chat is a wealth of information within itself.
Yes, it is. Very much.
And especially with the kind of people that are over here. And that's why I have zero tolerance for the negative energy. Because it's not helpful.
Right, it's not.
We have enough that we're up against that. To be in each other's way is just so unnecessary. When there's 12 million other content creators, there's enough for everyone.
You don't have to be here if you don't like us. Go somewhere else.
Kim B is in the building. Peace to you.
Kim B.
You had a great hike. I hope you had a great hike there. She was in her garden and then she went for a hike. That's what I'm talking about. Hope you got some barefoot work in.
So I want to add real quick that Hanuman energy taught a dysfunctional family at least once a night, every night before going to bed, how to hug each other and tell each other good night, sweet dreams, and I love you, because that's what I had to create. I decided by age 5 I had to create some kind of a ritual that I would do to them before I went to bed at night, no matter what insane thing I got crucified for that day. I was going to show these creatures how to love. Here's a real I love you hug with a good night, sweet dreams, and I love you attached to it, hoping that they would learn from me. But sadly, they don't always learn from me. They still did it and went through the motions. They did it back and went through the motions, but they didn't learn anything from it. That is original Hanuman. Teach you by example, you know, learning. If you can't be taught, well, then you're going to get ripped to shit. And it's technically you doing it. Yes, I'm the living, breathing energy of it, but it's within all of us. As you screw up against yourself and you are going against your own nature of your own self, you are devouring your own self. We've said it to each other for years. Oh, he's ate up. She's ate up. Well, what does that mean? This.
I will
We
say
gotta
that,
stop eating ourselves up.
I will say that, as I was listening, as I was saying goodbye to my children as they were leaving, I just always have to express that I am not into religion at all. I give no value to especially 2020 let me know that where is this God at? So I don't have any energy for any religion. I've studied them all, and they all equate to a mind control where they want me to look outside of myself. And so, but okay, Mama Chula said to each his own. Okay, so yes, to each his own, but I'm just letting it known that I give no power to any of these religious studies.
No, your soul is your God.
I understand that, but that takes belief. I don't subscribe to anything that is, I deal with what I know is what I'm saying. And I know we're not debating, but I just want you to know that because you subscribe to it does not mean that I subscribe to it. I only go with what I know. I have to believe what you just said to me.
You don't feel like a God?
Well, first of all, the English language, the term God.
Well,
so that's all that I'm saying. So that's why I don't play the English game. The English language is only a couple centuries old. What was it called before? So that's all that I'm saying. That's why I don't subscribe to any of it, because even the term God is just it's an English term that it's not that old. What was it before? What's our original language? They gave us the idea of a God. Without that Bible, we would not even know the terminology of God. Without the religious institution, would you agree? Would you agree with that? Without the religious institution,
I always knew who I was before that book. Yes.
No, what I'm saying is the term God, though. Where do we get it from? The religious institution.
Yeah, I think they just threw dog backwards.
But my point is, so that's why I don't subscribe to any of it. I go with what I know. That's all that I just want to express. That you're free to express however you feel. I'm just letting you, but I just also let you all know that it doesn't resonate with me at all. I've studied all religions: Islam, Buddhism, the Bhagavad Gita in Hindu culture. I've studied Christianity, Judaism, Seventh-day Adventists, Hebrew Israelites. I've studied with Jehovah's Witnesses. I've studied with all religion.
Atheism is a religion too, and so is Satanism.
Yes.
Who is this person? Mama Chula McCoy ain't real, and we know this.
That's probably
someone that I blocked had to create a quick account. They had to their feelings must have got hurt that I blocked them. I don't want any negative energy. Look at all the content creators that are on this YouTube. They're on this YouTube, and this is how they will spend their time. Their life must serve no purpose than to
Exactly.
because I mean
Bless
they're
you.
saying,
Bless you.
hold on a
Bless
second,
you.
because they're saying, hold on a second, they're saying McCoy ain't real, and we know this, but they're over here. Why would
I
you
know.
why would you spend your time with someone or something that's not real? What does that say about you? If you've
Right.
identified that I'm not real, why are you here?
Mm.
I'm here because you are real and you're the realist.
So I'm
McCoy.
just saying, like, so it is what it is. I guess I'll have to block a fourth account. My list. And the crazy thing is, I don't know how to unblock these people. So,
If you ever wanted to, I can teach you how.
because
I'm
I
good
know
at it.
you just found out, sweet. Okay, all right, good to meet you. All right, you'll be on your way. You want me to block you too? Just tell me yes if you want me to block. Hold on. You want me to block you, sweet, or you want to keep that line of communication there? Which you decide. What do you want, sweet? Would you like for me to unblock your other account? Like you saw, Dark Chameleon came in under another account. I blocked him. I will. I blocked Big Dog Philly OG, and I blocked Kill Switch R6. I don't want no low vibrational people. I am not for everyone. There's 12 million content creators.
I saw all those blocks coming.
So I don't want anyone to feel as though I need their support. I am all right. Sweet, do you want me to block you, or do you want to keep the line of communication there? Well, nah, you said I'm not real, so let me block your
Look
other.
at you being a nice guy, asking politely. You're so adorable.
He is such a nice guy. You are. Just to
I
give him
love
that
you.
option. Man, you are so nice.
I'm just saying, I just don't, some people,
You could just block them and just go stuff them, man.
Oh, the integrity of this man is unchallenged.
so I just think that I know that we are all have been messed with mentally and psychologically, and it's only natural for us to attack each other to gain some level of comfort in boosting ourselves. But so I have compassion for that, but at the same time, I want you to live your best life. And if you've identified that I'm not real, I don't mess with what's fake, and you shouldn't either. You've identified it. If you haven't found out and you didn't know, but you have identified the problem. So also identify the solution. There's 12 million content
Sweet
creators.
is hissing and spitting right now. You're showing him love. You're hissing and spitting.
So yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt that interaction, but what was I saying? That yes, I'm not with the religious. Paula, but continue if you would like. I just wanted to make sure that I continue to put that out there. I go with what I know. And for me to say, oh, I'm a God, who defines what is a God? What is a God? And
You are a creator
Well,
God. You are
I
five
like that.
I know that I'm a creator.
I like that it was. I like that it was
children.
said that it was that we are sleeping, right? That we are
Yeah,
sleeping.
we definitely possess a power. How we can define it, I don't know. But to use their terminology to define it, hold on 1 minute. To use their terminology to define it, I would limit myself to that. And that's all that I'm saying. The God term is their terminology. All right. So
Well, then you just are who you are, which means I just am who I am.
only thing I know is that I can be greater. I just know that I can be greater. And the reason why I know that I can be greater is because my enemy, the amount of energy that they put into making sure that I don't tap into something greater, that alone convinces me. They're so suspicious. But anyway, it wasn't today. I I just want to express that. But go ahead, Paula. I hope I didn't kill your vibe on that, but I just want to make sure that
I don't remember what I was talking about, but now I'm all in. My chips are like all in the center of the table right now,
just do
proving
what
to
we can
you
do.
who you are.
Yeah, just anything that you learn, apply to your life and become greater. You know, their terminology does not define us at all. And so when you say you're a god, it's like, well, let me say that to my 11-year-old son and say, son, you're a god.
You know,
he's gonna look at me like,
I used to look at my parents as God before someone told me
let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. What is a god? Paula, Anna, Dean, Faceplant.
When I was a child,
when you hear the terminology God, how would you describe or define it?
As parents, as mother, father, because like I said, when I was younger, the first thing that I remember doing as I was growing was I worshiped my mother and my father and my older sister. Anyone older than me in the house, I saw as a god because they were over me. But then later I grow up and I'm becoming the same God I saw them as back then. They were my creators. My sister didn't like knit me together in the womb, but she did help me become who I became by being who she was being.
It's just, you know, me personally, I like to focus on what I can do. You know, and here Mama Chula says, again, I've noticed the common factor of this crowd, and it's felt like another trap that you can't see yet. What is that? What is the common theme of this crowd? Because the theme of this crowd over here is that we have an enemy and that we need to get ourselves in order and that our health is the most important. I don't speak on religion. I'm not into religion at all. And I'm not into beliefs at all. Everyone who knows me knows this about me, that I do not do the religious talk other than to tell God to go F himself because he sits back and watches babies suffer. That's why I have no respect for this God. This God sits back and lets this quote unquote Satan have his way with us. Why would I? This God has a chosen people. This God is a hypocrite. He tells us, thou shalt not kill, and no one has killed more than him in the Bible. I don't subscribe to any religion. It's low vibrational. I can't work with it. And that's why when I felt the low, what the whole religious thing, it just lowers my vibration. I'm telling you, I want
no. Wow, you know what, the realist, you just put me into the book of Job. I'm sure you know the book of Job. And I that's where my feelings for this. Where are you? What kind of God are you that you would allow suffering of children, mothers and babies being killed? You know, how would you allow such a loyal subject as Job to be covered in ashes and boils?
Makes zero sense.
And all weird. That filth.
It's weird. That's why I don't subscribe to it at all. You saved Noah.
That's what I was. As soon as you said,
yep. Hold on one moment. You saved Noah. You destroyed the world and the earth and saved Noah and his family. Then Noah gets drunk and have sex with his daughters. Weirdo stuff. Or was that Lot? It might have been Lot. I think that was Lot.
Yeah.
It's just weirdo stuff, man.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying. I believe the government twisted the good words that were in the book, and I believe they are that false god that you hate so much
Paula,
and that I hate so much.
Paula, does the
They
squirrels
would do that to our children and
does
us
the,
because they are doing it right now.
Paula, does the squirrels have a book? Does the
No,
lions
they
have
do
a book?
not.
What
We
other
used
form?
to
Hold
know
on one
these
moment.
things.
Hold on one
They took it
moment.
away from us.
What other form of life has a book?
They don't need a book because nobody ever robbed them of the knowledge of who they are, what they are.
But if you're saying
We
that
have
God
been
is,
robbed.
but what I'm saying is, if God is within us, why do we need a book?
We don't technically, and we won't when we don't anymore. But since we've been robbed, we need the books to remind us of who we are, or the
But
astrology
what I'm trying to tell you though,
simply
Paula,
to remind us who we are. Then we won't need the books anymore.
no, you
We'll
know
have
what?
that
You know what
knowledge.
will remind you is what Dean tells you every time he gets a chance, is to go back to the earth. The earth will remind you. The earth will remind you. Eat your right foods. Put your feet on the ground.
Yes,
Meditate.
you are
And
correct
you will
there. If
receive. You
you
will
can't
receive.
do that,
Why
then
can't
you
you
have
do that?
knowledge.
Why can't you do that?
Well, I think we're all going to be led and forced into doing it. But do you want to know who you are before then? Then you would, need the astrology. But
All
you
I'm
are
saying,
correct. I feel like you are correct that if you, and Dean also correct,
you just go back
that
to
if
the
we
earth.
were living in nature like we were supposed to be doing, we wouldn't have gotten robbed of who we are. But we did get robbed of who
Yeah,
we are.
thank you,
Yeah, I
Paula.
mean, it's within us. You know, I don't know. I just, me personally, when I hear religious text and religious documents and religious way of thinking and all these gods and gods, it just, because I focus on what I know. What you want? Oh, okay. I focus on what I know. That's what I'm building this space for. There's plenty of channels out there that deal with their beliefs and their ideologies and their theories. That's why I left them places. I left those places because I do not resonate with beliefs. Beliefs is what they sell us. Look around you. There's a church and a mosque and a synagogue, a temple everywhere. Why is the world still the way they are? Look at the people that are attending these places. They're obese, high blood pressure. You're telling me your God doesn't want you to be healthy and youthful? So I just don't subscribe to it at all. But all these, I just don't subscribe to it. I'm back to basics, man. I'm back to basics.
Yeah, the government doesn't mean us healthy. No.
Yeah, I mean, I would start with that. You know, if we are gods, why do we treat ourselves this way? Why do we put poisons in our bodies?
Because we didn't know any better, but we're learning. When we come to
But
these
my,
gatherings, we
but that's
start
my
learning.
point. That's my point, though. We're trying to bypass the fact that we're putting poisons in our bodies, but yet we want to believe in a book. Why not stop putting the poisons in your body first? It's all that I'm saying. Just logically.
Yeah, I agree.
Just
Yeah, stop
logically.
eating the
That
poisons.
that would
Yes.
be that would have more meaning to me than a book. The way you treat yourself. Stop eating the garbage food. That would let me know that you know that you're a god. But you can't tell, not you, Paula, but anyone could tell me, yeah, I'm a god, but I'm stuffing nothing but filth down my body. Looking obese, overweight, high blood pressure, diabetic, can barely walk up the stairs, but yes, you're a god.
Okay, so I think I know. I think I know how to say this now.
Okay.
You are even higher up than me in your soul's evolution. And that's why you don't need any books anymore. Like I've already been telling people, you don't need the religions as a crutch anymore. You've evolved and ascended past all of that. But I'm here to show them how to get to where you are. So you're up there and you're pulling us up there with you, but you will toss us up over your head and we will continue, like I said earlier. So, but what I'm speaking from a different perspective than where you're at. I'm trying to help them get to where you are. You're the example of what I've been speaking about this whole time. I just realized it.
But my
You
point
are past it all, totally and completely, and that's beautiful. That's the goal.
no, I'm not necessarily beyond past that. It's just
You are, or wouldn't have occurred to me. You are.
the fact is that those books are a hindrance. They gave us books from the moment that we are of age and put us in an educational institution with rubber soles on our feet. If they really wanted us to, if they really wanted us to know God, they would have took those rubber soles off our feet and gave us the right foods to eat.
Yeah, the government didn't want that. It's like when they come into a village, and they come into a village.
They know damn well that we're
gods.
They know damn well we're gods, and they also know damn well we are the ones that manifest for them.
Oh, hold on one moment. Right? Hold on one moment. Who manufactured these books?
The governments.
Who manufactured these books?
The world leaders.
The polys.
So then, okay, if our enemies has manufactured these books, what value do these books hold?
They have to add truth in there or you won't believe the lies. What you have to do is be able to have discernment to catch the truth and delete the lies.
Okay,
to separate.
Paula, is there anything in that book that we couldn't have found out on our own?
It would take forever.
Okay,
hold on. It's like
I think all those things that they say that we are in the truth of that book, we're already here. And that we have been divided away from that truth.
Hold on one moment, Dean. Okay. So I needed that book to tell me that this food right here is for me. The fruits and the plants that have seeds in it is for me. I needed that book to tell me that.
No, because you're past all that.
No. I'm saying as a little, no, forget me. Take me out. I'm saying anyone. Anyone.
You're the example.
Paula, what's in those books? And I'm talking about all these books, the Quran, the Bible, the first books of the Bible called the Torah, the Bhagavad Gita, all these books. What are in these
books? Have some pearls.
But what I'm saying is, what's in these books that we couldn't find on our own is what I'm asking.
Well, when parents don't teach their children how to be moral or have morality.
I've got a reply to that.
Wait, hold on, Dean. You're telling me those books is what taught our children how to be moral?
There are pearls hidden in all the shit. I'm talking about only the pearls. Don't kill. Don't cheat on your wife. Don't cheat on your husband.
Anna,
be the best you can be.
If you looked at what you're talking about there, and you go back and you say, okay, well, the discussion before that was animals don't need books, right? So why have we got books?
Hold on one moment, Dean. Anna, did you want to say any last things before you go? Appreciate your presence today. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sure do.
This was really just a chill discussion. Just after yesterday's, I just wanted to chill today. Relax. Yes. Mike is yours, Anna.
Just thank you for always allowing me to come here and share what I'm about, and I appreciate that. And this is a heated discussion already, but
It's not heated, it's a passionate discussion because it's for everyone.
Oh.
It's good for everyone.
and
Heated.
it's personal, right?
No,
It's
it's what.
personal.
Okay, this is the somewhat of a conflict is the fact that I don't deal with religion in no way, shape, or form. That's just it. And I don't know if Paula is trying um to I don't want to say convince, but she's trying to have me find value in it, and it's a battle that I've already faced.
Well, I'm not trying to make you find value in it. I'm pointing out that you've already evolved and ascended to a space in your soul's evolution that you don't need them anymore. But so when I'm talking about things like astrology, I'm not talking to you because you don't need it, but I'm talking to those who do
It's just
in order to help them up the ladder.
yeah, it's just that that's not what I have to offer at all. It conflicts
I
with
know you're gonna say something.
yeah, it conflicts with my whole vibration when I speak on things that I don't know. I only speak on things that I know. That's the only product that I have to offer. You know, and you'll find that when you speak on things you know, there is not much conflict. But when it's a belief, you have to convince other, and there is division. But Anna, you want to say something?
Yeah, I agree. The books are manipulated. I will even go so far as to say that we're not living in naturality, as in where we live and what's the map of our world. That is far removed from how we're supposed to be living. And I know that the human lifespan doesn't average 100 years. I know the word in Spanish, but we're supposed to be living 1,000 years on average. Aging is not natural. I would even concede that the foods here are not natural, even the ones growing on trees. But at the same time, you know, it's I don't believe I don't believe I'm just a body. I know I'm more than just my body. And that's where it begins and ends with spirituality for me. And any names that I mentioned from Sanskrit, you know, it's really like I'm not gonna translate, and that's right now here. This is about religion, and I'm not really gonna talk about religion because I'm not for religion at all. I only deal with spirituality, that which preceded religion, and religion is trying to kind of deceive us from that. And at the same time, yeah, I do know that we're here and that there is a benevolence that we can tap into. That is our innate nature. And disease wouldn't happen if there wasn't an innate balance to stray from. So, you know, if there is imbalance going on, then there is a point of balance. The same way, if there is evil, there has to be something to stray from to be evil. And then that's the something that I'm looking to polish. I'm looking to polish my stone or sharpen my blade. I'm looking to open my pineal. It really is all the same. I'm looking to be this of service to myself and therefore to others. But the true self, like knowledge of who we really are, that's where I want to go. Like, who are we really? What are we really capable of doing? That's my point. And again, you know, these are things that are passed down through generations. They're not beliefs for me. These are inner knowings that I can practice and I can verify. And I'm not saying I got the pineal open. I'm not. I'm doing my best to get there. But I don't believe that I'm just a meat sack that has 100 years to live and I'm going to age and die. I know that I'm more than. So that's where I'll end.
That's beautifully said, and that's exactly how I mean it. I am not political at all whatsoever.
The other question.
Anyone thinks I am, they misunderstand me.
The other question I've been trying to ask.
Your audio. Please fix your audio so we can hear you. All better?
Other ask Anna.
That sounds better, right? Yeah, go ahead.
The other question I was, Anna, we spoke earlier in regards to presentations. You know, that that's what made that live different, was the fact that, you know, it was more in a presentation type format. And there was a level of excitement from you. And you said that's what you do, or that's what you're into. What do you get from, how do you benefit, and what purpose would it serve, if it does serve a purpose where, you know, because I felt your excitement in saying, oh, let me know, you know, that's what I'm into, or that's what I do.
I meant that I can help pull up things on the screen for you. If we plan it out in advance, like we did, I can make time to be there and help you out in that sense, because you said you're doing this on a phone and so on and so forth. And, you know, we have been here 6 hours, so it's not like we're here for an hour. But the reason I like those presentations is because you're presenting objectively, and then people can make up their mind one way or the other. I just, you know, I want to end with this question is, do you think the body, do you think that the body is inside the mind, or the mind is inside the body? That's a question I want to ask McCoy and Dean and Paula.
Woo!
Oh.
Wow. I think the mind, myself, here's where, you know, I don't normally entertain this thought process, but I will try my best to answer your question. My initial reaction is that the mind, oh my gosh, I think the mind has no limit. That's a tough one right there. You know what? I have to really think about that. So I'm gonna, let me think about it. Anyone else want to answer that?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so
Anna going out on a bang, yo. All right, here you
go. Yes. So, you said your mind is ever expanding. You mean like the universe? So my response is that mind is outside of us, and inside of us, actually, because I didn't even know I was going to say that. It's everything. It's everywhere. And the universe expands, and so our minds expand. So now I'll let Anna say something. She unmuted.
I'm going to bow out gracefully and say that I cannot answer that question, because it deals with a belief system, and I like to just, you know, I'll think about it, and I'll even, when I go out and walk barefoot, and put that thought in my mind, but I can't answer that question right now. I'm interested to see what Anna and what since she asked the question, she better have an answer, because that question is crazy. That's a Dean. Did you have a response before Anna gave us her feedback on it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna have a go with it. I'm tending to think that that the mind is, I would say, a universe cannot expand without a mind. So I'd say that the mind is expanding, and with the expansion of the mind comes the expansion of the universe.
Yeah, I can't. I just can't. My brain is swirling around this question though, because I know that
Now,
we're connected.
so is mind and
I'll go
brain
with
the
saying
same
with
thing?
what Anna said is that I'll say that is that I believe that I'm something more than just this body.
Yes. And that is mind, not brain. Right.
But that's not the
Yes.
question she asked. She didn't ask if you believed you were
So
more.
now is mind and brain the same thing? Question.
No.
No.
Now,
No.
that one I will definitely answer and say no. What's your answer? What's your feedback on the question that you asked, Anna?
It's Seven Serpents has the answer in the chat.
The body is in the mind field.
Yep.
I don't. That's
a pretty good answer.
That's from my original crew right there. Yes.
Hold on. Okay. What were you saying, Anna? What'd you say?
So I wanted to expand on it. Now, objectively, right? When you go to sleep, everybody here has had a dream at least once in their life. I can assume that, right? If someone has never dreamed, just let me know. Sorry. When you go to sleep and you dream, aren't there people in the dream, places in the dream that you visit? You even have a body in the dream, correct?
Yes.
You're with me so far. And McCoy, if I'm wrong, I don't subscribe to that. No way. I don't go and meet people or see things or go places in a dream. I don't have a body in the dream. But this is the general experience with every person I've asked. And when you wake up, are those experiences, is that dream body, where does it go? Doesn't it go poof? It all just goes poof, right? And then this is the reality once again. In the same vein, you know, where is it all happening? Where is the dream happening? It's all in your head, they say. It's all in your mind, correct? So the mind has the ability to create an entire world and body in the dream state. Now, why can we not objectively transpose that onto the waking state and accept the idea that the body is within the mind? I guess because then we'd have to say, what? So I'm just projecting reality around me? And that would be the whole point of opening up the pineal gland, is to wake up from the dream.
Yeah, Anna.
Damn, that was good.
These thoughts are outside of myself. I don't really. That's just not a place that I go. You know, I just don't.
Well, what she's saying and what I'm also trying to say is you're working on opening your pineal gland, and we're throwing keys at you so that you might be able to accomplish that.
Because I just had a thought, and why a reason why I don't subscribe to astrology also is that astrology is based on our birthdays, or however, whatever, and whether it's Saturn and Moon, and I'm a Moon and Saturn, but at the same time, our calendars were created by the same entity. As a matter of fact, it's been changed number of times, whether it was the Julian calendar, Gregorian calendar. Then there's the, so how do you know that these dates are really what they say they are? And that's why I don't subscribe to it at all. If that
Different
makes
eras.
let's just look at that real quick.
Different eras created in a different way so that we can understand it better.
This calendar has changed. Time should never change. September shouldn't one day have 41 days, and then at another period in time it has 9 days. The sun has risen at the same time every day that I know of. When I say, of course, there's different seasons in the rotation of the sun, yes, but I'm just saying these man-made calendars is what I'm saying. A man-made calendar cannot tell me about myself. Just like that Bible, Quran, and all these spiritual books cannot tell me about myself. I guarantee if I put my feet on that ground and get in line with the sun, the moon, the stars, and all of creation, my pineal will open. That's all that I'm saying.
You know it ain't already. Maybe it already is.
These books, they limit us, just like these movies and these televisions.
What? I didn't mention a book. I didn't mention a book. I didn't mention a belief. I didn't mention God.
No, Anna, that didn't.
All I said is,
hold on, Anna.
When you go to sleep.
No, Anna, hold on, Anna. No, I had a thought on astrology that Paula was speaking on. That's what I responded to. I just, out of the blue, I was like, oh, that's a thought that I had on astrology. No, I'm not responding to you, Anna. I'm responding to another reason why I don't do the astrology. And Anna, if you could, what is your feedback on astrology?
I used to do readings, man.
Uh-oh.
A few years ago.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I really dove deep into it, and it's a part of our culture.
Okay.
But I don't really consult it anymore.
Okay,
I
so
don't.
hold on.
Last 2 years, I burned up my tarot cards.
Hold on one moment. Hold on.
Because I saw it's a big business in India. So
hold on one moment, Anna. All right, so you were into astrology deep, where you did readings and had tarot cards. So you have a full, not saying that Paula doesn't or anyone else, but we, I just want to, okay. So why did you, damn, I have so many questions now. I didn't know that about you. All right, I'm just, let me clear my, let me think about what I want to say.
Girl, we need to get together.
I knew you were going to say that, Paula.
So Anna now. Okay, so Anna. Okay, here's my question. So Anna now, do you see value in it? Is it real to you?
at best, it's a way to describe what is real. but I don't want interpretations anymore. I just want to wake up from this dream. That's my only purpose. I want to be one with who I really am. So I'm not gonna bash on it. You know, it has a lot of value, and there's even levels, like you can divide up the hours of the day, and each hour has a ruling planet. And I have found benefit in it. But the main reason is I wanted to stop the whole reading thing, man. It was like people were coming to me with their most desperate, like, oh, am I gonna find love? Am I gonna be rich? Am I gonna da da da? And how can I get my boyfriend back? And you know, is it gonna work out with this guy?
I'm an astrologer, I'm a psychic.
Would you all like to do a build on astrology? And I'll just what do you call
I'd love to be doing that.
Yeah,
well, her and I could just do it on my channel, and you could join us if you like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want others also, though. I want others. I want a lot of other people. That's what kind of build I want. I want the more the merrier in this subject matter, because there's so many interpretations, and I don't know. I'm gonna think about it, but I definitely would like to be a part of that. And I mean, bring some visuals, some information, not just we talk about and try to convince people about what we're saying, but actually give some history on it, perspectives on it. You know, that's what kind of presentation when I say to do a presentation.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, not to just sit here and just talk and try to convince each other and convince the audience, but to actually do a presentation is what I'm saying.
Yes, you could help us very much with that.
I definitely like to see Paula, and now that I know that Anna's involved in it, and also I'd like to hear to Gremlin to be a part of that too, because I see a lot of knowledge in Gremlin in these fields too.
Seven serpents. You want 7 serpents on it. 7 serpents on it.
Yeah,
right, and so I mean, there's lots of people here that I don't even know who are involved with it, but I would like to see a build on this, because I would like to learn more, and I know very little to next to nothing on it. So I would love to hear the subject.
I'll just tell you that I am not dealing with anyone who sees me as a liar and a phony. All right. All right.
Well, you're not to me. You're not to me, bro.
Yeah. So when you say Gremlin's name, she called me a liar and a phony. All right. And she's standing on it. All right.
Yeah.
I went to her to try to put that fire out, and she didn't take me up on that. So therefore, it's not happening. Not over here.
Okay.
Because I don't deal
I
with.
didn't know that.
I don't deal with anyone.
He doesn't like me either for no reason too. So
calls me a liar and a phony who doesn't even know me in real life.
Okay, well, I didn't know these things had gone down.
I'm cool. She's good people. But just some people. I'm not for everyone. It's just that.
Yeah, and neither is she. She
I'm
can
not
stay where she's at. We'll stay
I'm not going to speak for her. I can only speak for myself. I'm not for everyone. So I just want to let Dean know, like, no, that's not happening. Not right.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
Straight
up, bro. I didn't know, so glad you let me know, bro.
You all can do it on the London McLovin platform. I don't know, but I myself, because I know that I'm going to ask some questions that the audience and the novices would possibly want to ask. So that's the only role that I want to play, is really just getting deep and asking those certain questions. and to also, you know, make sure that there's, you know, we don't get too excited up here with 8 people trying to talk. You know, it's just let's have a productive visuals.
McCoy next weekend. I think we could invite 7 serpents and Mrs. 7 and not know, because they seem to know some stuff in the chat, but I know not know won't hit the panel.
Yeah, sadly.
Well, I mean, is that enough time for everyone to accumulate information? I don't have anything. You know, like you saw with my presentation yesterday, that yes, I was all in. I somewhat formatted it. In this one, I'm just like, let's you know, I don't have it's just an area that I've never put any energy into, other than knowing.
Well, if you're inviting me, Paula, 7 serpents, and Mrs. 7, I think, you know, we could come prepared.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, there's probably other people out there that have perspective on it. That yeah, but I mean, yes, between Anna and Paula, I'm sure you all could accumulate information and make. But I just, like I said, I want it in a presentation. I want a presentation. So, and that's something that I was thinking of doing, that month, Saturdays or Sunday. What day you think is best day to do presentations?
Saturday.
I'm gonna say Sunday for me, because I'm on fire today. But you say Saturday? Right.
Well, yes.
I'll do Saturday, but I would probably function better on a Sunday. But I'll do Saturday.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, McCoy. I have a PowerPoint lined up already. Because it's the kind of stuff that I used to do on the Santos Bonacci channel. I used to share presentations on different topics about spirituality, basically. Which, I mean, I know that word is like been manipulated into oblivion. But that's the kind of stuff.
I love how.
All right. Well, you know, you all give me.
You said it earlier.
Yeah, you all can give me a name of.
How did you say that? You said, not from a religious perspective, but you. How did you say that earlier when you first started talking?
I would just say that, you know, just let me off.
Along the lines of a way of life. And
let me know that.
No. I can't wait to rewatch this. You said it probably 15 minutes ago.
I just want to know what the title would be and what type of thumbnail. You think a week is enough time, Anna and Paula? You think that 7 days is enough, Paula and Anna, to put this together?
Well, yes, she's already got the presentation. We can all write off of that. Seven's got his own thing. I know he could probably do it.
Do you all want to maybe at some point during the week?
It should be. It should.
It's
enough for me. So hopefully 7 too. But I think 7 is only off on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So if you
at some point, would you all want me to maybe send out a link
about the I Ching and stuff?
How's my mic? Is my mic all right?
Yes.
My mic is good?
Your mic is good.
Okay. Yeah.
It keeps fading out, but I can hear you good now. Yes.
What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. Marco Power, aren't you into astrology, Marco Power? Marco Power, right on top. Marco, just if you just hit me a 1 or a 2. 1 if you are into astrology. Astrology. Are you into astrology? Marco said my mic is fire. I just think Paula couldn't hear me because I was trying to speak, and I just think she probably didn't hear me. But
Oh,
Might
might
just
just be my end. Yeah.
yeah, Marco, you're into astrology at all, Marco? Because we're thinking of doing a presentation next Saturday in regards to astrology.
He said one.
And I know Marco is into astrology, and so we're
Yes.
Annapurna and Paula, which is Phoenix Fire. They would like to do a presentation on astrology. Me, I have no knowledge of it. I don't rely on it. So I'm just going to I might just set myself backstage and let y'all do it. And as a matter of fact, yes, can someone teach me how to make someone a co-host so that, like, let's say Anna can just pull up what she want to pull up. How do you make someone a co-host?
That's what I was trying to get to before. I was hoping that you would get to this point of the subject, that Anna could a co-host for you. Yes.
Yeah, how do you
Yeah.
co-host? How do I give the like Paul Unslaved say, how do I give the keys to Anna? Hey, it's but hold on, y'all. Hold on. That is amazing to me. You know that when Paul Unslaved hits a link, he automatically expects them to give them the keys. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I didn't know about that, but when I found out, I was surprised.
Yeah, when he hit
Not just the keys, but you get the super chats and
when he hit Bex or Benton's panel like during
money.
early in the week, and he's sitting there like he's a little flustered, like why I haven't been given the keys yet. And Benton had to explain to him that, yeah, we're double streaming from Bex's channel. And I was like, I'm like, damn, this dude is entitled. But hey, he's earned it. You know, these are grown men. If you can get grown men to follow you, and, you know, you must be doing something. I'm not going to say if it's right or wrong, but he's got grown men following him. And I've seen him do, look, Paul Unslaved's message. I have no problem with
Listen.
Hold on. I have no problem with Paul Unslaved's message of sovereignty, and that we have the right to be our own leader and govern over ourselves. I have no problem with his message. It's his methodology now, you know, but we all have our own methodology.
Is good.
You can't please everyone. If it's not for you, just move on. That's all it takes. But instead to sit back and just try to speak bad on the man when you have the option to just go to another channel, I just find that odd. So anyway, Marco says that King of Higher Self is deeper than me, to be honest. Well, it's not really a matter of deeper than anyone. It's just if you have anything to add is all it comes down to.
He said he was down.
Yeah, so it's Saturday. You all know what time I go live. I go live at 10 a.m. Gives me an opportunity to settle the children in and start their day, and then and a presentation. The presentation lives I want to keep under 6 hours. All right. There's presentation lives. I want to keep them under 6 hours because if there is any copyright, I will have the ability to edit them when they're over 6 hours. And I'm so thankful that I kept this other one under 6 hours where I can actually edit them. So under 6 hours, we can edit them, take out whatever. Like with this Donald Trump thing, I'm able to mute that section of the live, you know. But I'm just like, it's not a big deal, not right now, unless I get a message from Russia saying I've heard about this great video, but I'm unable to watch it, you know. But other than that, so yeah, y'all, if y'all could come up with a title, but you know me, I want to bang a title, and the thumbnail has got to grab. The thumbnail has to be.
To say what she said, why she got into astrology again, because your title is in there somewhere.
Yeah, the thumbnail has to be where someone just has to find out what's going on with that. Why that thumbnail? So I don't know. I have to contemplate this, but
I think it should be called The Alchemy of Astrology. But I know that's not a very explosive title. But I think that's what it should be called.
Good idea, Anna. But
The
yeah,
evolution of the human soul, overcoming reincarnation. Do you want to get out of this shit show or not? I mean, I could think of all kinds of things.
So yeah, yeah. If Anna, if you're down for this presentation, no one has answered my question on how I give someone the keys.
I don't know, McCoy, because I don't even have StreamYard.
Okay.
If I knew, I would tell you. But a simple Google would probably reveal it.
You'd have to be paying for StreamYard in order to know how to do that. You can't do that using the free version. Last I checked, and I do use it.
Well,
So
I don't have the free version, so that doesn't apply.
you would have to maybe ask StreamYard how to do that. There's got to be instructions somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. I'll Google it or watch a YouTube video. It's not, or I'll just call her. Hey, not knowing I is on.
Look,
Not know said I was gonna say maybe I should call Paul or reach out to Paul and hear not know said the same thing at the same time. Crazy.
Oh.
Crazy.
That's why. I know. When the heck are you gonna look at the link, man? Not know. Come on, hit the link, man.
That's why when Anna asked a question about the mind, we're all connected through the mind. And so that's why I just, I didn't want to really delve in because it's hard to explain those things. But yeah, not know is an example of why I think all our minds are connected if you tap into it and be on a certain frequency. Okay, and you said 7 serpents won't be available. It'll be, how many people you think you would like to have be a part of this presentation, Anna and Paula?
I would say not a lot, not as many as you said. Her, me, huh?
And we want people that
number 4.
We want people
4 people.
We want people that have knowledge.
4 presenters.
Yeah, I want people though that have knowledge on this. Not, I want knowledge, experience. Oh, you know what? Isn't Foxy Moon premieres? Isn't she into this? Or is that different?
Yeah.
I think she's more into tarot than astrology.
Oh,
but
okay.
I might be wrong.
All right, well, however, I just would like knowledgeable people involved. I don't want someone who just has a few little, who dabbed in it for just a couple minutes.
Because honestly, McCoy, every channel, right now, if you want to make it big on YouTube, you can just do readings. Like, you could just do readings and that would get you views. But it's just like, most people that do that, I don't know, man. Like, I just...
Anna.
It kind of cheapens it.
Anna, okay. Anna, you've been around Gremlin, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to put
Don't bait me.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I was after Dean said it and I thought about it, I was considering it because she does have a wealth of information.
And that's where I was coming from in that perspective. Thank you.
If you can, if Paula and Anna can just write in the back chat that thought process, so that I don't want to put anyone on the spot. Well, no, you don't even have to do that. We'll talk and just see. But I want real knowledgeable people. I don't the type of people that we attract. They're not. That's why yesterday's presentation, people are going back to watch the video again and again because it's like we gave them visuals. We presented that. It wasn't like, showed them some pictures. We gave them a presentation that even Mama Bear, when she said she went back, she was like, wow, that's what I want. We not necessarily have to convince anyone, but at least give them a presentation that you know what you're talking about. Not just a bunch of me. Oh, you have to believe me. Not know said this is a strong topic for Gremlin. Strong
It
time.
is if she
but then
can
again,
mind her moves.
but then again, Gremlin herself has said that she's only limiting herself to London's channel.
Exactly. So I don't
So
think it's
it's like,
even something that should be considered.
so it's
I
just,
don't think
well,
it would end up the perfect presentation that it needs to be, because she can't lay her ego aside for 2 seconds to admit she was wrong about something twice, at least where you and me are concerned. And I don't know who else
well,
she's
Paul,
ate.
I don't want to. I just want to stay focused on whether she's qualified or not. That's all I want to stay focused on. We already know what has happened, and for me to consider it, obviously, I'm trying to look past that.
No, I see that, but I don't think she can look past that, because you just
I
gave
can't.
her a chance.
I do not think for others. I just don't do it. I communicate. That's the whole point of communicating. I don't say, well,
Well, you communicate, yes,
yeah. So, well,
but
you all
she
let me
doesn't.
know if you all can come
I'll
up
be
with.
here. I'll
with
be
some-
here. Okay.
oh,
I said my final word like 1 hour ago,
I'm just saying
but
that.
I gotta go,
All
guys.
right.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
for sticking around so long. We love you.
I just want you all to at least find 2 other knowledgeable panelists. I don't want just someone who just comes up here and is just
looking for a fight.
I'd rather it just be you 2 if that's what it is. Quality over quantity type of thing.
Yes.
So anyway, yeah.
There are
So
more
anyway,
people
Right
than
on.
there is before. Yeah.
Right on.
Lovely talking
McCoy,
to
I'm
you
gonna
today,
challenge
Anna,
you
too.
to ponder. I'm gonna challenge you to ponder that with your feet in the ground.
Yes,
ponder
please.
what? Ponder what? Oh,
Right.
what I'm asking right now.
No,
Oh, what?
my earlier statement about
Oh, the mind and the
the
body.
mind
Oh,
and the
definitely.
body
Oh, that's on the.
and the dream and the dream. The
And
dream
yes,
state and the waking state.
you gave me
If
some homework.
please.
I will, and it was a priority before you even asked of me.
And one footnote to that is, if you're feeling like rejecting it, is it because you believe that the body being in the mind makes the body less than? So is that a clear question? Like, do you is resistance to like looking at things this way, is it coming from oh well, if the body is in the mind, then the body's nothing, or the body's less than, and we're all about nourishing the body. So you know, that's not true in this scenario. I'm not saying that just because everything is an illusion, you shouldn't nourish the body and the body is nothing. So I just want to put that out there. But please ponder the mind, the body, which is in which, and the dream state and the waking state. Can they or can they not be in the mind?
I have one request of you also,
Very
Anna.
deep.
If you can contemplate it, I need a title of this video. so
Yes,
you've been
sir.
here, somewhat throughout the process. You did disappear for a minute, but I think so. If I need a title for this video,
Why did you look into astrology, Anna? Say that one more again, because that somewhere is the title of the video.
Of this video? No, I'm talking about this
Of
video.
the next one.
Oh well, we have a week to title it. Although I'd like to get it out there as soon as possible. That way, it'll be in people's notifications, and they can set aside the time. So we're gonna let Anna go because, like she said, for an hour now she's been trying to go. So I'm gonna let her go, and have a good rest of her evening.
I will do my homework. I will bring up a suggestion for this.
Yeah, and the video coming up, and a thumbnail would be great. I think once you give me the title of the, I'll find a fire thumbnail. But all right, Anna, we're gonna let you go. Sorry to keep you.
Much love, sister. Thank you.
Bye, Paula. Bye, Realist. See you all soon. Blessings. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you.
Much love. Big hugs. Take care, Anna.
I wonder who else knows about astrology. This is not something I would ever entertain, ever, ever. But it's also, I also have a video on religion. I like to just to explore on things and just say, okay, is it real or not? And get some experts in here, we know it's not experts, but
The astrologer that I mentioned earlier, Maja, M-A-J-A, astrology, started out being an astronomer.
hold on one moment. You know what, Paula? Yes, this is Anna. I hope you're listening. This is what we need to do, Anna and Paula. Let's go to, just like we did with Sparky Lee. Let's get someone.
Your audio fell back
Your audio
again.
falling. Thank you, Paula.
Dang it. I heard him. He'll be back here in a minute.
Yeah, that Paula, I think it's a great idea of having this presentation, and I'd like to see. I wouldn't like to see a great deal of people because I think it gets too confusing.
What I was saying was that Anna and Paula, if you all know of someone who doesn't necessarily they don't have open panels, they just present their work. Let's get at least one person over here that has a following, just someone that's new to us, like how I brought Sparky Lee over here. Let's bring someone else. That's how we'll expand also. Let's get someone over there. Would you all recommend anyone that we can reach out to and say, yes, we're doing a presentation on astrology and we would like for you to be a part of it. Let's go.
I would love to be able to get my job, but I don't know if she'll be able to. She's quite busy as an astrologer. And if I can get her, it will probably take longer than a week for me to even be able to get a hold of her because her emails are so deep.
We'll see. But if you can compose a list of individuals and that you would recommend, and Anna would recommend, and whoever else, that would be great. That'll also.
I would have recommended the Leo King, but he died recently. Apparently, he took the Kool-Aid.
We'll bring some a new audience over here. New minds. Although I don't know if I want the astrology minds over here, but whoever will stick around that's on this enemy. Because at the end of the day, that's what I'm about. My channel is about the truth. And but let's delve into this astrology. And if not next week, then the following week. But let's make it a priority. And if Paula, if you choose to do it on your channel, that's fine. I just know that I want it in a presentation type form, not just I want it all out, boom, boom. So whatever you all decide, it's fine with me.
Great idea.
Just let me know.
Yes. I will do my best to find whoever else I can find that's still alive, because I also had the Scottish astrologer, but I think he might have also drank the Kool-Aid, and he's gone now too. So 2 astrologers that I knew died.
I don't know if that's a good thing for this astrology thing, man.
They didn't. They didn't listen to their own astrology. They listened to what the government told them to do. Maja, if I can get her, she didn't drink the Kool-Aid. If I can get her, she used to be an astronomer, so she would be ideal to get over here. So I'm going to work on her.
Well, thank you very much. I'll just break in here, guys, and say thank you very much for having me up today, The Realist. I really appreciate the fact that you give me some time and hear my voice.
Always,
And I've got a
always.
great deal of respect for you. I like to say to Paula that thank you very much for
One more
what
thing,
you
Dean.
do and how
Dean.
you reach out to people and
Dean,
just
there is one
what?
thing that I'll keep forgetting, but I did need your email address because there is a project that eventually I'm going to get around to called the State of the Union, and I would like for you to present 5 to 20 minutes of your state of affairs, what your assessment is. So I do need your email address. I know
I'll put that in.
I know you emailed Paula, so Paula has it. If you don't mind, if she share it with me, and
If she can share it with you, that's fine. Yep,
all
I
right,
can put it in the back chat. Yep.
okay.
Before I go.
Either way,
Yep.
but I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just remembered.
It's all good, bro. All good. I don't mind the interruptions. Don't bother me none. But yeah, thanks very much. And I just want to reach out to say, I've got a lot of love for people. I've got a big heart, and I'd just like to see some really good stuff coming forth from, some really good people here. And I can see some good people in front of me right now. So I just feel like I'm in the right place. And, I've been looking at the way things are going in my life, and I know that I've improved immensely just from coming to YouTube. And I thought I was going to find people to change their minds, and they've changed mine. So, it's just amazing stuff coming. And if we just want to stay open and be ready to receive, I think that's the big thing. Just being ready to be received, to receive. Yeah.
Yes.
Appreciate you,
That's
man.
right.
Thank you.
I
Thank
feel
you
you,
for
bro. I love you. And now I want
Love you
to
too.
confront Seven's statement
Wait,
there.
hold on. Let me say so long to Dean. Thank you, Dean, for your time always and your contribution. It's really sincere and genuine,
Yes,
and
genuine.
always. So my link is always open to you, Dean. Appreciate you, man. You have a good rest of your day.
He
And
knows my
Thank you
link's
very much.
always open.
you take care, brother.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you. Thank you, realist.
I love you.
All right. Take care, man.
And yeah, love you so much. He's welcome on my channel anytime. He knows that. And absolutely, the answer to Seven Serpents' question is yes. Yes, they do use astrology. They use it against us because we don't know how to use it.
Marco Power, I will wait for you. Even if I'm going to shut down, I will wait for you, Marco. Marco said he's going to hit the link in about 10 minutes. I'll tell you why astrology is important. Wow.
Yes, thank you, Marco Power. I will be eating dinner within the hour, so I'll do what I can while he's here.
I got your
So
email.
I've just dropped my email. Thanks very much, guys. Much love to you all. Laters.
All right, take care, Dean. I got it. Appreciate you.
You know what? I am going to copy that in case the email don't come through.
So yeah, definitely would like to, because Marco, I'm one who I just focus on what I know, and I know a lot of manipulators have used astrology, so that's deterred me from entertaining it. A lot of these cults, a lot of these cults use this astrology to rope people in, and so I try to like stay. That deterred me, just like religion. It seems like it's I'm not gonna say it's a religion, but yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's not it's a way of life.
definitely would like to hear Marco Powers' perspective on it.
Yeah.
So Seven Serpents, they wanted to see if you I don't know. The Seven Serpent says, does the enemy use astrology would be a good side subject?
Mm-hmm.
True, since I am like enemy driven over here, huh? I've been
Yes.
typecasted as that you want to talk about the enemy? Go over to the Realist McCoy's channel.
That's right. That's where you go. You want the royalist information, you come over here.
So yeah, it's just crazy how people offend you and don't expect you to react. That's always a strange phenomenon to me. You know, they offend you, they disparage you, and then when you react like, look, go somewhere else, they're like, oh, you're fake.
Yeah, well, it's like, oh my God, you didn't let me treat you like crap and shit all over your living room floor. And so now I hate you. Take your piss and your shit and your puddles somewhere else.
So I just find that odd. But I like when people show themselves to who they really are.
That's
I like
true.
that. Because how else are we going to know? We're going to be riding out. And I'm thinking that this person is down for me. I'm not talking about these people in the chat or YouTubers. I'm just saying, if I'm thinking that this person is down for me, how am I going to know until they're faced with a situation? And so here we are, we're faced with a situation, and some people, you know, they can't handle it. And Paul,
You
I
can
just
you
go
can
ahead.
only keep the mask on for so long before it starts slipping and sliding off your face.
Yeah, it's just
And you
it's
gotta
just crazy.
readjust it.
It's just crazy how people are, because I see that a lot, where people are questioning, why are you on YouTube doing this? But they're on YouTube. I'm just like, wait, hold on, what's going on here? You're questioning
Yeah,
why I'm on YouTube, and you yourself is on YouTube.
right.
I'm
So
telling
they're
you.
telling you in that moment why they're on YouTube. They're on YouTube to find people to attack. They've run out
Mm.
of people around them, so they've gone to the internet to find more victims. That's what narcissists do.
Because I mean, if I had
They're-
12 million options, you think I'm just gonna now decide to go in someone's chat and just go against everything that they're saying just for the sake of what? I could be watching something else. I could be outside with my children. I could be doing all these other things. But I'm
Yeah.
just now gonna go into this chat to tell this person that he's trash. Just move on.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yes. They have nothing better to do with their time. I called that kind of energy family. My mom is passed and gone. Dad left all of us because of her sorry ass. And my older sister and my younger sister are still alive, feeling that exact same way. They love the power that they feel when they're doing that, because they do not understand that the power that is actually yours is even more powerful than that fake ass energy.
As I was speaking more of, here are these strangers that we have no relationship, we have
Right.
nothing, and yet they feel that's who I was more so speaking. Your
No, yes,
personal
me too.
your personal life and your interactions and your actual relationships. I truly respect that, and however, but I'm just
The
saying, like,
government's doing it to us too.
a person just goes along.
They're
Like
bullies.
last week, what was that one guy's name? MC Nemesis. I think
Yeah,
that's
Nemesis. I knew that was trouble because
yeah.
Nemesis.
I'm just saying, like, you just, and that other one the week before that said that, yeah, I just looked on YouTube and seen who was live,
Yeah,
and I
what?
just hit the link. I don't know what you
Mm-mm.
all are talking about, and I'm just like, what's going on here?
Yep.
Those are the people that I'm really questioning when
Yes.
when I'm speaking on this. It's just strange. You know, it's just strange how and they wouldn't do it in real life. They
No,
wouldn't.
yes, they would do it in real
Yeah,
life.
they wouldn't walk up to some random person and start talking mess because they know that person could be strapped. They can have
They
something.
actually might, though.
No, not in the current state of affairs where people are walking around with guns. Okay, there's no one that's going to go up to a random stranger and do that because they know it could lead to
Well,
major
that could still be the
problems.
reason why.
But on YouTube, they know that they're behind an avatar. You're not going to
Yep.
you're not going to get on a plane and meet someone at the door. No one's going to pay for an airplane ticket. And so that's why, you know, they and just come out and say it's entertainment, that you're a troll, but don't come out as if you want someone to respect you and then you're a troll, but then still want that respect. It's crazy, you know.
Yes, they're bullies. He was bored and he decided to come and hunt you down. However, if you will go when this live ends, you will go and click live in your search on YouTube and see what pops up. You will not find many, if any, personal channels like this. You will only find the big channels with
Facts.
lots and lots of views.
Facts.
So he
Absolutely.
found you some other way and he was lying to you.
And when you say bullies, I don't see them as bullies. I just see them as attention seekers.
Well, yeah, you call them attention seekers.
Yeah,
Yes.
bully. You can't bully me when I can block you. You see what I'm saying? I can block. So it's like it's hard to, you know, but to be a bully, you know, it's not like they're influencing me in any way. Just hit the block, delete your messages, and you're gone. Poof. You can come with another account and then another account. But are you really that invested now? Hey, not no said people are just mad because the realist is not racist. Oh yeah,
I know. There's a lot of them out there that are mad at him because he's not racist. What crazy shit is this?
Yeah, I mean that's why I have my banner right there in my holster. I'm too intelligent to be racist. All right.
Yep.
So I don't subscribe to my enemy's methodology or ways of doing things. The Hard Underground said that yappiest dogs are always the smallest. Yeah, let me take this banner down because that's not what kind of day this was. I didn't really intend for it to be intense at all.
It kind of got that way though, but that's okay. It went well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm just saying, Paula, I have to be upfront and honest. That religious thing, it's just, because at the end of the day, it's like, where is this God at? This God could sit back and watch people suffer. I don't want that God. I don't want nothing to do with that. So that's why when I hear anyone speaking on that, I usually just get away. I just go to another channel. I just don't want nothing to do with that conversation at all. It just lowers my.
Astrology's not religion. I'm just saying.
So that's why I want to dive into it. We're going to find out. We are going to find out. Should that be the title? Is astrology religion?
I don't know. I think it should be from what she said when you asked her why she got into astrology. Because she said some powerful stuff just then when she answered that question at first. And I'm going to write it down whenever this video finally ends. I'm going to hunt it down and write it down because that is the whole damn meaning. I
Dean,
mean, what is the meaning of life? Why are we here? Don't we all ask these questions?
Dean said, without books, animals and birds just carry on living. Because look,
Yes.
hold on, in these same religious institutions, they restrict, they put somewhat of restriction on procreation. And procreation is natural.
Right. That's why we're not religious.
So I'm just saying, like, these religious little, look, I studied I dived deep into religion. I was Christ. I was Muhammad. I was Moses. I had the Sabbath. I claim to be a Jew. When I go into something, I go all in.
Me too.
And so and at the end of the day, they didn't amount to nothing but mind control. That's all it equaled out to be to me. Was mind control.
You didn't find nothing good.
Nothing good. Nothing that I couldn't have found on my own if this enemy wasn't in my way.
Well, yeah, like I said, we were robbed of this information. So we were robbed of everything, and we're trying to get it back. And it's hiding in bits and scraps in books all over the world.
Paula,
That's why I look into all astrology, because it all pertains to who we are.
When I say that I have not dived, I did not find any value in those books. It wasted my time. It was a waste of my time.
I do hate wasting my time, and that should speak volumes.
And
Why
so
I came out of religion and dove headfirst into astrology to prove to myself and others who I really am. Because some would go around, as you well know, and lie on me and say I'm a liar. And I start shit with people when I'm not a liar, and I don't start shit with people. I tell the truth, and if someone starts shit with me, I finish it. I'm the finisher, not the starter. But I needed astrology to prove that, not only to myself for my own sanity, but to the lying liars pointing the finger at me and lying on me, to me, and about me. And so I have a little bit of by birth information on my YouTube channel. If anybody has any questions when I'm not around, who is Paula really? Well, it's on my channel. And if you've ever heard me speak, I'm an open book. I don't hide anything. I have no secrets and I tell no lies. And that is who I am. But how can I prove that and learn more about myself without the astrology, which, like Anna stated, is not a religion, it is a way of life. I also knew that, and so we resonated together on that. And it's just a tool that we're using to learn about ourselves.
what is?
Oh, astrology.
Oh, astrology? Oh,
A
okay.
tool. It's a tool, one of the many, many tools that we left ourselves from past lives, because we don't know who we were in past lives. But what we do know is that this has come down through history all the way up until now. And we have been here before, so we left these breadcrumbs for ourselves.
Mm.
And I think we should go after the breadcrumbs that we left ourselves.
Me personally, I just find it odd. I just find it really odd that a person would value astrology and yet not value their health. I'm just saying, like, I see a lot of people that are into astrology and they don't value eating the right foods. It just
Oh,
seems
Maja
strange.
is a vegan.
It just
Maja, if I can get her, she's a vegan like you.
it just seems strange to me. it just seems really strange that, you don't value eating the right foods. That is not important to you. You think that sickness is a part of life.
Yeah,
But
it's
yes,
not a
but
part of
yes,
life.
but yes, astrology is the answer. It's just, to me, I'm just that kind of person. I don't like
I
to,
see what you're saying.
I like to go, like, let's just use the school system. I like to graduate from different levels. And I think that valuing the foods that we eat and valuing our health, we need this body to do anything
Yes.
in life. And if you're going to bypass your health and eating the right foods,
Right.
it just doesn't make sense. Like I posed a question to someone who tries to speak on health, and I'm just like, it's just hard for me to really have a conversation about health with someone who drinks alcohol.
Yeah.
Alcohol is a poison. There's no way
Literally.
that you're going to value these fruits and vegetables if you're drinking a poison. Let's work on not drinking the poison. Then we can have the conversation about the right foods to eat. So that's just all that I don't entertain. I don't. I have 5 children. I don't have time to play games where a person will drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes and smoke and drink, and yet you want to have a conversation about health.
Huh. Yeah, like
I can't do it. I'm wasting my time.
the subway guy. Yeah.
I just can't do it. I'll be wasting my time. It'll have no value in it.
But like I said, you might be way past us in
Regardless, it had Paula. You keep like leaning on that. It has nothing to do with being way past at all. It has no. I'm telling you, it hasn't. What it has to deal with is being logical and being reasonable, and
well,
not
yes. Yes.
and not like focus on others. The reason why I'm potentially past others is the fact that the only expectation that I have is of myself.
Yeah.
I'm not out here trying to prove nothing to no one. I'm not trying to really make my focus to help others. That's not my focus. I
Yeah,
just
your
share
focus is information.
I
Yes.
just share the information, and it's like a salad. You can come pick it what applies to you. And but to make it my mission to help others, no, I'm not. If that's what if I project as that, correct me. Ever. I have no expectation of others. The only expectation I have is of myself, and that is to do better. That's it. I'm not here to save the world. I'm not here to tell you what you're doing wrong or right. The only beings that I'm focused on is these weirdos that feel as though they have right over my existence. There's the problem. But me saying, oh, I'm here to help others, I'm here to show people this, you will not hear that conversation come from me. I am focused on myself. I'm here to make myself better. So when you say I'm past or I'm further, that concept that alone possibly makes, because you find on YouTube, a lot of people are just so focused on what other people should be doing, as opposed to focus on what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
You have people on here saying, why are people doing this? Why are people doing that? And they have a beer can in their hands. All right. Doesn't make sense.
Right.
Focus on yourself. There's so much that we have to overcome within ourselves that I can't even notice the flaw of anyone else. I want to be able to go without food for a certain period of time.
Me too. Yeah.
I have so much I want to overcome that I have no time to say, this is what people need. This is what people should be doing. I am strictly focused on what should I be doing. That's it. That's all. So it's just when people get into that, I want to help people, I just automatically, I'm like, this person doesn't get it. You have to help yourself.
Yes.
That's the only focus. That's all that I'm saying. It's I don't
I
want
hear
no
you.
I want
Yes.
no I want no parts of conversations where it's I want to help people. Oh, I want to no. Then I shut down like, no. What are you doing? Tell me, what are you doing to help yourself? What improvements have you made on yourself? What growth have you? That's it. And then you can now tell people, look, I did this. Look, I went 3 days without eating. I have energy and my body is cleaning up. Then there's where you're helping. But if a person, because people have recommended certain channels to me, and I'm like, no,
Mhm.
it's not much that I
When
can
we
do.
talk to others, we are helping them, whether we mean to or not. So that kind
Well,
of just happens naturally.
exactly, because you're living it, just like the Heart
Yeah.
Underground is saying, just live it. But to stand on the corners like these preachers stand on a corner and is preaching all day and trying to make people into something that they want them to be, and they're not living it. They're overweight, obese, diabetic, high blood pressure, but you're trying to tell me about the kingdom of God.
Right.
That's all that I'm saying. I just don't. I shut down. I don't want. People recommend channels to me, and I see a person who doesn't value their health. I don't want to hear anything from that person. If you don't value your health,
Yep.
there's not much that I can't go to the next step with you. That's just
I
that's just that's just what I do to protect the foolishness. To be honest with you,
yeah. Well, yeah, you've stated that from the jump. Definitely. I hear you. I long to be able to be a vegan like you. And my husband's been out of work, and I was well on my way before they closed down every store that he worked at. And then it took him 5 freaking months in this economy to get somebody to hire him.
but Paula, though, a vegan is not. It's not. It's more economical than being a non-vegan. So I don't get your
Well,
point. I don't
if you
get your
can
point.
grow your own food, I'm also limited because I live in a trailer
I,
park.
I shop at Walmart. I shop at the local grocery stores. I this year was just
Pretty
a learning
expensive
stage.
here,
This year was
but
just a learning stage. I haven't really eaten much from the garden except for butternut squash and a couple tomatoes. But this was just a learning year. Plus, like Anna spoke earlier, it's been a drought. So I'm just saying, it's being a vegan is not expensive at all. And so that's what I'm saying.
I guess it is. But I was, like I said, I was well on my way. And then we were reduced to having to take donations from pantries and friends and family. And so that could be why I ended up in the hospital, because I was so well on my way. Being without all of those apples and everything, my heart couldn't take it, so it had a little fit. But he's got a job now, and I'm going to get back on track. And I hope he doesn't lose this job because of the agenda,
I
because
mean,
that's what took out of his job was the agenda.
Paula, let's say this. Let's say with the
You
eating.
can't eat good if it's not free.
But
You
let's
know,
just
if it was growing on the tree, I'd eat it. Yeah.
but let's just say this though. We're also overeating.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I want to get to where you don't have to eat at all, which
Three
I'm pretty
meals,
sure we can do.
3 meals a day with snacks in between is pretty expensive.
Oh, we only eat once a day. We can't afford to eat 2 or 3 times a day.
What?
No, we only eat once a day over here.
My point is that we have obstacles in our own lives, and that's what we should focus on. Is trying to overcome our own obstacles before we try to tell someone else about their
Yeah.
obstacles. helps. That's all my point is.
Right. And I don't teach or share with anybody anything I don't already tell myself. I speak from experience.
I mean, I am looking for. I mean, people have told me they want to do a presentation on health and eating right, and I would like to look into that definitely, because to me that's like that's a precursor. That's something that has, there's people that have infinite knowledge, but if I see that they're not eating right, I'm sorry, their credibility is just shot for me. That's just my own. That's just my own measuring stick.
I'd love to see you make that video, actually.
If you don't value your health and eating right, I'm sorry, what you have to share majority of the times just goes in one ear and out the other. I just think you're talking. Not you personally, I'm saying.
No, people. Yes.
Yes. Because I remember either you or Doc sent me like a link to some astrology channel, and I looked on it, and the guy's overweight and obese.
Oh,
And
I think it
like,
was more like a tarot channel.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I can't learn from that person. That person
Right.
does not value their health.
Right.
Check that off. We have to have because there's so many people to learn from. So I have my own measuring stick. I just find it hard to listen to a person who does not value their health. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Because
I hear you.
this same preacher at this church will tell you the kingdom of God is near, and his congregation is obese.
Oof.
Obese, damn near busting out of their suits and their dresses, can barely walk up, bend over, and get on their knees.
Right.
But yet, the preacher doesn't care about their health?
No, he just wants that plate passed around and full of money when it comes back to him.
And here's Jesus saying it's not what you put in your mouth that defiles you, but it's what proceedeth out of your mouth. That tells people they can eat anything they want to eat.
Yeah, and that should have been, it's going to defile you both ways. Yeah.
And then the preacher will say, yeah, well, if you bless it, it's good for you.
Oh,
what?
God. Yeah, I know, right? Oh,
yes,
man.
I mean, that's
I hear you.
So that's why just eating right is the first step that you can do.
Yep.
If you're not eating, I'm not trying to say anyone, but eating right. Because it's just look at your car or whatever vehicle. If you don't put the right things in it, it's not going to function properly. And it's the same with our bodies. So that's all. That's just my measuring, because I've been on this ever since 9/11. I've been on this truth thing, and I've been a vegan for 20 plus years now. And I just see no other way of life but not to eat dead animals. I am not a scavenger. Okay. Scavengers, these crows eat the dead animals on the roadside. All right. And so that's all. That's why I don't go around telling anyone what they should do. I just share what information that we all can acknowledge that we have an enemy.
Oh, yeah.
Boom. So there it is right there. That's why I haven't done a video on our health and all that. I don't want people to think any kind of way. Just what I have to offer is exposing these enemies. But if number of people continue to ask me to do a video on health and eating right, then I will maybe get a presentation together. And
Gotta go out there and follow somebody else's diet list or how they do things. I trust you already.
Well, salute to Dr. Sabi. A lot of people have horrible things to say about him. Regardless if he's controlled opposition, he was a Mason and all of that. The man told me what to eat. That's more than what my mother and father has done.
Okay, so just Google him and look into his stuff. Marco Power, hey.
Hey, what's up, family? Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. Salute to you, man.
Hey, that's perfect. Salute to you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, McCoy, man, you a real one, man. I really rocks with you, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Seriously. Salute to you, Phoenix. Appreciate you, sis. You always got
Salutes
some
to
good
you.
stuff. Thank you. I appreciate
Appreciate you.
it. Yeah, I said I was gonna answer. Look, you got my mind racing now that I'm on here. Because it's so much I want to tell you. I guess if I, I'll just tell you the reason why I called, dialed in or whatever, or hit the link or whatever. Yes, in terms of the astrology, I've said this many times. The astrology is very important. I say that if we notice that the days of the week, they're literally every last day is a planet or it's a heavenly body, so to speak. And that's what astrology is about. So the fact that Sunday is the day of the sun, Monday is moon day, the day of the moon. Tuesday comes from Mars Day, which is the day of Mars. If you notice, things on Tuesdays are always buy one, get one free. Again, 9/11 happened on a Tuesday because that was War Day. The god of Mars is you get what I'm saying? The god of war is Mars. Excuse me. Wednesday in Spanish, they call it Merculoy, meaning Mercury. You get what I'm saying? Thursday is Thor's Day. In the Norse mythology, Thor is the comparison to Jupiter and also Zeus, as in terms of Roman and Greek mythology. Um, Friday comes from Freya, and Freya is a Norse goddess, not God, but she's a Norse goddess, the goddess of love, and that energy right there. She could be compared to Artemis, Athena. You get what I'm saying? Because these are all the same energies. They just if we tell a story, let's say in Maryland, I'm in Maryland, and if McCoy told the same exact story, and I believe you're in Alabama, he would tell it just a little bit different because for one, he has to get the story. You get what I'm saying? A little different to for one, he's just part of that culture, and then two, he has to, I guess, appease or get the people that are around him to even understand what he's saying. Because in Maryland, we're going to speak just a little bit different. You get what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with cultures when it goes to different countries and it goes to different religions and different things like that. We literally are hearing the same story over and over, but it's just told different ways, basically. So to finish it up, Saturday would be the day of Saturn. You get what I'm saying? Saturn's day, Saturn day. You get what I'm saying? They even call it in Spanish, they call it Sabado, if I'm not mistaken. And that is the Sabbath. You get what I'm saying? So we just see how powerful really the astrology is, because if we had all these heavenly bodies together, again, I made a meme before. Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yeah, you're good, man.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Basically, I made a meme before how I totally believe, all these brothers, they talk about flat motherfucking power, right? And I say flat power, to be honest, I don't mean to disrespect anybody. I guess it is important, but it's not as important to understand center motherfucking power. We are the center of the universe. We're the center of everything. Everything is waiting on us to make the next call. Before the Illuminati took
Oh wow.
before the Illuminati was placed into power, we have to look at that. Everybody thought that the Earth was a geocentric model and not a heliocentric model. So again, when we talk about geo means the Earth, and helio means sun. Centric, of course, means center. So we have to understand that it was the difference between Ptolemy and Copernicus. That is a big difference. And the people that even rule over us, the ones that call themselves the Illuminati, they call themselves the Holy Roman Papal Ptolemaic bloodlines. Again, Ptolemaic, meaning they go off of the energy and the philosophy of Ptolemy. He's the one that said the earth is in the center of everything. Again, I made a meme where I basically showed how if you take a time lapse of the stars, it looks literally like a record player that's in the middle of the sky. The only star that doesn't move is the star Polaris. Again, listen to the name, Polaris. It's the pole. It's literally in, how they talk about how the earth has poles. We're literally aligned with the star Polaris. The only star that doesn't move is Polaris. Now, if it does move, then the only way that it's moving is that all the stars are moving together and we're moving against something else. You get what I'm saying? So what I mean by that is that we're in the center. We know that our sun is the center of the solar system, but Sirius, the star Sirius, where we get the name XM Sirius Radio, that comes from basically the star Sirius, the mother star or the dog star. Unfortunately, they call her the bitch, the dog. You get what I'm saying? What they're doing is that that's the center of the galaxy. So our sun is Haru. Let's break down Israel. I hope I'm not bouncing around too much, but let's break down Israel real fast. Isis, Ra, and El. Isis is the female. Ra is the son. El is the father. You get what I'm saying? So they're breaking down 3 different stars within the name itself. So the point is this, is that basically Isis, the star Isis, or Sirius, or Mother Mary, or any holy mother that you want to name within any culture, it's all the same energy. They're talking about the center of the galaxy and not the center of our solar system. Our solar system is one of many solar systems that all swings around the dog star. That's why we talk about the Dogon and how important that they are within Africa, and even people over here, the Native Americans. I'm not on one side or another. It doesn't matter, because all the cultures are saying the same thing. You have a mother star, you have a father star, a son star, a daughter star. You get what I'm saying? They're referring to these heavenly bodies. And don't forget that it goes upon as above, so below. So whatever is done in heaven, in the skies, basically in the heavens, you get what I'm saying? They're trying to do the same thing on earth. So this is why you see in Washington, D.C., how they have the different buildings that are aligned with the stars that are in the sky. You can see the same thing in Egypt, how the different pyramids are aligned with the, I think it's the Little Dipper or the Big Dipper or whatever. Basically, it's the same thing anyway, because it's, again, as above, so below. You get what I'm saying? Go ahead, sister.
Yeah.
I've been talking.
I want to interject just a moment to also state, in case I haven't done this with you yet, is Ra-El is also a question, and the answer is yes.
That's deep. I know exactly what
Yes.
you mean. I like that. I like that.
Now, Marco, let me see. Do you go as far as with the tarot cards type thing with astrology?
I'll tell you this. I haven't figured the tarot cards out all the way, but I do tell you that there definitely is some very spiritual meaning with those cards. I can't call it yet. Let me tell you this. Matter of fact, I like your question. It's kind of close, and I don't know. It just kind of reminds me of. Let me say this to you. You know, I got to bring you a little bit of gematria. When we talk about Jesuit order, right? If I write out Jesuit order, it equals 72, but it also equals 144. Now, if you notice, if I take 72 and add it to 72 plus 72 equals 144, right? So what's interesting about that is that within your brain, shouts out to Bobby Hemming on this. He basically talked about how a lot of people are talking about the 72 demons of the Goetia, right? But what they're not talking about is the 72 angels that are also part of the Shem Hefshara. I think I'm saying that right. So basically, again, how I talk about all the time, how you got the tree of life and you got the tree of death, both of them are a balance, because you're not all good and you're not all bad. You get what I'm saying? None of us are. You get what I'm saying? You need some of that bad sometimes, because it's people, you know, they be tripping. They got their bad shit with them. But you need that good too to level everything out, make sure everything is good so that you're living righteous, right? So my point is that 72 demons plus 72 angels, that equals 144, I guess, lessons, or as Bobby Hemming would say, 144 chakras. Because these demons or these daemons, don't look at them as demons, because when we hear the word demon or we hear the word devil, we just automatically just get spooked out.
Yeah, daemon is better.
Daemon is better, right? It makes you even feel better. As soon as I said it, it was like, yeah, I like daemon, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, we ain't gonna say demon. because it just makes you feel some type of way. The same thing with devil, but devil really comes from the word double. And isn't that what the devil does anyway, or how it's been written in scripture, the way the devil just wants to do the same thing that God does, basically, for real. So that those are all like code words, is my point. It's
well, devil is also lived backwards, and I think that is very important. And I have a saying: the devil lived a lie, because we're not supposed to die; we're supposed to live. And so live should never be past tense.
Facts. Like you just said, devil is lived, and then evil is live or live, right? So it goes to show you that it's literally going back to that tree, because the tree itself, again, however tall that tree grows into the sky, let's say it grows 7 feet into the sky, it's going to be 7 feet of roots that are going down into the ground. You get what I'm saying? And so it's a mixture of the two. We have to understand our balance. And it might be, I think that might even be a psyop, if I'm gonna tell y'all some truth. Like, think about all the people, like, they be like, love and light, if we could just connect to the higher beings, and you get what I'm saying? It's almost like it's it's like some shit off of TV or something. Remind me of Freddie Brooks off A Different World type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's too much, because the world ain't like that. Yes, I want to go to that higher place. Don't get me wrong, and I'm aspire my best to be the greatest version of myself that I can possibly be, obviously. But you still got to deal with what's in front of you right now at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So yes, we're going to aspire to do greater things, but you still have to keep a certain level of probably lower level energy that's with you. And again, maybe I'm even wrong to even say lower. It's all about the language that we're using. You get what I'm saying? Because we tend to think of the daemons as lower energy. Maybe in this time being, or on a level that we are, maybe it's not so low as you think. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not saying sit here and talk to demons or anything. So don't get me wrong. But I'm saying understand that however many demons that they say that are in the Goation, and however many angels that they say are in the Shem Heshavah, however you say that shit or whatever, right? Understand that each version of that demon and angel are you. You are every last demon. You are every last god. You are every last devil. You are every last thing that they talk about. So if you understand that, you get what I'm saying? Like, you can embrace that shit a little bit more for real, and understand, like, yo, sometimes in your life, you're at a very high level. Other times you're at a lower level. There's ups and downs to life, period. And that's the whole purpose of these gods and these devils or demons or whatever name you want to label, because they just names, they just labels. And it really don't matter, because if you understand that every version is you, that's how you can really rise above that shit. And I'm gonna land right
there.
Y'all there? Can y'all hear me? Y'all there?
Yes, that I was drying my hands. That exactly.
Okay.
And Marco, Marco, you'll also find that when I have, I'm in learning mode, so I'm just listening. So that's all that is, because this is an area that I say I'm a novice. I have no knowledge on it, and so I'm just, listening.
Well, like I say, brother, like our energy changes every day. Literally, like the same thing. As hard as you strive to be on this same energy, somehow it's just like 24 hours happens, man, and you just turn to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? It's not to say like you some crazy motherfucker or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just somehow your energy changed, and now you want something different. Think about just the way the moon moves. Every month it's really doing the same thing as the sun. It's rising and setting. You get what I'm saying? We just
let's hover at the moon, pun intended.
Let's go.
Because women bleed every 28 days according to the moon's cycle, so we are connected to them planets, and that is the only proof you should technically need. But if you need more, please continue, Marco.
13 full moons every year, and women have 13 periods to go along with those 13 full moons. 13 times 28 days makes a regular month, 4 weeks. And if we multiply 13 times 28, it equals 364 days, 1 day short of 365. So I said this before. To me, there's 13 months because again, the 13th zodiac sign
All right.
is you. You're
Okay.
in the center of the other 12. Go ahead, brother. My fault.
And that's what I was speaking on earlier, is that the reason why astrology is the skepticism with me is that we went from a Gregorian, Julian calendar and all these
I
different
agree.
calendars. So it's like, how do we really? And so that's where I'm just like, I just go with what I know,
I,
you know.
I tell you this, McCoy. This is where, brother. This is where we really, I guess, dig deeper. Just pay attention to whatever nature is doing, because guess what? Even though the people you're saying a mouthful, because my fault. Somebody saying something.
No, I was just gonna say that's what I hit on. That's what as a matter of fact, I basically said those same words to Paula when we were talking about the Bibles and the books. I was like, do the squirrels and the animals have books? And then she was like, well, how are you going to get to know yourself? I said, let's go back to the earth. Let's go back to nature, really. So
Right.
when you said that, I just was like, that's what I'm on with myself.
I think he already did all this in his last life, and he doesn't need any of it in this life. That's my thought.
I think exactly what you just said. Like, we just need to be able to. The bottom line is that you have to pay attention to the way things are going on now, because things change. If our galaxy, again, not our solar system, but our galaxy, the whole star Sirius and all of her mother or all of her daughter and son solar systems, if they're traveling with her through this, through this universe, so to speak, then there's obviously certain things that are going to change. There's certain things that are going to be different. I know he's an agent, but he did drop a bomb on this. Got that going. Can't even think of his name right now. Bonacci, whatever his name is. Basically, Santos Bonacci. You know what I'm talking about. Basically, we know he's an agent, right? But before they became agents, understand that they were dropping real signs too. Unless they, because I think most of them basically they grab them up. You get what I'm saying? They grab them after they've been talking so much shit, and they say, "Hey, look, you can't keep talking this shit, man." You know what I'm saying? You either rock, you either get down or lay down. You get what I'm saying?
I think they're like the Bible. They rope you in with a little truth, and then they dirty you up with weird, perverted ways. But go ahead.
Well, I say that all the time, McCoy. I always say 99 truths and one lie, brother. And it'll be that one lie. You be like, boy, that motherfucker's a doozy. You feel me? Like, showing up. Like,
but no, I don't want you to lose your point with the Santos Bonacci. I don't want you to lose your point.
My man, I appreciate that. Yeah, basically with Santos, the point with him is that he broke down the galactic year. And he's 100% right about that. This was not any psyop shit that he was talking about. So basically, you know how we have a different, all right, there's 3 different ways, and may even be more. Maybe it's one that I'm missing. But the 3 different ways that I can see the zodiac sign is this. Basically, every 2 hours, the zodiac sign changes. So 2 times 12, obviously, is 24, and that's the 24 hours. You get what I'm saying? But then we know that we have the 12 months. So then every month is a different zodiac sign. And it doesn't even go off the months, like it'll be halfway through the month and all of that. You get what I'm saying? So, like you said, I don't want to lose my point. But basically, then there's a galactic year. So the galactic year has to do with every 2,000 years, there's a different zodiac sign. So basically, to go from Aries all the way around to Pisces, that's 24,000 years. It's 12 zodiacs and then times the 2,000 years apiece. So that's 24,000 years. So we got to think about that. That's why you've seen, all right, to tell you how real that is, that's why you've seen the Jesus symbols on the back of the cars. I know y'all been driving and y'all have seen the little fish on the back of the car with the cross on the inside of the fish on the back of people's cars, a little bumper sticker or even like a 3D figure or whatever. That's to represent that Jesus, the Son, is now been in the zodiac sign of Pisces for the last 2,000 years. So every 2,000 years, the planets come back together. if you look at the planets right now, you can go to Google Sky Map right now, and you can see that the planets are damn near still in alignment right now from the alignment that just happened. They're coming out of alignment now. But
yeah, they've been in alignment for a hot damn minute, bro. I looked.
You feel me?
I made a video on my channel.
Yeah, they've been in alignment for a minute. You know, all the planets or whatever. So
yeah.
They're coming out of alignment now, but every 2,000 years, when them things come back into alignment, look, the planets are the Elohim, bro. When you hear about the Elohim, that's what they're talking about. The heavenly bodies is a conglomerate of all that energy together. That's what they're not telling you. They praise all that shit because they understand the power of all that shit. Seriously, they understand. Do you know the different colors that are associated with the different days of the week? Sunday is yellow, because the sun is yellow. Monday is white because the moon is white. Tuesday is red because Mars is red. You get what I'm saying? So on and so forth. So if you look at the different planets, it's like, yo, they have they can set this whole thing up, man. This is nothing that they teach us obviously in school. They don't teach you anything about the 12 universal laws, how we need to respect not only just the law of attraction. Do you realize there's 11 other laws that we need to learn? The law of correspondence, the law of polarity, the law of gender. You get what I'm saying? The law of cause and effect. They don't talk to us about any of that stuff. And this is the stuff that need to be taught first, because
I did a video about cause and effect and karma not too long ago. Continue.
Man, look, learn them 12 universal laws, as they say, the Hermetic text. That's what they talking about when they talking about the 7 Hermetic laws. They talking about basically the 7 main 12 universal laws. You get what I'm saying? That really shape everything. You know, so think about it. 7 chakras, 7 holes in your head, 7 seas. What is it? You get what I'm saying? 7 heavens, 7-11, whatever the fuck. You get what I'm saying? Like they constantly drop. This is how they're free of all that karma anyway, because they drop everything right there in front of us and dangle it in front of us, and like, I'm showing you exactly what it is, but you still ain't gonna get it. You get what I'm saying? But I'm free of my karma now because it's not my fault that you don't understand what I'm waving in front of your face, type shit. If all that makes sense. That's how they free themselves. That's why the motherfuckers ain't fell off yet, because we gotta wake the fuck up. They drop that shit right in front of us every day, man.
They do too. They think they're escaping their karma, their cause and effect, and they're not, though, because if they were going to put us in school, they should have been teaching us each about our own birth chart information. And so therefore they didn't tell us that they weren't doing that. So they will not escape their karma. They should have taught us this.
Look, Paul, if I could, I agree and I disagree. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna take it back to Freddie Brooks real fast. When you have people that seem to be so starry, you get what I'm saying? He's so out there, or she's so dreamy, you get what I'm saying? Like they so into the stars and stuff like that. People think that them people are crazy, but they're not crazy. Like if you took a second just to really, you get what I'm saying, listen to them, you'd be like, you know what? They talking some real shit. You get what I'm saying? So, like, even on again, I take it back to Freddie Brooks, because every time that she would say something, they would have the people in the background laugh at her purposely. Because when you in as they say, This a Different World episode has been taped before a studio audience. You get what I'm saying? And they literally have like little screens or little light up boxes that say applause, that say laugh, that say, ooh. You get what I'm saying? Your purpose is to do whatever it is that they telling you to do on the box. So they'll sit there and laugh at Freddie Brooks, is my point, or laugh at any starry type sky astrology person, and then you will think, like, this motherfucker's a blithering idiot. They just a star, they ain't too bright. You know what I'm saying? But no, they saying some of the realest shit on the show. Freddie Brooks, as in terms of Different World, was the smartest person on the whole damn show. And not only was that her on the show, that was her in real life. She came from, I believe it was either Arizona or Nevada, from 2 like Native American parents that were out in the middle of the woods. Like they literally went out and scouted this girl for that starry type shit. You get what I'm saying? But not knowing she kicking the real shit. So again, to me, that's why they free themselves of their karma. Now you're right. As in terms of the big picture, I don't think they really they can't escape this shit for too much longer, for real, because they've been doing too much wrong for too long. You know, so I agree with you. So don't get me wrong when I'm saying what I'm saying, but I think it's just a balance again. You know what I'm saying? It's half and half. That's all. I'm gonna let y'all speak. My fault.
I can't speak right now, so you could continue unless Realist has something to say. I agree with what you're saying.
Much respect. Much respect.
Oh no, well I was seeing if Royal and Loyal was still available.
Salutes to the back.
Yeah, I had a question for Royal and Loyal, but I posted in the chat. I also asked Gentoo Gone if they had much interest in astrology. Gentoo Gone said not much. I think it's interesting to hear what others think of it. I'm an Aquarius and a dragon in the Chinese, but I also found that this was somewhat. She said, "Not really. I only know the moon doesn't know where the hell it's supposed to be these days." Wonder what that means.
Well, she's made me think of two things. One, as a woman, you should definitely pay attention to the moon. This is not me being a smart ass or anything. I hope it didn't come off like that. But basically, understand, and even us as men, the moon, when the moon gets closer to the earth, it affects the ebb tides. It affects the waves of the water. So if your body is 75, 80, 85% water, think about what it's doing to your body. The same thing is true with when Mercury is in retrograde, because of course to go in retrograde means to go in reverse. You get what I'm saying? So if we understand that every body part, or even let's break down the Kabbalah tree. Let's look at the Kabbalah tree real fast. We see how Hassad and the different names, all the different names. You can put in those different names, you can put the planets in those different names. You get what I'm saying? So it goes to show you how powerful those planets are, because again, as above, so below. The same thing that's happening in them skies is the same thing that's happening in your body. Also look up medical astrology, how it breaks down that your head is Aries, your heart is Leo, your lungs and your arms are Gemini, the twins. Your private area is Scorpio. Your knees are Capricorn. Your calf muscles are Aquarius. Your feet are Pisces. That's the last zodiac sign. I just gave you a couple because I can't honestly remember all of them. But look at medical astrology. It shows you that basically every zodiac sign is within your body. That's some deep shit, man. Like, again, as above, so below. Why is it that every building in Washington, D.C. is lined up with some shit that's in the sky? It's obvious that they know something that we don't know. That's one of the universal laws that I was talking about, the law of correspondence. As above, so below, so within, so without, and the opposite of the two that I just said. You feel me? Because you can say it both ways. So within, so without, and so without, so within. You can say it both ways. So point is, again, everything that happens in them heavens happens in our bodies. That's what we gotta realize. That's how deep this shit is. Man, them people be knowing what they doing, man. They know what they doing.
Well, Seven Serpents, he made a statement earlier as a side subject. It's probably way up in the chat where he says, "Does our enemies use astrology?" I also would like to welcome Gentoo Gone to the panel.
Salute, Jen.
Sorry.
Nice to meet you, Jen, if I haven't yet.
You as well, Ms. Phoenix. I heard you say that you lived in Indiana. If you don't mind, what part?
Northern Indiana, just below Michigan.
Okay. You know where Muncie is?
That's where my cousins live.
Okay, I'm not far from there. I'm 8 miles from everything. So I'm like right in the middle of nowhere. And Marco, good to hear you. I really enjoyed some of your take on astrology. I've never been terribly. I mean, I think it's interesting, and I like to hear other people's takes on it. I don't know how much it affects my life. It may affect my life more than I understand. But yeah, I do like to hear people talking about it when they know their business.
Now, one thing, the reason I asked is because Paula and Annapurna and potentially Marco Power were considering doing a presentation an upcoming presentation on the subject. And so that's part of my motivation in asking for your feedback.
Well, I think it's very interesting because, I mean, I think everybody here will be the first to admit that they don't know what they don't know. And I'd like to know about the things I don't understand. I paid attention to it when I was a kid. You know, I looked at my horoscope, whatnot, in the newspaper, but anymore I don't pay that much attention to it. But I don't know if anybody here has noticed, and I was actually, my brother came here earlier and he was talking about the moon. I have my own theories on the moon, but it just seems suddenly, if you look and do a research, just do a search about why isn't the moon where it's supposed to be, you'll see amazing things. Everybody's noticing that thing cannot seem to be where it's supposed to be right now. I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but I look at it all the time.
There is Bible scripture that things will get sideways, or at least the moon will, in the last days, so-called last days. I'm thinking during this planetary lineup.
I don't know. I believe that it's a megastructure and that it's not a natural object. So, I mean, it's not following whatever people thought it was supposed to do because it's not a natural construct.
If I could, I tell you this. You just said horoscope. If we break down the word horoscope, it's the scope of Horus. And we know that Horus is the sun god, right? So when we talk about the horoscope, we're talking about, again, that's just the scope of the sun itself. That's your sun sign. And see, this is why I said King of Higher Self would be able to kill this conversation right now, because he can go in depth into the moon sign. You have a Mercury sign, you have a Jupiter sign, so on and so forth. So each sign is affecting you differently, and it literally can dictate almost down to the actual, I guess, personality of who you are. Trust me, it sounds like it's far-fetched. I get it, you know what I mean? But if you can really see how each planet or each heavenly body is affecting your life, then you really start to understand yourself a little bit more. I would say.
That's my point, Marco. The way that you're speaking right now, that's exactly why I want a presentation.
I got you.
You see what I'm saying? Because we can, the people that are over here, majority of the people over here, we've put a fire to beliefs.
Right.
And so we leave the church of believing and then to go over to another where you have to believe me. No, show me. So that's why I want a presentation, because that would be awesome as opposed to just, you know what I mean?
I'm with you. And look, I totally feel you. You know I feel you, my brother. I'll add this one more thing too. I will say that this is why I say, look, we can't. I just made one of my worst posts probably recently, for real, and I already knew that it was going to get the feedback that it got, because I said, look, if the books that you're reading aren't basically giving you anything, you need to read different books. And of course, people just automatically, he talking about reading books. What the fuck is he talking about? Look, I get it. But guess what? The Bible wasn't never lying when it said that the sun is used to count the hours and the moon is basically used to count the minutes. It is what it is. Many moons ago, many eons ago. That's what they mean when they say it. They can count the time by basically just paying attention to what the heavenly bodies are doing. You get what I'm saying? There's no coincidence that the word Horus, if I just take the U and the R and I flip it around, it becomes hours. You get what I'm saying? So the same thing with moon. Moon is basically moon units. You get what I'm saying? The moon is moon units. The moon basically counts the same way that the sun does. It literally rises and sets just like the sun. I broke that one down before with the McDonald's sign, you know, the rising sun and the setting sun. All the stories that they've ever told us, from Star Wars to whatever, you get what I'm saying? From the good to evil, that's what they're talking about. Basically, that rising sun and that setting sun. And they're talking about time. Time has to do with Saturn. Saturn is the day that these people go into their synagogues, and that's the day that they do what they do. You get what I'm saying? So it's on Saturn's day. They say that Saturn is the ruler of this energy, of this planet right here. You get what I'm saying? Or this realm, or this paradigm, whatever word you want to use. So I'm telling you, it's something. You're right. I'm gonna go ahead. I like the challenge, McCoy. I appreciate it. You just gave me a challenge, brother, and I'm gonna go in. to try to find as much information I can and be able to present it to the people. I appreciate that, seriously.
And also along with that is, Annapurna, she's very schooled on the subject, and Paula is also. So I think you'll also be able to complement them, So it's just a matter of, we'll communicate. We'll definitely communicate. If you don't mind, Marco, if you could put your I was meant to get your email from you anyway. If you don't,
I got you, bro. I dropped my email and my phone number, man. I got you.
Okay, all right, appreciate that, man. Definitely. Yeah, look, yeah. Hey, I mean, I was having somewhat doubts on this whole astrology presentation, but the way Marco has came in here, I really think you could be a glue to the presentation, because you're going to give us just a whole numerological, just the way that you're saying it right now. I think it'll be a great presentation all the way around. So I'm glad you were able to come up here and share your perspective, because I'm just not into astrology, and not because I have knowledge of it and I've rejected it. I just don't know anything about it. You know what I mean? And I'm so focused on other areas that I haven't really entertained it, because I'm on my enemy's head, man. I want to expose them. But maybe this is part of maybe this
I think it is. You ain't taking words on my mouth. It exactly is.
Wow.
Because if
Yes.
look, I'm a key person that says you can't fight fire with fire, you gotta fight fire with water, right? But at the same time, sometimes we still need a little fire. We still gotta have we gotta understand our enemy if we're gonna be able to really kill that motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? Seriously.
Wow. Because here indegruv said the statement that millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. It's attributed to
Hey, I heard that before. So loose to that comment. Hell yeah, I like that. Exactly.
Yes.
Tell them that's a meme too. That's a meme right there.
It's a good meme.
I see Ninja Bunny Magi of the Unknown is in the building. Peace to you.
Peace
to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get a few people that can make a bomb fire presentation on astrology. I don't want to go about it if it's not. I don't want a panel of people just talking. All right, just don't want that. I want a presentation, visuals, research, and then boom, just lay it out there. Then we can open up the panel. People, you all can probably do some readings on a few people and do all of that. So at least an hour or two of just straight, or however long, and we'll communicate that. We'll talk about that, Marco, definitely. My email, my email is therealistmccoy@gmail. It's not that hard. It's not just my name, therealistmccoy@gmail. And then just email me, or if I can document your email right now, and then we can but Marco, I mean, I'm not forcing you to be a part of this presentation, so don't feel obligated.
I enjoy being an assignment. I don't know about everybody else. I enjoy it when I have an assignment and I'm like, okay, I don't
even know if you're free. I go live at 10 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. That's the only time that my family not allows, but with time restraints, is Saturdays. The weekends, because I homeschool during the week. It's a busy week. And so the weekends are really the only time I can link up with my people. So
I get it, and I appreciate it. Let me tell you too, man. I don't know if you probably ain't never peeped it because you're in the midst of it. But man, your children are always happy, man. Seriously.
They better be.
You say all the damn work I do. I know that's right, brother.
Not just the work that I do, but just, I mean, my children have never eaten any animal products, they've never been in the school system.
That's fire, brother. Hell yeah.
I mean, my oldest
you inspire me, man, for real.
My oldest is 11, never been in the school system, has never eaten any animal products. Really just, they ground every day. They're just, I mean, they have each other, and they're not caught up in the system. The system you send your children off to school and they come home depressed. Not necessarily regularly, but the school is just, man, come on, man. The school system is it's like jailhouse, man.
What they say, school is the Latin word for health, I think it is.
It's for what?
The school. They call it shul, but it's actually school.
Yeah.
Is the Latin word for health.
Oh, Hebrew for sure.
Oh, Hebrew for health. It's one of the other.
Yeah. Hebrew, Sheol means hell in English.
See? You just said some shit, man. Seriously.
So yeah, I appreciate the observation, but yeah, my children is what drives me, especially when it comes to this enemy character, because I know they want them, because they're they know we're adults now. They've already convinced us. Now they're on to the next generation to continue the cycle, and I'm just hoping to not continue that cycle. It's very important to me.
Fact.
That I protect them. Once you know better, I'm not down in some people aren't aware that they have an enemy, that there's a force that's intentionally trying to bring harm to them. So I don't condemn them at all. But me, I know better, so I have to do better. Otherwise, I'm just talking. And I don't want to be seen as a talker.
Right.
There's no progress with talkers. There's no progress. Like looking back on some greedy vegan playbacks. I don't know if you caught that, Marco, when Greedy was playing those playbacks, man. And these 2-3 years now, it's the same conversations, and I don't want to.
Look, I'm gonna just be quiet. I'm just saying.
No, Greedy knows, man. So it's just, and that's why he's changed up a little bit, where he's like, "Nah, man, I'm not gonna continue that."
And it's not. Look, McCoy. It ain't even only just the same conversation. It's the same goddamn people saying the same shit.
That's my point.
Come on, man.
Gen 2 gone. I seen you unmute. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Sis, my fault. We've been talking. My fault. Go ahead, sis.
I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, I think it's really kind of cool if you kind of what you seem to do is to give people an assignment to create a presentation based on their area of fascination or their area of expertise. I think that's really helpful, because it helps me, because I can sit here and say, okay, this is what somebody wants to hear about. I will put this together for you. And I think that that's very helpful for people in the community, because yeah, you can talk about stuff all day and you can claim things all day, but when you put your words to the book, to the research, it really helps put it together for other people, because your audience or the people that you speak to don't live in your head. Just because you understand something and you have a point to make doesn't mean that they're going to get it. You got to connect those dots for folks, and you've got to put it into something real that they can look at, and not just a theory, but put it in a format that they can understand. Just connect the dots for them, because they can't live in your head, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and that's why I don't want just a panel of people just talking. Give us some visual, give us some information, give us a presentation. I got on Amongst Us Our Predators for that, because he was supposed to do a link with Big Dog Philly OG, and I told him, man, we need a presentation though, because you get on these panels and you just want people to believe what you're saying. No, give them a presentation. It hits different.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
Some people are visual learners. Some people learn by doing. Some people do learn just by reading. But because all of us are different. And I think that, you've got to put something behind what you're claiming. I'll listen to people talk all day. There's a certain person that we all know, and love / hate, who says, dispute this video about the heliocentric model. And I'm like, dude, I mean, first of all, you're just telling people to dispute this model. You're not telling them what to do. You know, they can't just come up there in 5 minutes and say, okay, I dispute this, this, and this. You know, they've got to have an assignment. And I really appreciate that McCoy, you give folks an assignment and they'll step up to the plate.
Who is this? If you want to write it in the back chat, if you don't want to say their name, but who is this heliocentric model person? I
think we probably all kind of know and love them, but yeah, it's yeah, it rhymes with homie. But yeah, it's one of those things where people don't live in your mind. The way you make connections isn't the way other people make connections. So yeah, it's really good to have something to look at. That's why I put things on my playlist. I don't expect anybody to ever go listen to them, but myself, I can go back and say, yes, this is why I understand this. This is why I understand that. I heard this. I listen for codes and things, and I listen for words. And when I see those words, I make sure that I put them together so that other people can understand them.
Marco, I think because you left, you didn't get to see my phone number back there. Can you see my phone number back there, Marco?
Yeah, I got it, my brother. Definitely.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, just lock that in, man. But I like your email address, man.
That's D, right? I had the email. Look, that's the 5th one. You see, it says 5. Yeah, that's the 5th one. Look, the same person I am in 2023, man. I always been, man. I always been a little militant, a little, go against the grain, fuck the government, all that shit, man. I always been the same person, man.
But to respond to Gen 2 Gone, you're absolutely right. And that's why I approach it the way I approach it, because I give people what I would want. The quality I would, I give people what I would want. And so that's what I would want. I'm tired of the talking and we have to believe you. We have to believe you when I say it. Believe me. You have to believe. I'm sorry. I'm getting away from beliefs. Show me. Present it in front of me and let me make a decision. You just want to talk your head out. So that's what I'm not going to repeat. I'm not going to do what I don't like. That's
and look, McCoy, I feel like how you feel too, because it's like, let's say I go ahead and do like a bunch of research. I'm going 3-4 hours deep doing research, and I kick all my research. And you be like, I'm sorry, Marco, I just still ain't feeling that shit, bro. And I'd be like, you know what? It's all good, brother. I still respect you. I still love you. You feel what I'm saying? Because everybody has their different times in which they learn certain lessons. I feel wholeheartedly that it's real. You may never, ever feel like that it's real. And that's okay, because there could be something, vice versa the same way. Something that for a fact is real because you've experienced it, you know what it is, but I will just never be able to feel it. It's like, almost, I'll give you a good example. Like, I lost a parent before. I've also lost a sibling. And I've talked to certain people that have basically, I'm not going to say no names, you feel me? But they've said basically that I'm tripping because I talk to my ancestors, or I'm tripping because I still talk to my moms. You get what I'm saying? Or something wrong with me if I feel like I've seen a body of light or this, that, and the third. But guess what? This person has never lost a parent. This person has never lost a sibling. So my point is that there's certain things that you just go through in life that you know for a fact within your heart, your soul, your spirit, that it is truth. But it's not your job to convince anybody else of anything. So I don't even get mad at the person that I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying? It's just like, until you actually go through it, I just feel like you just ain't gonna feel me. It is what it is, and it's fine. You get what I'm saying? I'm not mad, So
and that's one of my major things. It's like, that's why I did a live, but I put it on private, where because I didn't want to do that kind of energy, put that kind of energy out there where people are saying I'm over here kumbaya, and because I don't, I'm not strictly having Black people on my panel, or I'm around Caucasians and Indians and Mexicans, and so they're saying I'm kumbaya, and they're just not all right with just me being myself. Like, this is me. I'm all right with you being you. Why do you feel as though
Facts. Big facts.
we're not able to come together and just exchange information? It's like someone has to be right, debating, and since I'm
Yep.
not subscribing to that way of thinking and doing things, they just don't want nothing to do with me, which is fine. I'm all right with it, because I wasn't born into this world for their ideology.
Exactly. And
That's
see,
something I was talking about earlier about how I kind of lurk on folks' panels, because I mean, I really don't care what color someone is, but on some of the channels, excuse me, I got hiccups, but I hear a lot of us versus themism, and I got no time for that. It's all us.
She said us versus them isms.
Yeah, seriously, but it's not what they think it is. It's not a racist us against them. It's a governmental us, we the people against them, the government.
We really do kind of need to get together. I don't care what color somebody is or where they come from. I certainly hope that they don't care that I've got spots. I'm a freckled person. So, that it's
Right.
one of those things where you have to put that aside. I don't depend on the government. I don't depend on other people to support me. And I'm not really concerned with what color anyone is, because it's got nothing to do with my life.
that's big facts. You can't allow other people's expectations to, just dictate your life. You gotta live for you, and nobody's been through the experiences again that you've been through. As we know, hurt people, and a lot of times when people are abused or they've been through just tough times, they tend to see the world a little bit different. And
That's good point.
so so it's just like, again, until you really live, until you put yourself all the way in somebody's shoes to really understand, what's what, we're going to keep having these same conversations. And just like McCoy said, at the end of the day, they're trying to debate you on something. I have no debate about anything. Like McCoy said, like, for example, he doesn't really prescribe to God anymore. I still believe in a creator, but I don't believe, like, again, like as a sky daddy or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like, I believe that we're all God. I feel like our conglomerate energy, or our collective energy, all of us together, makes us God. You get what I'm saying? Because our creativity and the things that we're capable of. So I see God in that fashion. But for example, just to sit here and get mad at each other, go back and forth about one word, or because a lot of times I notice that these arguments or these conversations, they all boil back to semantics. It's the fact that you're dictating, or not dictating, but you're stating a statement a little bit different than the way I was stated, and then you're getting mad at me because I'm just using one word that you wouldn't use, or vice versa. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day,
Life's too short for that shit.
It's too short for that shit. Say it again.
Look at the screen, right? Last week, I think it was last week, we did a live on can we all just get along? And this Yesenia in the house. And a lot of people walked away saying that was a pretty powerful live, where we dealt with the pineal gland and walking on water and things like that. And out of all that, this is what she got was, did your white guest forget that she was white, asking for a friend?
And wasn't that me? Wasn't it me? Wasn't I the white chick? Or at least one of them?
And these are adults. These are adults.
Yeah.
Supposed to be intelligent on here, having school and opening panels and having discussions. And
that's one of the things that I discard when I like I said, I lurk a lot and I listen to people's conversations, And I don't have room for that. And when I hear it and I see people making a big deal of it, yeah, I'm sorry. It's not something that I think is important. And if people come from a mindset of worrying about what color a person is or whether they've appropriated somebody else's origins, or what do they call it, cultural appropriation, I'm sorry, I'm probably not even human completely, and I'm not worried about it. I come from a different place than a lot of people come from, and I'm just interested in what they have to say. I don't care what color the face is that the words come out of or where they come from in the world. I want to hear something that I haven't heard before. I just want to hear someone else's perspective.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you about to say something, Phoenix? My fault.
No, I'm just agreeing with her.
I was agreeing too. That's a lot of what my channel is dedicated to, whether people believe it or not. I'm just trying to expose all of the rhetoric. You get what I'm saying? All the propaganda. That's really my mission for my channel. I show you a lot of different things that they refer to Black people as, just to show you how racist that it is. But at the same time, I don't want you to get caught up in it. I'm showing you how racist it is so you can see the mind control of what it is that I'm showing you. So just even to the smallest thing, I think I've said this example before. We just think about you go inside of a grocery store and you just want to pick up some cake mix. The yellow cake mix is angel food, while the darker cake mix is devil's food. You get what I'm saying? So it goes back really to that Kabbalah tree that I was talking about earlier. It's all, they're pumping their Kabbalah energy at us. And we don't even realize is that they're harnessing the energy of the propaganda that they're kicking at us, because we're getting worked up. Like if you look at all of the different news reports now, everything now is just about black and white or transgender stuff. Everything is like one extreme to the next. And it's again, it's just designed to get you worked up. Like you just said, like I really don't care what the color of person is. I will recognize racism. I'm going to point out racism all day long. And there are people on my end, Black folks. Well, I said some of my people were like, "Yo, you ain't even get to do the chance, man. You already going in on them," type thing. You get what I'm saying? So it does go both ways. But yeah, we just got to understand what McCoy has said many a times. They're using it as a tool, because if they can divide the people, then we can never come together to exchange ideas. Understand that all of us are a bigger, we're a piece of the puzzle to the bigger picture. You get what I'm saying? I have a little bit. McCoy has a little bit. Phoenix has a little bit. Jen has a little bit. You get what I'm saying? All the people in the chat, we all have a different perspective. And if we put all those perspectives together, we can understand we've been fucking played.
Yes, mic drop.
We've been played.
We've been running amok. Right? That's a conspiracy.
I just like the way you said that, because it's as clear as day. We've been played, man, and we're continuing to be played. And that's why I refuse for my children to continue this cycle, endless cycle of living a lie.
McCoy, let me land right here, and I'm gonna be quiet, brother. Let me say this last thing. With the Trayvon Martin, there couldn't have been no perfect example other than that. The fact that Trayvon Martin father was a 33rd degree Mason, and George Zimmerman father was a 33rd degree Mason and ex-judge. We should just finish the conversation right there and just be quiet. That is an absolute psyop. It's a psychological operation. If y'all didn't know what that means, not you, but anybody that's listening, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a psychological operation. It's literally put there for you to get all worked up, emotional, and then now you paying attention to all this racist shit, so-called racist shit or whatever, and you're not really keeping your eyes on the prize of what really matters. It's the same thing they did with the panty. When the pan happened, do y'all realize that's when he okayed? I'm talking about Trump, and I don't feel Democrat, Republican one way or another, because they two wings on the same damn bird. But if you look at it, that's when he passed the 5G bill, and that's also when he passed the Cryptocurrency Act of 2020. He passed both of those in March, directly after he declared the panty on 3/11. So Don't talk to me about whatever. It's the magician's biggest trick. The hand is faster than the eye. And I land right there.
Mm. So what y'all what you racists have to say about that? You weirdos.
Yeah.
I mean, this man just laid it down to you that this Operation Warp Speed guy, while we were busy looking on the left side, he was over on the right side plotting on you. And you caught up.
Yeah, I love.
Well,
He said
I'm
the
sorry.
word psyop, and I'm all about that because I feel like we should recognize these things when we see them.
I'm gonna say this last thing, Jen. I'm not trying to cut you off, sis. Look, the last thing is this: Trump also used to be a Democrat, and now he's a Republican. What'd that tell you? I'm done. I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
It just tells me they're all actors. They all do. They play the role that they're placed into. And right now, I mean, I'm optimistic. I think that at the moment we're living through probably the biggest psyop in history, but other people don't see it that way. They're busy. They've got their lives to live. They've got food to put on the table and kids to take care of. But I have the luxury of being a little older and not having to worry about those things. I only have like maybe $1,600 left on my mortgage. You know, people aren't in that fortunate position. So I have the luxury of going and sitting and listening to you, people like you, especially Marco, that, you know, your stuff was amazing. And I have the luxury of doing this where other people don't. So I have to also remember that there's that time where you have to forgive them because they don't have time and they don't have the will or the fortitude to stick this out. But yeah, I believe a lot of this that we're looking at is all a psyop, just like you said, Marco.
Indeed, gratitude.
This is amazing. Marco came in and kept the fire blazing. I had no intentions. I'm trying to keep these lives at least no longer than 6 hours, but also at the same time, you know, I don't try to stop the information or the, you know, the
flow.
The flow of the things that are going on. So it is what it is, and y'all won't hear from us until again on Saturday. So get it all out now. And then you go back and listen to these lives. There's a lot to build on, a lot of ideas. And so, but in fairness to people, people don't have 8, 9 hours to listen to a live. And then how do they do it? Then you go another live tomorrow for 8 or 9 hours. And you have to like just choose one person. I guess that's what happens, Jen. You just have to choose. You have to just choose one person to devote your time to. And then since you've devoted your time to this person, you just have to just not worship, but just say, this is who I'm rolling with, good or bad. So that's must be what's happening, because there's not enough hours in the day to listen to 8 hours over here, 8 hours to the next person. So I guess people choose who they listen to, and that's it.
Absolutely. I'm going to go with the person that gives me the most bang for my buck because my time is probably the most precious thing to me in the world. Like I said, if I'm not listening to someone throughout the day, I spend my nights listening. I listen for words, I listen for codes, I listen for certain sounds. I know that sounds ridiculous to people, but for me, that's my mission. I put things together by listening for words and codes and sounds and colors. Sorry, I have synesthesia, so certain things pop up in my mind as colors. But yeah, there is something going on, and I love to hear everyone else telling about their experience because it's not my experience, and I need to know what other people are experiencing at the moment.
Yes, agreed, exactly. And don't apologize for whatever it was you said you have. I don't think you have anything. I think that's just part of who you are. And these morons like to name it shit and label it so they can say you're sick with something and give you a pill or two for it.
Jen, have you compiled like some information that you yourself would like to present, or a certain subject area that, because you're saying there's something going on, and what do you base, have you compiled like things and said, look, here's why I think there's something going on, and boom. I also bookmarked your video that you shared. I just saved it into my playlist, my private playlist. So I'm gonna definitely check that out.
Yes, I've always had a way of seeing what's going on under the surface of things, and that's why I just don't worry. I'm not worried at the moment about anything. I feel like I've been granted the grace to understand what's real and what's not real. And I'm so sorry that so much of what people are buying into right now is not real. And my playlist, I guess, that's on my playlist, I have 3 of them, it's my way of saying, here's what it is, here's what it was, and here's where we're going. Because you can't speak these things out loud. You can't tell people about the Montauk Project. You can't tell people that time travel is real. You can't tell people that the only reason we're living through this time right now is because we've had intervention from another species. So I know that all sounds crazy to folks. So maybe small bites. If I were able to make a presentation in small bites, I could get my way of thinking across to other folks, or my experience across to other folks, because it's just way too far out for people to take in a moment or a day.
And see, that's why, Jen, I feel you 100%. And I'm not going to say whether I agree or disagree. It doesn't matter. Just keep your mind open. And I say all the time, this is even one of my memes. I say, a wise teacher knows that they're always a student. You get what I'm saying? How are you going to learn something if you're sitting there, constantly just shutting down everything that somebody has to say? They might say, let's just say 10 things. It might only be one thing that you really agree with, or that you know for a fact is true, but you still learn something. You learn 10% of something that they were saying. So I'd rather learn 10% of something that somebody's saying other than nothing that they're saying. You get what I'm saying? So I hope that makes sense. Like, I eat meat, spit bones, eat fruit, spit the pit. If it don't apply, let it fly. I literally just said that in one of my meetings the other day. Like, come on, like, you can't just listen. You can't agree with just one thing that the person said.
Even just not agreeing, but you can't hear a person out. That's
or
where
just hear them out. How about that? I ain't even gotta agree.
That's
you're
exactly
right, because it might be 0 out of 10. You might be you're right. I might not agree with anything, but at least just hear them out. That's what I'm
just
saying.
hear the person out. That's
you said it
all.
better, you said it better, fam. Exactly.
And I just find it just crazy that a person can't hear another person out. Just, okay, let's say I create a platform where, look, we're just here to exchange information, not to debate, not to argue. Someone comes up here and says, yeah, I've studied Jesus Christ, and I follow Jesus Christ. We should all just be able to say, oh, okay, interesting. That's great. Next. Then, Jen Tugon says what she has to say. Next. But it's like, no, you can't follow Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ isn't. I'm just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? How are people going to feel comfortable exchanging their information? Now, the moment they start now telling us that you need to follow Jesus, is where I'm like, all right, then.
Exactly. Then that's a problem. Exactly.
Yeah, that's where. But if you're just here to share what you have to offer, let's go.
And see, that's where you really learn, McCoy. You feel what I'm saying? Like, to the point, understand that they're different stories. First of all, the Bible, Quran, whatever holy book you want to name, they're all parables. They're telling two or more stories all at the same time. So again, you got to learn how to hear the story that's the underneath story, the you know what I mean, the subconscious story. And that's what all movies are. If you look at all the movies right now, that's why I still will watch a little bit of TV, McCoy. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I respect that because that's part of my decoding shit. You know what I'm saying? To be real, you know what I'm saying?
I'm
But
feeling you, Marco.
but look,
No,
I
teach his
don't
own,
just
man.
watch
Teach his
I
own.
don't, like I just don't watch it though. My point is this, because this is just, and look, this is just my personal opinion, McCoy. Like, because my children were still going to public school at the time, right? Especially my older two. So, you know, I wasn't ready for homeschool just yet. My two younger children are homeschooled now, though. So don't get me wrong. I got 4 children. My 2 older went to public school. My 2 younger are homeschooled. But at the time, I realized my point is this: is that they're still going to go to school. They still going to bump into different people. That, and you know, all of them got cell phones and shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna be bumping the music. They're gonna be, you know, playing the little TV shows and different things. You could just be at school and you're going to get exposed to certain things. You get what I'm saying? So I say like this: there's no reason for me to sit there and sugarcoat shit. You get what I'm saying? I gotta tell them what the fuck it is, because at the end of the day, you can sugarcoat shit all you want, it's still shit. That's another one of my memes, by the way. But seriously, like, showing up, like, we can't keep here lying to these babies neither. You need to
This
give them the
sounds like a meme of mine.
what you say? What was your meme?
My meme is you can cover up shit in a cat box, but that don't mean it ain't still there and it don't still stink.
That part. That whole part. I like you can look at the end of the day, don't lie to these babies. You feel me? And look, I'm not saying nothing against you, McCoy, at all. You feel me? You definitely raise your children the way you feel is best. And I love what you're doing, because you ain't exposing them to no bullshit. I knew my children were going to be exposed to some bullshit. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to have to at least tell them what it is. I want them to be able to examine and decode a movie their goddamn selves. You get what I'm saying? And that's exactly what they do. They stand come to me, Daddy, why that man doing that? You feel me? And I'll be like, oh yeah, you already know, baby. We're gonna cut that off. You feel me? Like, you know, we ain't doing that today, you know. So they already know from the things that me and the mother of my children, you feel me, the things that we both teach them. They already know we ain't with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And salutes to her for that. You know what I'm saying? Cause she be feeling me.
Yes,
She
salutes to her for that.
for
Because
real, cause she know I'm back too.
salute to her, and that's why when we work together, even in the household, they know how powerful that is, and that's why they've even divided us in the household. So
Fact.
I'm glad that at least you all have a common ground where it's for the sake of the children. We don't want to repeat what we have been through. That's
Say
back.
it again.
Yeah, that sets us back, man. For us to continue the lies and repeat the cycle, it's just there's no growth. And so yes, my children. It's trash. Television is trash. It's for me, the reason why television is a waste for me, because I'm already fully aware of their plan.
Right.
I'm fully aware of their whole plan. That's why I'm able to pack up from California and move to Alabama, because I'm fully aware of their agenda. 2030, Armageddon, World Health Organization. The World Health Organization just was able to give us a global identification number through the Certificate of Vaccination Identification, COVID. Okay. They were able to give us a global number. We are no longer just national. This is a global new world order agenda. The only thing now is for me to just find our way out. And I don't need the television. I know some Paula was there. Someone was trying to convince me and tell me that it's because I'm fearful is why I don't have a television, and that a television will help me. No, all the television will do is aggravate me because all it is just continuous lies after lies. I'm already fully aware of their plans. You know, they use the Bible, the book of Revelations. They got Agenda 2030. They have this Neuralink. You know, they're looking for people to volunteer for this Neuralink. Elon Musk.
Facts. I heard the same. Facts.
Yes, I mean it's being implemented. I just want to get my children to safety. I just want to get us to safety. That's it. I mean, there's nothing else they can do or say that I need to know in order to realize, and I know full well their entire plan. I've been studying them since 9/11. Once a person lies to me, it's over. I've lost your trust, and you have now created a monster because you're continuing to lie. It's not like that was the one lie they told. It's not like it's the one lie they told. They still lying. All these school shootings, all these random shootings, these are all the Buffalo, all this. Marco, you know it's all scripted by the numbers, so you already know.
Look, you see me come off. Look, you see me come off mute. Didn't you? Like, you already know. Again, that's my whole channel, bro. I'm trying to get people not to get so worked up with all these different racial stories. You get what I'm saying? And just realize, like, yo, every last person that I talk about, yo, they all actors. They are all people that are down with the cabal. They down with the people that they got handlers. They got lobbyists. They got people who will pay them just like they're a goddamn politician. Because in a way, they are. When you go online, that's why you gotta be careful when you're online too, for real. You think these people ain't listening to us on YouTube? They listen to me right now. Showing up. They know what the fuck it is. They know that we are influencers at the end of the day. Because, you know, think about a person like Sanchez, for example. This nigga got 100,000 goddamn subscribers. You think he ain't an agent? Yes, the fuck he is. I just said that. Yes, anybody that's listening, Sanchez, the motherfucking agent.
Hold on. I thought you said Santos, but you didn't leave it at Santos. You also said Sanchez.
I said Santos or Sanchez. Yes, I did, my brother. Because I said Santos earlier, I'm saying Sanchez.
Marco, do you see that image? Do you see that image on the screen?
Fat ass Elvis, yeah.
Yeah, but look at his face. Who does he look like that you know of?
Oh shit, who does he look like? I see what you said. He kind of like Tommy off of Power. Who else he look like?
What politician you know that he looks like?
Yo, he look like Trump. You ain't never fucking lying. Hey, yo, I'm done with you, fam. That's funny as shit.
Let me ask y'all a question. Marco, I love your reaction to that. I love that reaction.
Wow.
Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Let's go to what if territory. What if all these things that we're seeing playing out right now are nothing but theater because all of that timeline has been interrupted and all of that timeline is being cleared up and we're just watching, I don't want to say a movie, but we're watching a puppet show. Because in my mind, none of this affects any of us.
I have a question. Hold on, Marco. I have a question. Are we part of this show or we're watching it? I just want to clarify it, Jen. Your question.
That's deep. Ooh, good question.
I think it's close.
Wait, hold on, Jen. In your question, are we part of this show or are we just strictly watching it?
No, I believe we're all part of this show because we have choices to make.
Okay.
And we still have to continue living in this world. But everybody knows what happened in 2020. They don't talk about it, but they know.
Hold on, let's give Marco a chance to answer your question because your what if scenario. Yeah, let's I just wanted to clarify that.
Look, honestly, I ain't gonna take long at all. I was really just gonna pose another question myself because they have two movies that are out that made me think exactly what she's talking about. One was Groundhog Day, Bill Murray, and the other one was the movie The Day After Tomorrow with Tom Cruise, that movie where he kept living the same day, he kept fighting and
Mhm.
No, that one the day after tomorrow. That was another day. But yes, Groundhog Day, and it's going to
You
be
know exactly.
Groundhog
It's
Day
another. It's
until
still
we all
called
wake up.
I know for a fact,
Yeah,
but
it
it's
comes
basically
off of some movie like Synchronous type of name where, yeah, I know what movie you're talking about though. That he is that the one where he kept just going, living. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But Marco,
exactly.
what's your question answer to that what if scenario Jen just posed?
That's I was
Are
going to really
we?
ask her kind of like the same thing, because that's why I brought up those two movies, which is, yeah, are we kind of living the same day over and over in a type of way? Like, are we really in the tricks, the tricks of the mind, the matrix? You feel me? Like
The
every day
only
you wake up, it's like the same shit. Like
the only thing
it's a
that I
little
would
different. Go ahead.
the,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
the only thing that I would say and respond to that, Jen, is I think that these entities know how this ends, or what they know the end result. They know.
I think they believe they did.
I think they know the outcome, and that's why
How?
they're trying to. Because look at their actions. They don't want this day to come that they're trying to prevent. Because
Yes.
Absolutely.
here's why I say this. I really think that see, this is where I express some of my thoughts, and I really only share what I know. But to answer your question, um, their theater, I don't think I'm part of it. I don't think I'm part of it. But yes, their theater, they're acting on a stage to distract us from going in the direction that we should go in. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'll say yes, it's theater, but we're not a part of
We're
it.
not, and I think it's all a matter of free will,
Yeah,
Well,
because
there.
I think everybody has made their choice and decided where they're going to plant their flag, and the people who have planted their flag on the wrong side, they're the ones who are going to experience the rough stuff.
one of
We're
the
okay.
one of the clues that they give to me is, here's this Bible. If you look in this Bible, all of the great figures in the Bible were born to tear down the same system that it was born into. And so how did they approach it? They approached it to kill all the firstborns. They did that with Abraham, and Abraham was raised in the house of Nimrod. They did
I
it with
got you.
they did it with Moses, and Moses was raised in the house of the Pharaoh. And they did it with Jesus. They Herod, the firstborn sons. They it's like I don't know. It's I'm seeing their pattern because they're telling on themselves.
Well, they know the astrology, and
And so
Nimrod and Jesus are
and
both
so
wrong.
and so there's potentially this one that's going to do away with their system. And so that's why they're trying. Why try to keep track of everyone? Why are you Why are you so obsessed with watching us, controlling us? They're paranoid about something. They're paranoid about something or someone that's going to come and do away with their system. That's a clue.
Absolutely.
There's a clue that they're dropping there because they're so obsessed
If I,
right now.
if I could, McCoy, check me out on this. I've said this before. This is what makes us gods, right? God is more of an acronym: generator, operator, destroyer, right? So when you make something and you generate it or whatever, you allow it to work for a while until it's no longer needed. It's obsolete now. You feel me? We go ahead and get rid of it. That's the destroying part. So they do the same thing when it comes to their gods and goddesses. Even the Baphomet itself was not a devil figure at first. It was a godly figure at first, because it was representing both male and female parts. It was also representing the light energy versus the dark energy. And again, the male sexual reproductive organs are on the outside, which gives it light, just like how the female reproductive organs are in the dark. You get what I'm saying? On the inside. You feel me? The ovaries on the inside. You think about the Washington Monument, you think about the Oval Office. The Washington Monument is obviously a phallus, it's a penis, just like the Oval Office is an ovary. It's in the shape of a vagina or an ovary. You get what I'm saying? Just like the football. Today is football day. That is the vesica Pisces. It's in the shape of a female. So, long story short, if it's female, they might already call it the devil anyway, whether it's old or if it's new. You get what I'm saying? Because You know, that's the way they do the shit. You know what I'm saying? They look at it like
chauvinist pig behavior. Yes, I hear you.
you get what I'm saying? Not to say that y'all are negative, because without y'all there is no us. But we think about the seed, right? And the germination process. Just like I take a seed, let's say I'm growing my peppers, and I take my pepper seed and I put it inside of the dirt. It only works because it's inside the dirt and it's also covered by something that is not letting the light come in. It's just the same way when you place the seed inside of the woman and then it's born like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
But if we go back to just looking at what they do, the old gods become the devil while they make new gods. And we can see that, for example, again, I'm going to take it back to Star Wars. When you talk about Jewish people, the reason why a lot of times they go to the synagogue on Saturday is because, again, in Star Wars, I'm just comparing the two. Basically, you have Darth Vader, the Dark Father. The only reason that Saturn is dark is because it's dark now. They said that it used to light up. The new God is the sun itself. You get what I'm saying? The new sun. That's what Luke is. That's Luke Skywalker. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, because Luke means light, and Skywalker
like
because
it.
our sun moves around. They used to say that the old sun, Saturn, would stay stationary, and it would stay in one spot, and it said it would glow like a purplish, whitish light to it or whatever. I know this may be a little bit of mythology or whatever, but I'm telling you the story, how the story goes. You get what I'm saying? It's the fact that, again, the gods of the old, or the old gods, because they place the gods based off of the nature. So you got a god of the sun, you got a god of the moon, you got a god of the wind, god of the sky, god of the water. You get what I'm saying? So it all goes off of that. Every culture does that, from Greek to Indian to African to European to everything. You get what I'm saying? Everything you want to name. It all goes off of the nature. Original masonry dealt with nature.
Yes.
So yeah, it's basically that. Like it's really that now we as gods, or we have generated, because the only reason that we even produce a god, let me state that. The only reason that we even produce a god, the purpose of it is to have something that you look forward to or you look up to. You know, even within yourself, that we might not be able to, because it is a myth. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying it is a myth. But the story of the myth is that we make something so great. It's in our image. It's what we're thinking about. We're saying these are the greatest things, or the greatest aspirations, or the greatest personality traits that a person would have. And we're putting it all into this energy that we're all thinking about. You might ask me, Mark, what are the things you feel me, what that you feel a great God would have? And I write them down, and that's going into the tally or whatever. Same thing with Jen. Same thing with McCoy. Same thing with Phoenix. You feel me? We all putting in our different ideas, and now we aspire to be that. You get what I'm saying? So we have to allow those rules and those expectations that we've set forth. We have to allow ourselves to allow that to operate with a certain time, because again, as the time is changing, the weather is different. There's different things that are happening in the world. Different things are just going on. We can't obviously keep using the same shit. This is where the Bible is not useful if you want to keep living by the Bible. But if you understand the lessons, underneath of a general understanding, that's where you will gain your most lessons. You get what I'm saying? From a Bible or a Quran or something like that. Don't take it so literal, because again, they're changing these characters. You can say, Horus, Haru, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. That's all the same damn person, or energy, or whatever, rather. That's the same damn energy. Mary, Sirius, Isis. You get what I'm saying? They all the mother star. Then you talk about, Osiris, Asar. You understand what I'm saying? Zeus. It's all the same energy. It's just different people telling the same damn story. But the point is that they're all you. That's why I don't strive away from the gods, because I understand that they're me. And the same thing with the demons, the devils, all that shit, because even the demons and the devils are just an older version of the old gods and goddesses, for real. We can learn something from all that shit. Like you say, don't be closed-minded. I'm gonna land right there.
That is good stuff.
Yeah,
Now, explain your profile picture, please.
When I read the teachings of Buddha, is what freed me from the whole Jesus story, because I saw that the same exact thing that Jesus spoke on is what Buddha spoke on.
Exactly.
And Buddha came before Jesus. But Phoenix Fire asked you a question about your avatar, Marco.
Oh, my fault. I'm sorry. What you ask, sis? I'm sorry.
Why your avatar picture?
If we talk about the pineal gland lighting up and that really being I guess the true seat of the soul, you know, when people say they call you a pea brain, to be a pea brain is actually a compliment, not a disrespect, because your pineal gland is shaped like a pea.
Yes.
So I just always imagine my pineal gland lighting up. A lot of times when I do my meditations, again, I'm very big on metaphysics, I'll say. And I'm very big on seeing things before they happen. I can literally dictate certain things with my mind, but I'm not even gonna go into all that because people start thinking you're talking crazy, whatever. But I'm very big on mind science and understanding the power of my brain. I posted that literally on one of that. Look, another meme. When I posted all them books that were on there, one of them that was right there in the middle was the Kabbalion, and the Kabbalion says very clearly, all is mental. And you know, we understand that, man. So long story short, I always picture my pineal gland glowing. That's what I do during meditation. I'm very much into visualization. Every time I visualize myself having money, I have money. Every time that I do mudras, I have money. Like I do money mudras, I do health mudras, things for indigestion here and there. Not a whole lot, but you know, if you know, honestly, you might have ate something wrong. You're like, oh no, I shouldn't have ate that shit. And I go ahead and do a mudra and I knock that out. I'm totally into my body, meditation, exercise, just being better. You know, just trying to enlighten my mind. So that's why I have the picture to answer your question. I'm sorry, I know that was a long answer.
I knew it had to do with the pineal gland, which had to do with what me and Anna were talking about earlier, which also just so happens to do with astrology.
Exactly.
I was very curious as to whether you underwent or implemented any particular protocol to open your pineal gland. I asked that because I did, and I know what it feels like, and I know what happens when you do that. So, Marco, you really resonate with me a lot as far as your experience that you're talking about here. I really would like to hear more about that.
Well, how about this? I'm very much into chanting. I do a lot of chanting. I understand the purpose of vibration. This is a meme that I haven't done yet, but it's on my plate to do. If you chant, if you notice back in the day, they would spell a lot of words and they didn't have vowels. There's something about those vowels. You can spell a word without vowels and you can still say the word. I think that's like mind blowing. But if you take the vowels and you chant the vowels, so A, E, I, E, O, U, you chant those, they're like giving off different vibrations to different locations in your body. I've definitely healed myself before, you know. Just to be honest, probably too much out partying, you know, when I was younger, you know, out drinking and partying too much. And I've done certain chants and certain meditations and exercise, and it's brought me back from me definitely feeling my body. Not to say I was sick or anything, but I could feel like inflammation in my body, if that makes sense. And yeah, the meditation of it all, the understanding the deeper science of my mind. If I could add this last point would be, and I got this one from Delbert Blair. Shout out to Dr. Delbert Blair. He's very a deep man. And basically he talked about how if you ask yourself the same question every day for 7 days, on the 7th day or sooner, you'll get the answer. And I did it, and I can vouch for what he said. I got my answer on the 5th day. I kept trying to understand what it was that I was allergic to. I was allergic to something. And I was answered on the 5th day, and I literally heard my higher self, I heard myself yell to me, wheat. I'm allergic to wheat. I can't eat bread. You know, like I used to love like little fried shrimp, shit like that, you know. Everybody love fried chicken, black and white folks, I might add. You know what I'm saying? That was a joke. So you feel what I'm saying? So I realized though I couldn't eat wheat after a while. I'm like, oh my God, like, but I got that answer. My point is from my higher self. Like, I literally answered myself on the 5th day. I was going outside every day, meditating at the same exact time, about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And every day I go out there. On the 5th day, I asked myself, what am I allergic to? My brain said wheat. And that gonna show if I ain't cut that out of my diet, I ain't been good ever since. Seriously. I stand on that. So people can say whatever. It's like certain things, they're just not going to believe you because you've had the experience within yourself, within your spirituality. Like, I get another example. I'm gonna shut up.
Oh, your audio dropped back, bro. Like the realists always does. Oh crap. Well, it
That
should be fixed
stinks
when he comes
because
back in.
yeah, that stinks because Marco, I just wonder if he has ever heard of super soldiers and the training that they suddenly undergo because of the way he described his experience. That's extremely interesting to me.
Yeah. Yep.
Super soldiers
I do the sounds, but I think I'm going to start doing the vowel sounds as well.
I was quote unquote instructed, and I'm not even going to go into how I was instructed, but I was told to clear up the pineal gland, and I did that. I thought it was bullshit, honestly, but I did that, and basically I did it by making sure I didn't use the fluoride toothpaste. I made sure I went and got some apricot juice, and believe it or not, I was told to do these things through, I'm not even going to go into how I was told to do these things, but I did it. And there is an actual feeling when it's opened up. And once it's opened up, people can't lie to you anymore. That's the funny thing about it. You are able to see through what you're able to see through the bullshit.
You're a human lie detector. That's what I am.
Exactly. Yeah. That's an amazing thing. I never even would have thought about it, but it was told to me, and I did it, and it works.
Yep. I was born with mine opened, and I've always been a human lie detector, and I think that it was that I either earned it or was granted it by my own self, however you want to word that. I earned it from my past lives, being born with it open, and I think it was necessary because I was born in a family full of liars.
That's
and
it.
so
Very
I
interesting.
it. Yes.
Well, I'm a genetically engineered product of DARPA, so I came about it a different way. I was totally asleep until like 3 years ago, but once I was activated, it's a program that's activated within people, and or people / hybrids. But yeah, it was a program that was activated, and I was told, here, clear this shit out, and I did. And yeah, I was able to see things that I would never have been able to see in my previous state.
Yes. Now you can, and this is how you can tell if someone's lying. And this might even help you open your pineal gland. So I'm going to say how I've always done it. Now I know that the realist is a really good listener, so he should be able to do this. You listen to the words they choose to use. You factor in inside your head the words they could have used in the stead of the words that they used. And you will find out that they're lying and why they're lying. By the words they chose to use.
It's like a lie of omission, kind of.
Yeah, sometimes it's a lie of omission too. You can be like, okay, what didn't they say? You can go, okay, well, they could have said this, but they didn't. Okay, and then you got them there too. Yes.
Did you? I don't know about y'all, but I had a fit when my bonus daughter decided she wanted to watch Pretty Little Liars, and I was like, I'm not having that, because all it did was teach people all the different ways you can lie, but not lie. and I
Right.
didn't appreciate that at all. But yeah, that is totally a thing.
Yes, totally. You were
Now,
going to say something?
you did have a question for Marco before he and actually Marco was actually going to say something himself before his audio went out. He was like, I'm going to say this thing to you all, and then boom.
Yeah, and then
That's-
boom, he was gone.
That's what makes me think Marco is a super soldier.
Okay.
I appreciate that, sis. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I done forgot. I done forgot what I was going to say, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I get rather frustrated because my phone is always seeming like it's doing something. Can you even hear me?
Yeah, your audio's fine. Then she
Okay.
also had a question about super soldiers. Then Jen, if you want to ask them.
Okay.
Yeah, Marco, I just was curious if you had ever heard of super soldiers or the type of super soldier training that is implanted into particular people. I'm very sure that I was in that program because basically because of things that have happened to me in the last several years. But I was curious because and that's one of the reasons I'm on these panels. I want to meet another one. And Marco, you sound like you're another one.
That's heavy. You just gave me some homework, Jen. I appreciate you. I've never heard of that, to be honest with you, but as soon as you said that, it made me look again. Again, this is why, McCoy, I do watch the television and the movies and stuff because they drop a lot of jewels, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you got to watch the right stuff. I'm with you. Trust me. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going against the grain of nothing you say about that television because you showing up right. But certain things I do watch, and what she just said made me think about a lot of different movies. How they tend to. It's almost like certain people have the bloodline, so to speak, or they have a certain just way that it's like spiritual. It's almost like the way that you are. You're just different. You just see things a little bit different. And look, the fact that we're all even on here together, I think we're all super soldiers. I don't even know all the way what that is just yet, but I understand what you're saying. Obviously, I understand what a super soldier is. But like, yeah, we're all obviously just part of a certain breed anyway, is my point.
Well, hold on then, Marco, hold on then. Jen, what is a super soldier from what you got, so that Marco can have a clear idea of what you're asking of him. What is a super soldier?
Basically, it involves I hate to say because it sounds so trite, but it's the MK Ultra program. It's also part of what our defense contractors have been doing for years and years, but they have placed certain individuals in certain places and they've been programmed, quote unquote programmed, to activate at certain times. And myself, my sister, and my brother, all three of us were activated. And I was just thinking that the things that Marco is talking about sounds very similar to the things that my family and I have gone through. I don't know if he has any connection to a defense contractor of any kind, but that would be a really interesting thing to know. They genetically engineered a lot of us to be activated at this point in time.
This is crazy what you're talking about right now.
I was about to say,
absolutely.
What in the world are you talking about?
I'm loving it. I'm gonna tell you why I'm loving it, because they got a whole movie on this shit. Check it out. It's with Jesse Eisenberg. I think it's called something Ultra. Something Ultra. I can't remember the name of it, right? But basically, this woman walks up inside of his convenience store. He thinks he's just a normal Joe Schmo, or whatever. He's inside a little store, and basically he has a girlfriend, and he just draws little comics inside of the convenience store. This woman walks up and just says his trigger word, Mountain Alpine 85 or some shit. I don't know. You feel what I'm saying? She just says his code word. Do you realize he's activated now? Like, this motherfucker would just go crazy and start killing people, and not like anybody, but like people that are trying to do harm to him type thing. You get what I'm saying? But now he has all hidden like skills and shit. McCoy, yo, this shit's some deep shit, man. Look into the MK Ultra and the MK Naomi and MK. It's another one. I can't think of the third one, but it's MK Ultra, MK Naomi. Look up them two. Yo, that shit is some deep shit. They even talked about this on CBS on 60 Minutes back in the 70s and the early 80s. So this is not no bullshit. You feel me? Like, this shit is crazy. Like you just said, this shit is crazy.
No,
Wait,
Marco. This is one of the reasons that I actually joined, the panels or whatever, because I want to find another one. I know who I am, but I want to see everybody else's life. And I know you are one of us.
This is crazy what you're saying to us right now. I'm telling you
I'm
that.
sorry.
This, when I say crazy, meaning it's like something new and powerful and unbelievable is what I'm saying. Not disparaging it or saying it as a negative thing at all. Just like, what? It's straight astonishment is what I'm saying. Not, not in it. I'm not down or.
No, there were some of us who were bred and placed in certain particular places for a reason. And I think Marco.
Damn. What you think, Marco? He's saying that you might. What in the world is? Peace to Max Vision. Max Vision. I was gonna say a couple hours ago that I couldn't believe I missed your live. In Michigan. Peace to you. 9 hours 22. I had no intentions. I'm trying to just keep them at 6 hours or less. But the river was just flowing, and I just kept going. That's all. I didn't mean to rhyme, right? But it is what it is.
I've really been interested in Max Vision's screen handle because quote unquote remote viewing, and I just wondered why he chose that handle.
Have you checked out any of his classes?
I have not. Not.
Yes, he usually has classes at 10 p.m. At least Central Standard Time. He focuses on the pineal gland, and I don't know. I don't want to do Max any injustice on what his work covers, but I know when I met him, he told me that yes, there is a way to overcome this, and that's with the pineal gland, and his classes are really helps to tap into that. And so I think you will definitely resonate. At least try. His times are off for a homeschooler such as myself, where I can't be up too late, and then I drag throughout the day. So I have to get my rest when I have 5 children that I have to be attentive and alert. And so I usually catch the replays if I can, and
I would like to check it out actually, because
I would recommend Max Vision for where you are. I'm shocked that he was over there on London's channel, and I know you.
I have so little time in the day. I mean, like,
I know it. I know
you got the 8-hour job, you got to take care of your folks, and it's hard. Plus, I sleep all night with something on so that I can listen for words and particular things.
Jen, I totally understand, Jen. I really do that. And we just want answers, and they're just making it so difficult. They're making it so, it's just, it's really tough. I mean, I just hear it in your voice. There's only so many hours in the day, and it's. I want to hear more about this. I think it's. I don't want it to be hidden in a 9-hour live, though. I want it to be a focal point of this soldier thing. What do you call it? Let me look in the back. What do you call it? Super soldier.
Hey,
I want to dive into that. That is, Jen. I want to dive into that, Jen. I want to dive into that theory, that thought process, because you don't have any doubts. You're fully confident that this is what's going on, and that's why I want to entertain it, because this seems like something that you know.
It absolutely is, and it's something that Honestly, happened to myself and my brother and sister at the very same time. It's something that you don't want to talk about, that you don't want to explain. But there was a program, and like I said, my whole family worked for a defense contractor, and this was put into place years and years ago.
Do
So
you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you have like information? Okay, let's say like you present the information
mhm.
of it being, you know, your research, videos, documentaries, just little snippets here and there, and then you speak on and then you draw the conclusion and say, yes, this is my life, this is what I've been through, and
This is what I love about you, because you give people assignments. I would never have thought of something like that if I hadn't had an assignment. So I like that.
yeah, I
Um,
mean, it's okay. So hold on, let's backtrack a little. Let's really try to get this. Let's really try to get this thought process. All right, you bring it to us of something that we did not know existed, and you just feed us information, and then you turn around and say, um, "This was me. This is me," and then now you now you know it's because this is Marco, man. Come on, help me out, man. This is great. This is I'm lost for words. I don't know if anyone else is familiar with this program. DARPA, you call it DARPA and Super Soldier, and you got activated, and here you are. That's man, I'm sorry. I just
no, the
Man,
same thing happened to my brother, my sister as well. However, she ignored it, which I thought was really kind of funny. But no, my brother and I both were activated. So, for good or for bad, we're in a good place. You know, we did our jobs, and we're
you
okay.
did your jobs. What does that mean? You that's why you know what? All right, you know what? Let's save this for let's dive deep.
Good idea. Good
Yeah,
idea.
let's save this. Let's save this for a actual. Let's
I'm gonna
save
say,
this
Yeah.
what does
for
that mean?
because you
These
know
things can't really be spoken about and have anyone believe you.
not just that the truth. That's that belief thing again. So let's um let's just leave that right there and let's do a presentation on this subject matter because the way you're speaking is just this is not Marco, Paula, y'all hear that she's not speaking as if this is a theory. This is real.
Yeah, pure confidence. She
No,
knows what she's
and it's
talking
my
about.
job to know one when I
Right.
see one, and I see
Hey,
Marco.
and look, I don't think you crazy enough for like you get what I'm saying? Like you got me over here questioning myself, believe it or not. I'm over here like,
Hold on. Okay, you know what I will entertain? I will entertain this, Jen, to gone. I will entertain what do you see in Marco that you're saying you recognize this? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing the way he puts things together, the way he puts I guess I'm seeing the way he puts information together and the way he presents it, and the way he talked about how things came to him, how how he intuits things, and I think that's a big word is intuit. He has the intuition that just comes to him like a spark out of nowhere, and I kind of recognize that.
Yeah,
hey,
I wanna lay out history.
hey,
Hold on one moment, Marco.
my
Okay,
fault.
go ahead, Marco. It's just right now my mind is. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I can say.
Look, my mind, my fault. I don't mean to cross talk you enough, brother. You already know nothing but respect. Nah, she just said my whole state of being for real. Like, like I couldn't have said it no better for her. Like that's me. She just described me. Like
I would
I
be
don't
very
know that's
interested to
deep.
know where you come from, as far
And
as
you
what
know what,
state and
Jen,
your
and the thing is,
parents did.
He's in the DC area where I'm sure I think
Hey,
you're
yo,
in DC, right? Maryland? Yeah.
I'm in Maryland, man. Yeah, I'm in B-more.
Oh,
That's crazy.
very, very nice. You're not near Baltimore. Seriously?
I'm in Baltimore. Look, I'm from the
Wow.
home. Let me put it like this to y'all, right? I'm from the home of Johns Hopkins University Hospital.
Wow.
Let's put it like that, okay? Let's put it like this.
Okay.
Ben Carson, the man that ran for political office, he was a back and a neurosurgeon. He worked on my sister. My younger sister was handicapped. God rest her soul. He did surgery on her.
I love Dr. Ben.
Like it's some deep shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen everything from Baltimore that they could possibly offer. My father is from Shari Hill. That's a location in southern Baltimore where basically it was the rumor that you need to be mindful of messing with Johns Hopkins because they're basically doing an experiment on black people to be very honest. We saw that through named Henrietta Lacks, I believe her name was, right? But we saw them doing. I think that was a name. I could have the name wrong, but basically we seen how they use that one same DNA sample over and over. So my point is that they've been doing experiments here, and the fact to say that I'm even from here is like something really mind blowing. We're just like Seattle in a way. Seattle has Bill Gates. We have I can't even name all them doctors. I tell you this though, Most Def was in a movie with this other guy, but he played basically the black doctor, one of the original black doctors that was in Johns Hopkins, Most Def, the rapper. I cannot remember the name of that movie, but it was super deep because it showed you how they, it was the mixture of the two, and they've always trying to been doing experiments, or certain people weren't accepted, certain people were. Not to bring it on a race thing, because it's not even really about that. It's just about the fact that for so many years they've been just doing experimentation, because they've been doing experimentation on white folks as well. That's one thing that people don't talk about. Johns Hopkins, they are notorious for doing experimentations on people. I'm from the land of that. What you just said is super deep. I watch movies on MK Ultra and soldier shit all goddamn day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna lie, that's my shit. I can't stay away from it.
Jen, you know of any like researchers that we could reach out to that could also that are familiar with this subject matter also that can speak on this?
Honestly, I don't.
Mhm.
I apologize. I don't. This is all out of my own head. But like I said, Marco, dude takes one to know one. All right.
Facts.
We all good.
Facts. I
But
feel that.
what I was gonna say was that, Marco, you had something else? Go ahead.
No, my fault, bro. No, I'm just in the back. Again, she mind blowing me a little bit. So I'm just like, I'm just in the background, So my fault.
Yeah, I just basically wanted to, let's give a history on this subject matter. We'll give a history on the subject matter, and just however long, just speak on the subject matter, documentaries, videos, their methodology, how they do it, and then boom, we present Gen 2 gone.
No, I don't know about that, dude. But Marco, do you know anything about a chair? Does a chair like ring anything in your brain? I don't even know how old you are. You may not even be of that particular generation. So I apologize.
You said a chair? You just said a chair.
Yeah,
all
if
right,
you would, if someone were to say Montauk chair, would you know what I was talking about?
No, I don't know what that means, but I swear to God, I was thinking about it last night because that's what I'm about to incorporate into my exercises. I was gonna start putting chairs. You do push-ups off of the chair and everything.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm losing folks.
That might have been me. Somebody was just calling my phone, so my apologies if I cut out. I was just saying it's just crazy because I was literally just thinking about last night incorporating a chair into my workout regimen. So I don't know the exact term that you just said, but it's crazy. I just thought about a chair last night.
Jen,
I was curious.
Jen, when I laid out that as a format, you said you don't know about that.
That I don't know about. What was it?
No, when I laid out the format of the presentation, where give a history. Let's say that I do the research and lay out this whole, however this is brought about. I do documentaries, the methodology, what they do, and then I now say Gentoo Gone feels as though knows that this is, and then you share your story and your thoughts.
That would be, honestly, probably take a week or so. But I'm interested. Like I said, the reason I came to this particular platform was to see if there's anybody else who understands what I'm talking about.
All right. So what is it that let me write. I want to write down what can get me started on this subject matter. What are some key research things that will get me started on?
I just put a video on one of my playlists today. I'll send you a direct link if you like it.
Oh no, I'm sub now to your channel, so I'll just go to your playlist unless it's on private.
No, it's not on private.
Okay.
Mostly on my channel, you're gonna find.
Okay, what are some terms? What are some terms? You said DARPA, DARPA, or is it DARPA?
DARPA.
Okay, what other are some of the? Is that the
chair?
What'd you say?
The Montauk chair.
What in the world? Can you text that in the back chat? I'm not sure what that is. This does this deal with the MK Ultra also?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll look into MK Ultra.
And there's always the human hybrid programs. So that's another big rabbit hole for folks.
Human hybrid program. This is crazy.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, for you, we've heard about these things, but to actually meet a person who is now saying that it's just, that's what's making this reality, just like with Annapurna. Here I am knowing that they're all actors and they're royalties, and she was actually interacting with Santos Bonacci. That's all I'm saying, is that it just brings it closer now. Through the research, Sparky Lee will tell you that this Martin Littke guy on YouTube, he's actually royalty, in disguise.
I've heard that. I don't really pay much attention to Martin, mostly because I don't like a bunch of pot smoking idiots up there kind of giving people bullshit rabbit holes to chase down. And I'm sorry, because honestly, that sounds like who I am, but I feel like I can see a grifter, and that guy seems like a
define
grifter.
grifter. What's a grifter?
Somebody who just is whoever you want them to be, so that you throw them a couple bucks.
Got you. Okay, so how would you define yourself? You would define yourself as a super soldier? Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say that, but I know what super soldier training is, and I've undergone it.
Okay, so you've undergone.
I'm just a little old lady.
You've undergone super soldier training.
Absolutely.
Okay, boom. How would you define what you are then?
I'm a genetically engineered product of DARPA.
Genetically engineered product of DARPA. What?
I'm a nice granny, though.
Ma'am,
salute.
Where were you born?
Salute to you, Michigan. She might not want to share that.
No, I just didn't know. I was born in 1964 in Orange County near Downey, California. If you know anything about the space program. I'm sorry. What year? I barely heard you.
Mr. Gander, what year? 78 Blizzard. The
Okay.
blizzard is 78.
Hold on, the Michigander. Hold on a second. The Michigander.
I'm 1968.
Peace to you, the Michigander. Now look, the Michigander. Why did you ask her what year she was born?
It's kind of important, but I wouldn't mind chatting with this lady on a private, not like on here, but like on panel or something, so it's not being broadcast.
Got you. It's just, you know, of all the, you know, it's just we're all intrigued because that's the question that you posed immediately in regards to, and you've been listening to this conversation the whole time, and you've also said she is on point. So I know you didn't hit the link just to, you had a reason, and so that's why I wanted to dive into that. But if you don't want to hold that right here, that's fine with me too.
Well,
I think he's definitely on point. We're trying to find each other.
Damn, he lost connection. Well, we knew he wasn't having good connection. And then we lost Marco.
Oh man.
Look, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Let me make sure I have all this. We're trying to find each other. I was born in 6. Oh, I thought you said who was born? Okay. Okay, someone said the signal's getting funky. Okay, that's Marco. Yeah, I don't. Go ahead, the Michigander. Oh, Gentoo gone is gone.
I'm sorry. That lady made me smile ear to ear. Did her picture have an American flag in it?
Here she goes.
He's laughing. He's like, ugh.
No,
I'm sorry,
said because
I just had a long.
no,
I
it's
had a long
because no, it's because she's gone. So let's look at her.
Yeah, I'm good with it, bro. Take a look at mine real quick.
What is going on?
Nothing. It's just something I see.
I like it. I'm here. Michigander, we're not that far apart physically. Where are you in Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I see Phoenix is she's in Indiana. I'm in Indiana. Phil, oh shoot, amongst us are predators. He's in Indiana. I come from California. I was just wondering if anybody else was from California.
Genetically engineered product of DARPA. Boom. Is there anything else that you would like for me to look into in regards to Jen?
Hey, are you stronger than the most average people around you?
Dang, she dropped off again.
She was?
Yeah, her signal. I was
going to say I'm having a signal issue myself.
Wow, this is crazy what she's saying.
I don't listen. I'm going to draw the line at a certain point, but I wouldn't mind talking to this lady if she's interested. If you'd give her my link, I'm not even that good with tech. Honestly, I can't stand it. I have a Marine vet sitting right next to me. That's one of my best friends, and I've never been in the service as far as normal speaking. That's what I wanted to talk to that lady about. But
I've seen genetically engineered soldiers. That's what I was going to tell you.
Hold on, come on back, Jim. What is going on right?
Well, that's just it. I don't know if anybody understands their birth. You might want to look into the real meanings of birth certificates and stuff.
Here she go, y'all. Come on, Jen. Jen, a man with the Michigander said, can you restate that for me, please, sir?
Which one?
He said, I have such and such Navy soldiers or something. What did you say?
I have information that'll knock your dick in the dirt.
But what did he say? I want her to hear his exact quote. He said, I have witnessed or something.
I have seen super soldiers, and I was in the Marines. I got out in 1992. And I've seen genetically, people would volunteer for these scientific experiments, and you get a rank when you got done.
That's interesting.
I think mine ended up through a different situation, but it ties into your birth certificate. You're an American, right?
I'm definitely American.
I know I'm a fucking American. I got a new saying all of a sudden that came out of nowhere. If you're not flying an American flag, I don't think we can be friends.
I don't blame you, but sometimes I wonder just how much that means. Because,
Exactly.
Yeah, because they didn't love us.
Anna,
You know, well, yes, listen, there's good and bad in everything. And everything in this world, there's good and bad. And you're talking from a West Sider. Listen, I was raised in the West Side of Grand Rapids. I'm from the hood. Theoretically, I'm uneducated, but I got skills that'll knock your dick in the dirt. I got references that I could give you from both the best and the worst this country has to offer, and it'll fucking floor you because it does me.
Absolutely.
Anna, I don't know.
I can retain memories. I can retain memories from almost birth.
Anna, I don't know what I happened upon, Anna. All right, I don't know.
All I can do is say I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Hold on, you all. I'm gonna put up my.
What's there to be sorry about? What's there to be sorry about? There's nothing
No,
wrong
I have
with being
some.
American.
No, hold on. I'll tell you. You asked the question. Hold on. I have someone in the back that I don't know who and what they're about, and so I want to. I guess I don't know. Oh. Man. So it's another troll. It's another troll. Yeah, another troll. Kick from studio.
I only know what to do with him.
Yeah, listen, I'm just gonna ask simple questions. I'm not pushing no fucking buttons because I know better. I'm skilled.
No, it's just some dude called MC Nemesis. He thought that if he changed his name, he called himself Fat Sunday Record Show today. So just a disruption, but this is crazy what you all are sharing with me right now. Anna, we have another homework assignment if you would like to.
This dude's like, oh boy.
Yes.
Hey, listen.
And Michigander, I would like for you to partake in this presentation.
Listen, are you? I got a question for this lady. Do you seem to be stronger and smarter than most of the average people around you, having nothing to do with the education or college system?
She said that.
All right, so we're taught not to be vain, dude. But
I understand.
I'm sorry.
That's why I
have no friends. That's why I've got no friends.
I got lots of friends, but I stay to myself out in the woods. I've gotten so strong over living off grid. I can't stand a fire axe in one whole piece. I have to cut it in half to be comfortable with it. Who in the fuck does that shit?
Oh my goodness. I don't know what I just happened upon. This is crazy. This is wild.
That's why I remember, I think I said earlier today that people need things in small bites. They don't need Jency on up here just vomiting out a bunch of garbage.
I think it's all in how we present it. We can't, and there's some of us who are more who will take it, and some of us later on.
I'll be honest. I'm confused by it. I'm confused by it, but I know what I'm touching base on.
That's why, Jen, that's why I want to put it in a format that a person can come back and take a little here and a little there as opposed to just talk. You know, start from the beginning, the end, and then boom, present you. You know, and those like you, and this is wild.
That's an interesting way to put it. I like that because, like I said,
don't underestimate.
If you tell me how you want it, I can present it that way.
Yeah, we don't want, let's not underestimate. It's all on us on how you present something. You can, there's plenty of salesmen out there that can sell you sand to someone in the desert, whatever they say. You know what I mean? It's just how you sell it. So in a presentation, not just talking and wanting someone to believe you. Just believe me. Believe me.
Yes, sir.
No.
Listen, McCoy, you caught me a good lick with that when you did that to Phil. When you told Phil that. All right. Now, with that being said, I'm confused by it, but let's just say I'm fairly well fucking certain.
Do you think that there has been a human hybrid program, Michigander?
I'd like to speak to you in private. Like, if you can get my channel and I'll cash it out and go to, if you come into the live stream and I end the broadcast, we can speak privately right on my channel. But I have information. Listen, I retain everything. I retain thoughts from when I was like 1 year old, and I have information that it's wild.
Yeah, these are the folks I'm looking for.
Let's make it happen. So his channel is the Michigander. I'm gonna get the link in the chat for you to go ahead and
family, military.
I don't know. I know one thing that I kind of gathered. It'd be dumb to do it again.
You know what? His name is. He's in the chat. So all you got to do is click on his channel and sub up to it.
Right.
My Uncle Kenny was in the Army. Uncle Kenny was in the Army. And I do remember shit from way too early on in my life. And I believe it was within the first 3 days.
Is there a reason? The Michigander, is there a reason why you damn near have almost 500 subs and only 2 videos?
That's a good question.
They must be some powerful videos. That's crazy. I'm sure you deleted some or put some away, but
hey, if I gave you my work references across this country and then my writing references from the hood and stuff like that, you'd be like, what the fuck?
I think there are some of us like that who, if you asked us, who did your parents work for? Who did your grandparents work for? What have you done? I think people would be like, oh, crap. But we didn't even realize we were doing it.
Yeah, you ever been to Jurassic Park and Universal Studios? Almost anything to do with food in that joint. Did that stuff.
Okay, so look, can we make this happen? He's told you what he would ask. If is that within reason, Gen 2 gone to link up with the Michigander, and because he obviously sees and recognizes something within what you're sharing, and let's see where that can lead.
I think that would be very interesting.
Okay.
Like I said, I think we're all out looking for someone who is like us, and I wish Marco was here, but
I don't really think it's about all
we're
that.
all looking for something.
And not necessarily like us, but can actually also someone who can understand us, and that'll help also, who has information on the subject also. And the gentleman that's with the Michigander says that he's witnessed I mean, this is what? I'm coming up on the 10 hour.
Listen, I already thought back and pinpointed certain important aspects. That's why I wanted to talk with this lady, and she's gonna be like, damn.
No, it's one of those things that you don't talk about. Gotcha. So that's why I listen so much. I listen to so many people.
It doesn't, yeah, exactly. It doesn't pertain to that program, but it does. It has to do with quite a few things, and it all adds up to one.
Absolutely. I mean, like when I hear certain words, I perk up and I'm like, wait, do you know what you're talking about? Does this person know what you're talking about? And yeah, you kind of want to find people with parallel experiences.
I don't know. I know I'm very skilled at what I do, and it's my discipline. It's my way of life. I've always been this way, and I just refuse to go. I don't know. I absolutely refuse to bow down. It ain't happening. You can take my head. I'm okay with it.
Yes, Anna. Yes, this is about MK Ultra. It's basically it's what it is, Anna. It's genetically engineered product of DARPA.
That's not what I'm gathering.
No, I'm just saying that's that's in the words that she used. But yes, hopefully you can bring clarity, and we can, and you all bring it to me, and let's and see what y'all come up with, because the way Jen is speaking, it's I don't know, I'm speechless. You only hear about these things. You just you never meet someone who has acknowledged that they're a part of that. That's I don't.
And you know that you're part of it. Like matter of
I would really like to speak with her in the private broadcast area of my channel for just a couple seconds.
How soon can you all get that? How soon can you all do that?
Well, my phone just gave me an alert that it's going dead, and I had a long day today. I had a lot of work pop off, and I'd like to get my steak going. So if you can give me probably about 20 minutes, I'll pop a live on. But if I
are you up for it? Hold on one moment. Are you up for it, Jen? Or let's make arrangements right now, Jen, while we have the line of communication. Or do you all have an email address of each other, or what's going on? Because I don't want this to just be talking. I'm not into the talking.
Sure.
Thing.
No, I'll be happy to talk with Michigander if I'm not sure what your channel is, but if you can shoot me a link, that'd be great.
Basically, it's just intel that I've gathered just from observation. It has nothing to do with that program, to be honest. It may, but it's nothing that they're going to bug on.
Myself as well. Absolutely, yep. But yeah,
to be honest,
well. I'd like to talk to you about it.
I was given warning, just like you just did, again, without having the phone, just out in the regular world, and I live in a very rural area.
Jen, I put the link to his channel in the back chat, and I put it in the chat. I really would like for this to. I would really like for this to happen, but it's not about me. Since the Michigander has recognized something within you, and it could lead, let's make it happen. I mean, this is some.
I don't think it can be like that, McCoy, to a point, to be honest.
It can be like what?
I don't know how to explain it, but I think she knows better than I do.
No, meaning what happened, I'm saying that the two of you all connect. If we can make that happen, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, that's just it. If I can get like 20 minutes long enough to charge his phone a little bit and start my fire for my food,
gotcha.
I can fire up a panel on my end, because like I said, if she comes up on my panel, I can kill the broadcast, and then we can talk privately without any kind of.
Boom! I got you.
Yeah, it pertains to actually, to be honest, the stuff that I have that she's gonna be like, it'll be probably a like I'm gonna verify something for her, and she'll end up verifying something for me, and that's it. I'm done. I'm good.
That's kind of what I'm interested in too. You verify this, I'll verify that, and then we're good.
All right, let's. So yes, Jen, I put the link to his channel. He's gonna go live potentially in 20 to 30 minutes, and then he's gonna cut his live. Or you could just send her a link if you have an email address. You don't even.
I'm no good at that. I'm almost illiterate at that stuff, buddy. I swear to gosh.
No, here's look. Okay, I'll show you. I'll tell you. Hold on one moment. All you have to do is hold on one moment. Just enter into the studio like you normally would do. Go to invite guest, copy, and then shoot it to her email address. And then you don't even have to fire up a live at all.
I'm no good with it. I'm trying not to laugh right now. I swear to God. If it wasn't for help from other people, I wouldn't even know how to do it live.
Okay, well, if that's the way that you can do it, yeah, let's keep it, because I don't want that to prevent this from happening. So whichever way you know how to do it, let's just do it that way.
Hey, McCoy. you're talking to a guy that refuses to cooperate with the system to the point I don't have a bank account and I don't remember the last. It's been well over a year.
Oh no, I'm very familiar with you from Charles Was and your story and that, and I think that we need to hear more from you. So I'm very familiar with what you have to offer. I think what you're doing is very commendable, and we all need to follow that same path. So, yeah, I'm gonna get around to you in a minute, the Michigander. I got things out on the table that I definitely would like for you, but in due time. But
Listen, I'm just an all-out American, bro. That's it. That's it. There's no other way to describe anything. I don't know what to say. I don't like what I'm seeing, and I know what I'm seeing. I'm trained and certified by the state of Michigan to help the mentally ill. So there's, it's really.
It's cool to Michigander. Let's get your phone charged. Let's get that steak on the grill and fire it up in 20 to 30 minutes. I'm good with that because I don't. Jen is a couple hours behind, but I don't know. She might not have the time. So I don't want anything to prevent what could happen between the two of you all, because there's definitely a connection there, and let's see what materialize. So
I'm good. I just wish we could loop Marco in on all of this, because like I said, I see something in what Marco said. It sets off some lights in my brain. So I really would like to talk to him again.
I could actually end this live and we can still remain here also. That's an option also. But let's get Michigander together, and y'all too, especially, I want y'all to, obviously there's something there. So the Michigander, man, go on ahead and charge your phone up, man, and get that live going, bro.
Yes, sir. You guys take it easy. I'll be right back.
Appreciate you, man. All right.
Bye.
Gentle gone. This is. I hear something within you, Jen, and I always had, and that's why when you first popped up over here, I was like, wow, thank you. Because like I said, I heard you speak on London's the ladies panel, and what you posed to them, it wasn't normal, but they didn't really dive into it. And so I was hoping that you would find your way over here so that we can dive into those things. So I'm
I don't talk to people about these things, McCoy, and I appreciate that you give us the forum and the platform to say a couple of things, but this is not something that anybody has a reason to be proud of or to use to their benefit. This is just part of the way it is, and that's one of my playlists. The way it is, but this goes so far beyond what people are thinking. They think politics is the end, and they think that politics is the end of everything, but it's not. It's a programming that's been put into people, and I'm blessed that I was given the opportunity to wake up when I did, because the programming that they put into you is so strong that it can leave you blind for a lifetime if it's not activated.
What is the name of this? Which playlist? I see The Way It Is, Time Travels, and Where We Started.
Okay, where we started is with the Cthulhu mythos, and that's people think Cthulhu, that's just something that Metallica dreamed up, but it's not. It's about interdimensional beings, and if you ask yourself, why did H.P. Lovecraft write about interdimensional beings controlling our reality? Why did he write about that in the 1920s? There's a reason for that. And he didn't just bring it up or pull it out of his ass. It's real. It's something that in the town close to me, it's called Anderson, Indiana. If you look up the Anderson, Indiana oil pit squids, you'll see that we actually had squids in an oil pit in one of our factories in Indiana. This is, like I said, this is something that you just can't jump into. That's why I leave the playlist there. If people want to go figure it out for themselves, that's great. But I can't explain it to them.
Someone in the chat, Canadummy Plant Face Ken, said, I'm wondering when Gentoo Dawn was altered, in the womb or as a child or another option.
Canadummy, I love it. Dude, one of my earliest memories was having my navel, what do you call it, belly button? Yeah, having that surgically inserted. So, sorry, I'm not like you guys. I'm not as good as y'all. I'm only half a person. But yeah, it was when I was quote unquote born. But like my mom and my dad, my grandpa, they all worked for North American Rockwell. So when you work for those folks in those times, your life was forfeit to whatever it was they wanted to do.
And with my uncle was in the damn army, and my dad was in the damn army, because talking with her tonight made me remember that. I'm a little worried about myself now, because I know shit other people don't fucking know too. But I don't remember anything like you do. So I'm a little freaked out right now.
Dean Kendall said, I just went to Google and asked about DARPA. Obviously, it's about gene tech and the experiments that are possible through CRISPR, etc.
Wow.
Have you guys watched their stock price recently? Oh my gosh, CRISPR is just going nuts. Everybody loves that gene tech. They think that it's new.
Well, they think it's new. That shit's been around for a hot minute.
No shit.
And I just know that because I did my research on it.
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for that.
Paula, why did you do research on it?
Because government's dirty and I don't trust them.
Yeah, but here I'm studying and doing all that I'm doing, and I've never heard of CRISPR.
CRISPR, DARPA, all of it. All of it. I've looked into everything. As soon as I got internet, I went crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've had internet for like 15 years.
Yeah, there are, and what I really find interesting is that recently people have been talking about people who don't have souls and people who are NPCs. And I think that's really interesting because I know that's just the opposite branch of where I came from. Because yes, I believe there was a program where they were breeding these beings to I'm not going to say do any kind of a takeover, but they all had jobs. And I think it's really interesting. I like the research of, is it Dr. Bruce? Oh, David Jacobs. David Jacobs is one of the researchers. And there are a couple of others that have touched on it, and they're like, wait a minute, there are these things being put into our society that aren't real people. And even though I believe I'm one of them, I was put on the good side, not the bad side.
I know I have a soul.
I do too. I believe
you do too. Okay, so
have you seen
have a soul
some of these people
soul.
that maybe don't? I mean, there are some folks that I kind of wonder about. People that don't
Yeah,
know how to
right.
don't know how to use. They don't know what peas are, how to eat peas in a restaurant. People who don't understand quite how to use money. No, these beings have been engineered and placed in our midst.
Peace to Lizzo French. Sorry.
Oh my
Lizzo,
gosh, Lizzo, love you, buddy.
appreciate you, Lizzo French. I was gonna say, I just I subbed up to the Michigander. I didn't know that he did lives and all of that. I know, and so I'll see when he goes live. I recommend that you at least subscribe to him so that you can see, because I don't know how much longer we're gonna be here, and there's no telling. You know, see if he really does go live. But this is fascinating stuff.
I don't come into this
And
with any
not for vanity
intention to make people go off into a rabbit hole. Sorry.
It's not fascinating in the sense of, it's something we've heard about. And so, like I said, with Anna having interactions with Santos Bonacci, it just brought it to life. And in this situation, we've heard of these MK Ultra. I've never heard of the genetically engineered. You know that you're a genetically engineered product of DARPA somewhat. So I mean, to have someone, I mean, that's
Absolutely. People don't think the way I do. Normal folks don't think the way I do. They don't take information in at the rate that I do. And it's just one of those things that, like you said earlier, why did you come to YouTube? I just wanted to see if there was anybody else. That's all.
I have a stupid question for you.
Wow.
If you remember being in school, you remember being in school, right?
Absolutely.
When they had us do those puzzles where you had to draw a line from the entrance out through the back, could you do it through the front, or did you have to start at the back and find your way out the front?
It didn't matter.
See, I didn't have to
But
start.
what I think is really interesting about that question is that one of the videos on my playlist has a certain gentleman talking about how when they were in kindergarten, they brought people in with puzzles and they tried to see how fast can you do this puzzle? How fast can you do that puzzle? Some people couldn't do puzzles at all.
Right.
And I don't know if anybody remembers the Psi cards, but I got Psi cards from day one when I entered the school system. But yeah, and nobody else remembers those damn things. So I'm just wondering, is that my experience or is that everyone's experience?
What kind of cards? The flash cards?
The flash cards that had waves, they had triangles, they had squares, they had zeros, and they wanted you to quickly tell me which cards comes next, which card comes next. But people that I know don't remember.
But not like those. No, I didn't have that.
No, waves, triangles, squares, circles.
Yeah, that's what Max Vision uses in his classes. Yeah.
Interesting. I need to look at those.
Annapurna asked, what about false memories? Any, she has a light bulb. Any
ideas on that?
That's very interesting. I don't have anything that I consider a false memory. I do have memories that I think were suppressed, but false memories? No, I don't think so. Not at all. Except maybe, I don't know, maybe people were doing things for my own good. Other than that, I just really don't know.
Yeah, but I speak emoji. So.
Beg pardon, Phoenix?
I was telling Rillis that I speak emoji, so I knew what Anna was meaning when she said any ideas about that.
I don't think any of my memories are false. I think I fell asleep. Other than that, I don't know. I fell asleep and I didn't remember anything until maybe 3-4 years ago.
Wow. Well, this has blown my mind to the point that it hurts now. But it's a good hurt because what I think has happened this evening is I have learned some huge stuff that is now opening up parts of my brain that have been closed. So I guess I will have to keep you posted, Jen, on if I remember anything that I haven't been able to previously remember.
Like I said, I think I've talked a little too much, and I apologize to anyone if I made them feel uncomfortable.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I
No.
definitely appreciate the realist. I mean, for crying out loud, giving us a forum and a place to see if we can find other people who are like us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, he's amazing. I love him. He lets you talk even if he doesn't believe in it. So, but now my phone's ringing and it's my husband's mother. So I'm going to go. I love you all.
Your husband's mother. All right, Paula. Appreciate you, Paula.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Paula. Much love. As it stands, it's been a long day, man. And I really want to hear what Michigan has to say.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I keep looking to see if I get an alert on when he goes live, because I'm definitely trying to see, even if next time I speak with you all or whatever, but for you all, for your sake, that's what you said your intentions were in getting to YouTube. So he obviously recognized something, because in the chat he was saying you were on point, you was this, and then he came up here and had a direct question, and then he sent the invitation. So let's see where that
I really want to hear what he has to say. Like I said, myself, my brother, and my sister, I know we're all products of the same program, but I'd like to hear what he has to say and how he was introduced to it.
I know Anna had another question for you. She said, he said, could the symbols be part of programming? And then waves, spirals, triangles. Are you ending the live? Please, 5 minutes more. Well, Anna, I don't know what questions to ask, Jen. Anna, where I'm at with it, I would like to do a presentation. I would like to.
I don't know if you've ever seen that particular card deck, but I thought that every kindergartner saw that card deck. I also thought that every school kid saw the same movies that made us go into a particular room and watch these movies. I thought every school kid saw those, but apparently not. So, yeah, I think it's very interesting that other folks haven't seen these particular cards.
She said, "Is a product birthed by a womb?" I don't understand these questions, Anna. I don't. Said like you were a class apart.
Anna, if that means were you ridiculously poor? Hell yeah. We were ridiculously poor, especially, like I said, my parents worked for defense contractors, My dad retired from North American Rockwell. My mom was a secretary there, grandpa too. And I grew up scratching in the dirt. So, yeah, we were definitely a class apart. So, anyway, I think we might have lost Realist. I don't know if you see him. Yeah,
I'm here. I'm just
I
like,
see it.
no, I'm here. I'm just, this is
No,
something.
my mom dragged us from California to Indiana. And I'm pretty sure she had a reason to drag us from there, to where we are now. And like I said, we grew up poor, extremely poor, even though my parents at first, they did the dinner party thing. They did they were very well inserted into society. But I think my mom realized that there was a problem. She got us the hell out of there. So yeah, we grew up scratching in the dirt. We were poor. So there was not a class thing. I was more poor than I think anybody can complain about being.
But how could you have been poor if your parents were professionals, right?
I think they ran. Honestly, I think they ran.
Oh, got you. Oh, wow. Damn. Excuse me.
Okay. Yeah, I think they
Wow.
ran. And then we ended up in Indiana, which is exactly where I think I was supposed to be placed. So, like I said, all that information is a small group, little,
Wow.
We were supposed to be
That's
here.
good. And you never asked them, and they never told you.
No, we didn't talk about that. But my mom, if you ever asked her, why did you give up this career? Blah blah blah. She said your dad was crazy, and my dad was actually married to two women at the same time out in California, and he was married to Betty Jane and a Betty Jean, so that was convenient. But yeah, he had two separate families at the same time. But I give all the credit to Mom. She pulled us out of there. I think she recognized the things that were happening because they use kids for a lot of things. And if you work for a defense contractor, you screw your life, especially if you're a kid. I was not given any special education there.
I guess, Jen, I'm not trying to say that you're an elite super soldier in that sense.
No way. No way.
I'm trying to glean is even though you lost favor, I'm sorry to say it like this, but like you're a product, so you're valuable no matter what. So whether your family lost favor or not, what I'm trying to get at is they where you tended, like you're saying, these flashcards, the movies that you watch but others wouldn't watch, the flashcards that you use but others wouldn't use. That's what I'm asking. It's like a tailored approach, even though you're saying it's the socioeconomic class was low, right? But that's also, I mean, forgive me here, you can just tell me to stop talking, but what I'm trying to get at is that's also a controlled, isn't that a control that's placed upon you to see how you will perform under
I think
duress?
that's an interesting take. Yeah, that's an interesting take on it. because I've always been a dirt scrabbler my entire life until recently, but I think that certain people were put in place in certain places for a reason, and I know that I was. Like I said, that all that information is a small book, but I was put here for a reason, and it was because they needed my eyes, they needed my ears, they needed me to observe certain things, and I'm pretty okay with that. Definitely okay with that. But no, I didn't have a special education, except that I love learning.
Okay, do you think under this mind?
So you thrive despite the odds, basically.
Well, I was gonna take a different angle on it, but I like what you said there. But at the same time, do you think you were programmed to think that way? To never
in a way, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
But in a way, no.
It sounds like that you were programmed though to never speak. How can I, to be protective of. I'm trying to choose my words wisely in what I'm observing. It sounds like you were programmed at the same time to never speak against or condemn basically your oppressors, the ones who programmed you, because you're accepting of what was done to you.
The only reason that I'm accepting of it is because that I know it was for good. That would be the only reason.
Yes, but you think that was programmed into you to think that it was for good.
No, not at all.
That's my whole. That's what I'm saying. These thoughts.
Not at all, because I'm a walking, talking doofus normally.
Gotcha.
I mean, I really would have thought, everything's evil. I think it's all a Schrodinger's cat scenario. It's your perspective. The reason I was put here was for good. And I don't know if you guys have you ever seen those maps that they have on the internet with the, I don't know, they have like, oh, here's the solar flash, solar warden. They have all these different things that are connected to each other. I don't know if y'all have seen those maps, but I saw one, and the particular defense contractor that my parents worked for was kind of put on the good side of the secret space program. So that made me feel better. But yeah, I think I was placed here for a reason, and it was a good reason.
Now, I asked a question earlier. So your mom gave birth to you? Is that something
That's what
I can
they
ask?
say. That's what they say. I mean, I'm sure she thought she did. I'm sure she thought.
So what do you whatever you feel comfortable sharing? But what is you inside? What do you know in your bones? I guess.
What I know is that there are people here who are not entirely human, and I'm sure I'm one of them, but there are so many more.
I think that's what she's asking. What do you feel within you that were you birthed by your mother?
I don't believe so. No,
that's what she was.
My brother calls me a jar baby.
It's one thing what they said, but she's asking, what do you think about that? But okay, you just answered. All right.
Yeah, even my brother called me jar baby.
Wow.
But
McCoy,
honestly,
your mic went out, by the way. I can barely hear you. Sorry, Jen, go ahead.
No, I just think it's one of those things that I can't believe I sat here and talked about this, because it's not something that people want to hear, or I think about poor Sophia yesterday, the things that we talked about yesterday, small bites for everybody. And with that, I think I'm going to probably let y'all go. I really do appreciate the space, McCoy. It's invaluable, especially because it helps me understand that I'm not the only person here that feels the way I feel or knows the thing that I know.
Thank you for sharing, Jen. If you're ever open to sharing anything more, I mean, I am fascinated by your story. And of course, this is a public broadcast, so you can reach out if you feel comfortable. But if not, that's
I
fine too. I
definitely,
just appreciate your story a lot. I appreciate you sharing.
I appreciate you, and especially, the things that you put out yesterday. These things aren't easy for people to talk about. And
Thank you,
like I said, we're all running around looking for somebody else who understands where we come from. And McCoy, once again, all the props to you for giving people a space to talk.
Well, Anna, your text to me was "Let's go," huh? And here it is, 10 and a half hours later. So, yeah, she said, Anna, you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, she said, we definitely can do a presentation. I somewhat went over the details and how I would like the presentation, like we give a history of it. Just a history, the methodology, and what the MK Ultra and all these terminology means. And then we'll speak with her and let her tell her story, and then we can ask a few questions, and boom, there we go. That's it.
I'm ready for it, man. If you want to do that on Saturday instead of astrology, like full steam ahead, let's go.
Well,
Jen's story.
the only thing with that is I don't think, it's not like this other what we just tackled yesterday. That's something that was easy for me because it's what she's speaking on. I have to do research into. it. So, and I don't want to rush it. It's not something that you just rush, So I will definitely keep in touch with. I'm gonna continue to do some. She gave me a few terminologies, and I'll see where that goes, and then
And then she kindly shared her playlist too, right? So we can
her
watch that
playlist.
and figure out what.
Yeah, true. Unreal. Thank you, Jen Gone. I know it, but I told you when I first heard her speak, and that was on London's. I think you came in later, or you might have been there from the jump where London had the ladies' night.
Ladies' night.
Yeah, and she opened up with a really profound perspective on something, and I was somewhat disappointed that you all didn't touch on it more. But I knew it was really deep. It was really deep what she brought. And from that moment, I was like, I want to be able to talk to her. I want to be able to have a conversation with her on a regular
something
basis.
special.
Yeah, I recognized it, that she wasn't, her perspective, her insight was not normal. And it went over a lot of people on the panel's head. They tried to answer her question, but they didn't do her justice at all. But I
Do you
understood.
remember what she asked? She asked something.
Yeah, she started it off. You all were up there, and then she's like, "Well, if no one has anything, then I have a question." And then she posed a scenario type question.
Yes.
And every, it just, you all tried to touch on it on the surface level, but it didn't really go in depth. And I understood why. What she asked was really.
I wasn't on the panel yet, but I heard her.
Yeah.
I was in the chat.
It was really profound. Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes, you were in the chat, because I was like, one of the angels is missing. One of the angels is missing. So
Hey,
yeah,
she's in the chat. Jen, can you say what you asked that day on the ladies' night?
I'll go back
Come
and
on, Jen.
I think Jen is a little overwhelmed right now. She was there. You got to remember, she's been there from when I started this live. So I'm sure she's exhausted. And
She's
plus,
still here in the chat, by the way.
and plus, you also know that sometimes when you share something that that you're unsure of that you and why sometimes it drains you. Like, damn, should I have shared that? Should I? You're having doubts.
I understand.
Have you had those moments before on here where you're like,
I
dang.
had that yesterday, McCoy. What are you talking about?
All right, so it's just so it drains you, like, dang, and the doubts, and you're like, I wonder how that was received, and oh, the paranoia. So let's just that was.
But somehow, so I had that for about 3 minutes, and then I was able to turn it around. Because this isn't the first time I was sharing that story, this is like the third or fourth or fifth time. But the first time I was showing everything on the table, everything that I had come to so far. But Sparky Lee was there, and I just know how to keep going. I just went through it. But I had come in decided, that I had prepared for this. This is something Jen, I don't think she was even prepared to share, and she just spontaneously shared it, which I appreciate.
Well, it was somewhat spontaneous, but Marco Power had joined us and was speaking on astrology, and he was going in, and Jen recognized some of the things that he was saying, and it just led to this conversation. And she has a somewhat a connection. She's recognized a connection with Marco Power just by the way that he was saying certain things, and it was fascinating to witness it. And then the Michigander came up here and just 10.5 hours. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Man, I'm so curious, McCoy. But
Curious
that's
about it.
selfish, that's a selfish. Of course I care more about Jen being okay
Curious
than
about
about
what?
my curiosity.
Curious about what?
About Jen's story.
Oh, no, oh, definitely, definitely.
I'm at the point, like yesterday. We finished up yesterday, and then we were at this high point where we were just like, where I typed in that "let's go."
You,
I
you were
typed in
still
that
you were
"let's
still
go" in the
charged, huh?
chat.
No,
I got to that level again when she started sharing. And Michigander was there, but the more Jen shared, the more I was like, oh my God, let's go.
so much, so much. I want to do her. I definitely want to do her story justice, though. I don't want to rush in. Not necessarily her story, but what she has to offer. If it's all about her, though. If it's not something, I'm not going to make a presentation and then it's not about her. It's not. She's not in it. So, um, hmm. Yeah. See what she
Yeah,
said.
absolutely. Absolutely. We want to be respectful, right?
Yeah, you see what she said. There's always the
Yeah.
issue of having opened your mouth way too far. And sometimes I get that feeling when I get on the panel, or it's not even a panel. Even when you're talking to someone in a grocery store, they ask you a question, and next thing you know, you're just talking and talking, and then afterwards you're like, damn, should I have said this? And should I, so it's just I've had those moments, you
Yeah,
know.
me too.
Interacting with people where you just like, did I say too much? Did I give too much? Oh, I'm paranoid. Oh my goodness, I said too. I've had those moments. So that's why I want to do it in a format where it's just we just We tell the history, the methodology, the reason, their reasoning, and then just if she's open to it. But like I said, if she's not open to it, then I'm not doing it, because the whole reason for it is because of her and her being able to share her voice. This isn't anything that I've thought of before this. You hear
Really,
about it.
McCoy, you have not thought about this DARPA stuff and
No,
things
I
like
haven't.
that?
I've heard of the MK Ultra, and all some of these celebrities are under MK Ultra and all that. Yes, but the DARPA and all of that, she's genetically engineered um genetically engineered I'm trying to write I'm trying to genetically engineered product of DARPA, super soldier training, human hybrid program, MK Ultra, DARPA. No, I've never I've never been exposed to that before until tonight. And all
And
my
MK Ultra, you know, all this stuff, I don't in the context of celebrities. I look at it in the context of the general public, because that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in you and me and people that we interact with day to day.
yeah, because you
I'm
see her
interested in
comment.
our stories.
Yeah,
So
what
I've
you just
always looked for real life experience to corroborate any so-called theory, and then I choose whether to accept it or not. Because if it works, if a thing works, you know, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There's no like in between. So to have somebody in real life expound upon this, it's just I mean, it's unimaginable, because you can hear a theory about this and a study about that and a da da da, but if somebody just shares, you know, how it is at a personal level, that's what's most valuable to me, because then you can kind of bring those theories and concepts really down to earth and make something of it.
I don't know, was I muted? Did you hear that at all about the I'm good, I only worry about others like Sophia, who don't need these things all at once.
And I just want to say to Jen that it's going to come from me or McCoy because of what you have shared. I can vouch for myself. Of course, I can't speak for McCoy, but I'm sure that's where he's coming from. He wants you to be comfortable and to feel safe. Yeah, that's it. Because, yeah, and I don't know if there would be people out there that seek to do harm to Jen because of the vulnerable nature of the story she's sharing. You know, so that too, you got to keep that in mind, because I don't want harm to befall Jen in any way.
I asked you a question earlier. I don't know, did I get a complete answer in regards to I think I asked you, but I asked you in regards to these presentations. So this is something that I don't know. I just like now, okay, if we were to attack this, you know, there's gonna be some outside work and some time. This is something you'd want to put your time into. to researching and then presenting. You know, are you already familiar with the subject matter?
I'm familiar with it to a degree of 20%, let's say 25% maximum.
Might need to enlist someone else also. Might need to enlist someone who can fill that other 80 from a professional level.
Right.
When I say
It seems
professional,
like Michigander, I mean, let's see what he's about, right? But
yes, true.
Michigander seems to know his stuff. Like he seems to know this like the back of his hand.
I don't know. But I appreciate that Jen has found me worthy of expressing these thoughts. I appreciate that, you know. That's just also know going forward, presentations have to be less than 6 hours so that if we incur any kind of copyright, we have the ability to edit. We can't do, plus I don't want to do these lives. I don't want to do these long 10-hour 11. No, are you crazy? I'm 6
I
hours.
can't believe you're still going. But then when I saw what the topic was, I understood.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
But hey, what Jen would need to take the lead, and whatever way to compliment her, we can I can pull up things on the screen if I need to and stuff like that. Whatever. But I'm open to it, but it's really, like you're saying, this is Jen's call, and it's honestly no pressure. My curiosity is at an all-time high, because I'm big on, personal experience and what we can learn. So, yeah, but this is all Jen's call, and if Michigander can come in and help, I think it would be something valuable. And yeah, you're right. Keep it under 6 hours. That's a good target. Maybe even shorter.
Why?
Well, Anna had to, her internet connection is somewhat bugging. We'll just wait on the Michigander to go live, and hopefully they can connect, and we'll go from there. But I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for joining me today. That's why I'm here, That's why I'm here. So I'm gonna close out. Appreciate everyone. Hope my mic is good. Oh, that's what the Michigander gave the thumbs up for. Okay. Anna, let me see. Let me see. Can we drop a link to the Michigan? Well, it's just basically for Gentoo Gone, but Lizzo, I did see your comment. Lizzo says my mother and me are talking positive about our dark days and turning it to light of something we learned from. Shout out to that. Salute to that, Lizzo. Glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that. I'm speechless right now. I was speechless after yesterday's live. Okay, Paula. Yeah, I was stuck, Paula. I got stuck on. I got stuck. I read Lizzo's comment and then my mind went off into something else. And that's this what Sundays are going to be all about. Sundays we get to just get to know those who are around us. Yes, just an updated and positive. Yes. Thank you for that. For those of you who aren't familiar with Lizzo, just check out my first live. Lizzo has the first hour or two on there. So check out my first live, Lizzo. What's the name of it? I think it's called Mic Check, from detransitioning to a whole lot of subject matter. So thank you again, McCoy. I'm sorry to have brought this into your home. Bro, what? What are you talking about? Awareness? Awareness is preparedness, Gentoo Gone. Are you crazy? Because it also, Gentoo Gone, my children were born in hospitals. And I have a lot of questions about the hospital system. So as you're telling your story and your experience, my mind just drifted off into the hospital for that moment that they take the babies away. But I'll share that some other time. Exactly, Anna. That's why when Gentoo Gone was sharing that right there, anyone who was born in a hospital is subject to this. That's right. Yes, you all don't look. I pride myself in listening. I pride myself in that. So no, Gentoo Gone, nothing to apologize about. Nothing to apologize. So all right, well, just Gentoo Gone, I appreciate your presence, your contribution, and let's see what the Michigander and you all come up with. And we'll talk and leave a comment. Leave a comment on one of these videos. And I could possibly send you a link. We can speak privately, or I could fire up a live at any time. I'm here. Not anytime, but we can schedule it and talk. And I have your email address. I do have to go back and get your email address, Gentoo Gone. You put it in the chat of the one of these last videos. Oh, I think it's on the video that I put on private. But I appreciate you, appreciate everyone, appreciate you, Paula, Annapurna, Dean Kendall, Lizzo French, the Michigander, everyone. Let's try to keep positive. That's why I don't have any time for the negativity. This whole existence has been, not whole existence, but these entities are enough negativity. Okay, she's on the Michigander live right now. All right, Anna, I'm gone. Talk to you later, Anna. Talk to everyone. Let's fire up Indegruv and get us on up out of here. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. Can I, Paula? Can you give me a one? On the next level. Can you give me a one? I'm not here for the play. Oh, can you give me a one? That's the recording, Lizzo talking. That's the recording, Lizzo. Can anyone give me a one? Paula, something else over here. Can you give me a one? We see a problem. We want to correct it. I'm not here for the play. I appreciate you, Dean. Salute to everybody. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, everybody. Annapurna, Paula, Phoenix Fire, Dean Kendall, Lizzo French, Gen 2 gone. Ready to raid on it. The Michigander. What a weekend. Telling y'all. What a weekend. Appreciate y'all. I really do. Thank y'all for what y'all give. Fully for what y'all see in me. On the next level. There are weirdos out there. Salute to Indegruv. Infested with those cockroaches. Let's pray to raid on them. Peace to everybody. Hope everyone have a great week. Royal and loyal, indegruv, Seven Serpent, Miss Seven Serpents, no. Marco Power. Who else joined the panel today? There's a lot of people joined the panel today. Can of Dummy. Smoking in G sharp. Let's spray the raid on them. Smoking in G sharp. In the chat, family. Get rid of these cockroaches. On the next, let's get rid of these cockroaches. Boy, these chats for the play. Okay, boom. Mic check. Forever Love 774. Forever Love 774. Boy, next. How could I forget Boy? Kimba. Mic check. Turn the music off. Peace to everyone. Peace to you. Peace to your family. Peace to everything about you. Yes. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one. Peace to y'all.